Welcome to Global News on Signaturetv. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Nigeria joins the world to observe Education Day. Signature-TV's Dr. Chige Chiagoram takes ENUGU to the global stage. Ukraine condemns brutal Russian strikes ahead of second day of peace talks. And Air India cancels the New York flights as severe winter storm looms. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Young people constitute more than half of the world's population, bursting with ideas, energy, and a drive to reshape the future. Yet, for millions of them, that future remains uncertain due to poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and opportunities. As the world marks the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of the Youth in Co-Creating Education, global attention is turning to the place of the youth in modern society. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Young people today represent more than half of humanity, a vibrant and imaginative generation filled with bold ideas, restless energy, and a strong desire to redefine tomorrow. However, for many, the path ahead is clouded by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and meaningful employment. As the global community commemorates the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, attention is focused on one clear message. Education must be done with young people, not just for them. But to some of the youths, the present leaders have not sufficiently factored them in the process of formulating the education policy of the country.
No, I don't think so. Because in Nigeria, I think policies just come up in schools and then the students or pupils in the school are not being called to ask what you think about this particular thing. We just wake up in the morning and then we get to see that, oh, the school fees has been increased to this other one has. So I don't think they are involved in educational system in Nigeria at all.
Those curriculums, I think they are old and archaic. And if you look at, we need a restructure in the Nigerian educational system for real. We need to go into tech, basic advanced learning, computer, ICT and all that, but not just mere theories. We need to move ahead from all those theories, then go to what actually is, not what ought to be. I think that's the problem. Then youths being involved, I think they are participants.
I think they are passive recipients. They are not involved. I don't think that they are involved. They just follow the rule that is already made for them to follow.
They are also concerned about the lack of job opportunities even after leaving school.
I think when youths are exposed to education, crime rate will be reduced. Because that time you get to sit and think about Yahoo and the rest of them. You're using that time to probably complete a coursework, maybe a seminar paper, or you're searching for a meaningful thing online to do. Because I know online now we have digital skills.
I think if they are involved in education, that the rate of crime is going to reduce. That's if there's benefits to this education stuff. If that after school you're going to get a good job and everything, like people went, there are a lot of people that went to school and then they turn out to be drivers, and then there are still people that did not go to school that are still drivers. So what is the essence of me going to school and spending all those money and still ending up to be a driver? But if there is benefit to me going to school, that, oh, I'm sure that I'm going to get a job, federal government is going to give me a job the right way because I graduated with first class or I graduated with second class upper, then rate of crime is definitely going to reduce. But we are seeing that the government is not even helping the matter. They are just putting people that has connection. Then if you don't have connection in this country, your own has gone like that. So if the education system has benefits, the rate of crime is definitely going to reduce in the country.
A head teacher at the New Haven Primary School, ENUGU, Mrs. Ngozi Aneke, says the traditional model of education is no longer sufficient in a fast-changing world driven by technology and innovation. She notes today's learners need digital skills that would equip them to face modern realities and prepare them for future opportunities.
Like I'll give an example with school, this GTC. That place is a technical school. Before, if children are posted there, they will learn a handwork. Like they have carpentry section, they have electrical section, they have a building section. If you finish in GTC, when you come out, you will be equipped with something. Then, if the government will focus more in equipping schools for the children to learn, it is education that will make our children what they will be, our youths. And when they finish that education, they should provide something for them. If they convert most of these schools into technological school, the children will be what they want them to be. They won't, after schooling, they will start looking for jobs. They will be self-employed.
According to her, beyond curriculum reforms, there is a growing need to actively involve young people in shaping how education works, from classroom practices to policy decisions. She stresses that youth must have a voice in building education systems that are inclusive, practical, and aligned with their aspirations.
In forming the school-based management committee, we involve children. Some children in the school will be members of it. It is these children that will say, this is what we need, this is what we need. Based on their needs, we can stand and implementing those things. If the government should involve youths in forming up a curriculum, it's those youths that know what they need, their needs. So that in building up the curriculum, the needs of the youth will be involved. The need of the youth will be involved in that curriculum.
Millions of young people still face poor learning conditions, limited access to schools, and few opportunities after graduation, largely due to financial constraints. This means that government and non-governmental organizations should provide scholarships and other forms of support for those who cannot afford education. As discussions continue across the world, individuals, schools, and institutions are being encouraged to support youth-led ideas and initiatives in education reform. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signaturetv News.
The federal government has said the World Bank assisted Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equity Governance program is designed to drive lasting reforms in budgeting and expenditure management across the country's primary health care and basic education sectors. The national coordinator of the Help Gov program, Asad Hassan, said the initiative focuses on institutional reforms rather than direct cash disbursement, with incentives strictly linked to measurable results achieved by implementing agencies, including state governments. Hassan spoke in Abuja on Friday during an implementation coordination visit by the National Program Coordination Unit of Hope Gov to the Ministerial Oversight Committee Secretariat of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. In a statement signed by the communications officer of the Hope Gov program, Joe Muta, said the visit was part of ongoing efforts to strengthen coordination, provide implementation support, and ensure that agencies meet the disbursement link indicators and disbursement link results required to access funding. Hassan explained that engagement covered key implementing institutions at both federal and state levels, including state governments, the BHCPF, Ministerial Oversight Committee Secretariat, and the Universal Basic Education Commission. It disclosed that the first coordination meeting with the State Hope Gov focal persons will be held on Monday to further strengthen implementation and ensure alignment across participating states. Hassan also said the program was in the process of evaluating independent verification agents would assess the performance of implementing agencies in the first year of reform implementation ahead of incentive disbursements. In a presentation, the Hope Gov program officer, Jamil Abdallah, said the initiative is a $500 million program for results package with disbursements strictly tied to the achievement of agreed outcomes. Abdallah outlined the program's results areas to include increased availability and effectiveness of financing for basic education and primary health care, enhanced transparency and accountability in sector financing, and improved recruitment, deployment and performance management of teachers and primary health on the official websites within the prescribed timelines as a condition for disbursements. All the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory have signed on to participate in the program. In our remarks, the Acting Secretary of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund Secretariat, Dr. Aisha Abubakar Bagjoga, pledged the agency's commitment to working closely with the Hope Gov program to achieve its objectives. The Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, has expressed confidence that if President Bola Tinubu is addressing the country's security challenges. Ladoja made remarks on a chat with State House correspondents after meeting with the President at the State House in Abuja. Said that insecurity has become the country's most pressing problem, affecting farmers and businesses and spreading to the south, with everyone being apprehensive of going about their daily businesses. Ladoja said he believes the problem is not insurmountable and that the President is actively tackling it.
No, if you know from where he's coming, if you know that he knows what he's doing, that is what is most important. He was coming, he was able to get Lagos from where it was to where he left it. So I'm sure that the situation in Nigeria might not have been as even bad as it was. The problem is that the Nigeria is more complex than the state because of the fact that not all of us have the same notion about what we want in Nigeria. So, but nonetheless, the states have more money than we had when we were governors, and they are able to meet their commitments than what we had when we were governors. So I believe that by and large, the economy has to be fixed, and it's been fixed. We will hope that by the time it's leaving 2031, it will have put Nigeria where all of us will be proud of.
The Olubadan praised Tinubu's leadership style and economic achievements, said that he knows what he's doing. He noted that states now have more resources and capacity than when he served as governor, suggesting a positive shift in governance structure. Ladoja explained that his visit to the State House was to appreciate Tinubu for his support since he was crowned Olubadan in September 2025. The visit, which took place less than 4 months after Ladoja's installation as the 44th Olubadan, was the monarch's first official meeting with the president since he ascended the throne, and is coming a day after Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde was received by Tinubu at the State House. Prior to his ascension as the 44th Olubadan in September 2025, Ladoja served as governor of Oyo State between May 2003 and January 2006 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Ayodele Arise, has explained that bold economic reforms under President Bola Tinubu have been impactful to the Nigerian economy compared to his predecessors, despite criticisms from opposition party stalwarts. Arise made the remarks at the weekend while speaking with journalists amid sustained criticisms of the Tinubu administration by opposition figures. A former senator who represented Ekiti North Senatorial District between 2007 and 2011 said the president's policy decisions have had a positive impact on economic growth and social development, cited a reduction in inflation and increased funding for critical institutions such as the Nigerian Education Loan Fund as evidence of progress. According to him, the student loan scheme has enabled many young Nigerians to access tertiary education, ensuring that financial constraints do not prevent qualified students from going to school. Arise also linked improved stability in the university system to the Tinubu administration's engagement with academic and non-academic unions, including ASU and NASU, said economic disruptions had reduced, allowing students to complete programs within the stipulated time. Arise said President Tinubu's insistence on financial autonomy for local government was aimed at accelerating development in rural areas. He noted that allowing councils direct access to their funds would enhance service delivery in areas such as road construction, health care, and primary education. The APC chieftain also defended the removal of a fuel subsidy, describing it as a difficult but necessary decision that ended years of abuse and revenue leakages. ENUGU-based TV broadcaster and health professional Dr. Chigi Chiagorom was set for a Guinness World Record for the highest number of interviews conducted within a 12-hour period, has been speaking on the motivation behind the adventure. Dr. Chiagorom, who featured on Signature Evening, says she wants to use the platform to emphasize the power of interviews in giving voice to critical issues that often go unheard. She said she expects to use the record-breaking initiative as a bold media experiment of using conversation as a tool for change.
So for everyone, every single person, I believe that there are things that are very close to your heart, things that are very dear to you. Three of those things are, number one, ENUGU State.
Okay.
I love this state because I was born here. I'm from ENUGU State, and I was raised in ENUGU State.
Okay.
Secondly, my love for healthcare and taking care of people. And thirdly, journalism. The fact that I can get people to tell me their stories. The fact that I can interview people and have them, tell stories. And I believe that inside stories are like practical principles. And basically principles that people can apply to their lives to become successful. So my love for ENUGU State, my love for healthcare, and my love for journalism. And this particular attempt for me encapsulates the three. It's like killing three birds
with one stone.
Right.
As a journalist, you research a lot. So there's been a lot of rave around Guinness World Record attempts in Nigeria, especially in West Africa. So in one of my one of those days that I was researching Guinness World Records and I came across this category, I was thrilled because it was an opportunity for me to showcase my state. It was an opportunity for me to also showcase the state in a healthcare light. Yeah, in a healthcare light.
Chiagoram, who hosts a health awareness program on Signature TV, highlighted the challenges she has faced in prosecuting the project, which includes securing sponsorship and logistic support for the event.
It is not easy, still not easy. It wasn't easy, still not easy, because this is a groundbreaking event.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of grit and belief in yourself to continue on a path where most people don't even understand what Guinness World Records means. And they keep asking you, so what will you get in return? You know? So it's not been easy. However, I cannot complain because I've had people tell me, Chigi, whatever you need, and they have kept, to, their promises. But as regards statewide acceptance and support, now I'll even give it a 30%, right? For family and friends, yes. Mentors, yes. But what I believe is, I am not even surprised because it's something new and fresh, right? So I'm not surprised because I believe that once it is done, that is why we must strive to break that record. Once it is done, then people will begin to see, the returns, and then we'll open doors for others coming after us, right?
Yeah.
So that is the aim. So the support is not as massive financially, but I can't complain because I still have support, financial support from family and friends, which is why we're even still here talking, right? I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Well, they fall in line when they eventually get to fall in line. But I want to be the one to push it, just like Henry Ford, that regardless of what he was told, he built his V engine. And then everybody keyed in. The roads were made and things like that. So maybe I'm a foreigner. It's never easy for foreigners.
Dr. Chiagoram used the opportunity to appreciate Signature TV for its unwavering support and partnership, describing the station as a driving force behind the vision. The Guinness World Record attempt is scheduled to hold on the 14th of February 2026 at the International Conference Center ENUGU from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Signature TV will bring viewers comprehensive coverage of the historic event as it unfolds. Various stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress APC on Friday stormed the National Secretariat of the party in Abuja, demanding urgent National Assembly intervention in River State's escalating political crisis. The stakeholders, comprising civil society organizations, media professionals and leaders, called on federal lawmakers to invoke Section 14 of the Constitution to assume the River State House of Assembly's functions, citing the Assembly's total loss of credibility and legitimacy. During the protest, the groups lambasted the Assembly's impeachment push against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, describing it as a reckless abuse of power threatening democracy. Speaking to newsmen, the APC Leaders Forum spokesperson Eze Chukwuemeka said this is no longer oversight, it's a vendetta to destabilize governance. According to the coordinator of a civil society group, Comrade Blessing Ibama, no shred of evidence shows gross misconduct by Governor Fubara. Allegations are pure political fiction. Stakeholders accused 27 lawmakers loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Nyesom Wike, led by Martin Samewule, of fueling the crisis. They alleged that the lawmakers collected humongous money, running to millions for constituency funds, luxury SUVs, and a year's advance salary per lawmaker. The protesters vow to sustain action until the National Assembly acts. The local government chairman of Tunduwada, Sadautu Salisu Soja Jame, has resigned the membership of a new Nigerian People's Party. She announced her resignation in a letter dated Friday, January 23, 2026, and addressed to the leadership of a party in Tunduwada local government area. In a letter, which was made available to journalists, Sadautu said her decision was taken to align with the political direction of Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. She explained that the decision was carefully taken to enable us to support the development agenda of Kano State and its people through meaningful projects and initiatives. Signaturetv also expressed appreciation to the NNPP leadership and members for their support during our time in the party. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized the latest collapse of the national power grid, describing the incident as a continuation of a deepening national crisis. National electricity grid collapsed on Friday, with generation plunging sharply from above 4,500 megawatts to as low as 25 megawatts by about 1:30 p.m. This left households and businesses across the country in darkness and disrupted supply to millions of consumers. All 23 power plants connected to the grid reportedly lost output during the incident, resulting in zero allocation to the nation's 11 distribution companies. A statement posted on X on Saturday titled 2026, The Collapse Continues. Obi said a grid failure recorded in January 2026 mirrored events of a previous year, when the first collapse of 2025 also occurred in January and was followed by several others. Obi lamented Nigeria's poor electricity access, noting that the country had remained at the bottom of global rankings for 3 consecutive years. Former Anambra State Governor compared Nigeria's power generation capacity with that of other African countries, describing the gap as alarming. According to Obi, the persistent power crisis was rooted in governance failures, stressing that the sector required capable leadership to function effectively. Looking ahead to the 2027 general elections, Obi called on Nigerians to make leadership choices based on competence and compassion. At least 6 farmers were reportedly killed last night in a fresh attack by suspected armed bandits in ENUGU community located in Bogu local government area of Niger State. This was disclosed in a post on X on Saturday by Katsine, a conflict and crisis journalist who reports on insecurity in Nigeria's northwest. According to the report, the assailants stormed the community at approximately 10 p.m., opening fire on farmers were working on their farmlands. Following the attacks, the bandits fled the scene, leaving residents in a state of fear and grief. The incident has intensified concerns over the deteriorating security situation in the area, particularly for rural farming communities, which have increasingly become targets of violent attacks. Residents are calling for urgent action from security agencies to ensure the safety of vulnerable populations in remote areas. Authorities and relevant security agencies have yet to release an official statement regarding the incident. Still to come, New Zealand calls up rescue efforts for 6 missing after landslide. High tides expected to bring coastal flooding. Do stay with us.
This is foreign news. Ukraine has condemned a fresh wave of overnight Russian attacks that killed 1 person and injured at least 23 others, just as peace talks involving Ukraine, Russia and the United States are set to resume. Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha described the attacks as brutal, saying they undermine both civilian lives and ongoing negotiations. The strikes hit Kyiv and Kharkiv, damaging homes, critical infrastructure and energy facilities. In Kyiv, 1 person was killed and 4 injured, while 19 people were wounded in Kharkiv, where a maternity hospital and a shelter for displaced people were damaged. Kyiv's mayor said damage to energy infrastructure left 6,000 buildings without heating as temperatures dropped to minus 12 degrees Celsius. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia's main target was Ukraine's power network. The attacks came as delegations from Ukraine, Russia, and the US hold trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi, the first since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. A source said limited progress had been made, but the key issue of territory remains unresolved. Russia currently occupies around 20% of Ukraine and wants Kyiv to cede large areas, including the Donbas. Ukraine has firmly rejected this, with Zelensky saying land remains the central obstacle to peace. Moscow insists any lasting settlement must address territorial claims, while Ukraine says it will not give up occupied regions. Air India has announced the cancellation of all its scheduled flights to and from New York and Newark on 25th and 26th January, attributing the decision to a severe winter storm forecast to hit the U.S. East Coast. In a travel advisory posted on X on Saturday, the airline stated that a severe winter storm with heavy snow is forecast for New York, New Jersey, and adjoining areas in the U.S. East Coast from early Sunday morning to Monday, which will have a significant impact on flight operations. Air India added that in view of the safety, well-being, and convenience of their passengers and crew, all Air India flights to and from New York and Newark have been cancelled on 25th and 26th January. According to Reuters on Saturday, more than 8,000 flights across the U.S. set to take off over the weekend have been cancelled, as a major storm expected to wreak havoc across much of the country bears down, threatening to knock out power for days and snarl major roadways. Roughly 140 million people were under a winter storm warning from New Mexico to New England. The National Weather Service forecast warns of widespread heavy snow and a band of catastrophic ice stretching from East Texas to North Carolina. The airline said its teams will assist affected travelers booked on these days and urged them to contact the call center numbers or check the airline's website for updated information. Rescue efforts for 6 people buried in a landslide at a popular campsite in Mount Maunganui, New Zealand, have been called off, with authorities now moving to recover operations. Police say it is no longer possible to find the missing alive. Human remains were located beneath debris on Friday, following the landslide triggered by days of heavy rain. 2 teenagers, both aged 15, are among the victims. The incident has been described as heartbreaking by the police, who said dangerous conditions and ongoing rainfall made rescue efforts extremely challenging. Fire and emergency crews searched through the night before the operation was handed over to the police. In a separate landslide nearby at Welcome Bay, a grandmother and her grandchild were killed. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon visited the affected area on Friday, praising the strong community response. Further heavy rain is forecast for the region, raising concerns about additional landslides. High tides are expected to bring flooding to parts of the Dorset coast, with the Environment Agency issuing flood warnings for areas including Chiswell, Portland, and East Beach at West Bay until Saturday afternoon. Coastal roads, footpaths, and car parks may be affected, and authorities say floodgates will be closed if needed. Residents are being urged to take care as large waves could overtop beaches. A Met Office yellow warning for heavy rain remains in force across Dorset and the southwest until 10 p.m. on Saturday, raising the risk of further flooding. Additional flood warnings are also in place across Dorset due to high groundwater levels and rising river levels, including in the Christchurch Harbour area. In neighbouring Hampshire, Warnings cover communities near the River Avon. Emergency services have already rescued people from vehicles trapped in flood water, with officials warning motorists not to drive through flooded roads. And that's the foreign news.
Popular Nollywood actress Nancy Sime says she's ready to get married. For more on entertainment news, let's join Queenex Wokonta.
Popular Nollywood actress Nancy Isime has revealed the type of man she would like to marry, disclosing that character is more important to her than material things. In a candid conversation with media personality Morayo Afolabi Brown, Isime stated that kindness is a non-negotiable trait for her when it comes to choosing a life partner. The movie star explained that she doesn't mind marrying a man who is kind, regardless of their status or any other deficiency, as she believes that they can be corrected. Isime said she's ready for marriage, emphasizing that she is now 34 years old. Rapper and singer Aziz Fashola, popularly known as Naira Marley, has expressed deep concern over the menace of cultism in the Nigerian music industry. Lamenting the negative trend, Marley claimed that only a few Nigerian artists, including himself, are yet to join a cult. He mocked artists who joined cults for power and protection, pointing out that even those who influence them to join still move around with police escorts for security. Naira Marley had previously debunked rumors that he is a cultist, claiming that he was once threatened by cultists for refusing to join. Nigerian singer Oluwatosin Ajibade, popularly known as Mr. Easy, has reacted to rumors that he and his wife Temi Otedola recently welcomed their first child together. Sharing a suspected AI-generated photo of Temi carrying a newborn, a social media influencer Kola Kazim claimed on X that the celebrity couple recently welcomed a baby girl. Unsuspecting fans immediately flooded the comment section with congratulatory messages to the couple. However, he shut down the rumors after asking if his wife was aware that she had just given birth, as claimed by the poster. Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola, a daughter of Nigerian billionaire businessman Femi Otedola, tied the knot in a couple of lavish weddings across Monaco, Dubai, and Iceland last year. Bilateral, an art platform focused on bridging Africa and the diaspora, is set to make its debut at the 18th edition of the Harlem Fine Art Show in New York City, United States of America, scheduled to hold in February. The platform announced that 4 of its artists, John Akanda, Nojim Moose, Omoyeni Arogumati, and Miriam Magida, have been selected to represent Nigeria at the internationally acclaimed art fair, marking a significant milestone for both the artists and the organization. Speaking on the development, the founder of the platform, Bakare Mubarak, described the selection as a major boost for Nigerian art on the global stage. The Harlem Fine Arts Show is widely regarded as one of the leading platforms for celebrating African American, and Caribbean arts. Over the years, it has attracted collectors, curators, cultural institutions, and art enthusiasts from across the world, providing a vital space for dialogue, exchange, and commercial opportunities within the global arts ecosystem. Bilateral's participation is expected to further spotlight Nigeria's vibrant contemporary art scene and reinforce its growing influence within international art circles. Afro-pop singer Mayowa Olusani, popularly known as Ichaba, has announced his return to the music scene in 2026, ending a period of relative quiet in his career. The singer revealed plans to release new music steadily throughout the year, beginning with a new single scheduled for February 13, 2026. The announcement signals Ichaba's intention to reclaim his place in the Nigerian music space after taking time to refine his sound and direction. Known for his soulful vocals and energetic delivery, the former Davido Music Worldwide affiliate and Lavish Sound Entertainment frontman has been working behind the scenes since the release of his 2024 EP, Late Entry. According to him, the upcoming phase of his career represents a more evolved and mature version of his artistry. Ichaba disclosed that his first single of the year, Eregele, has been described as a potential chart topper. Its February 13 release date, just a day before Valentine's Day, has fueled speculation among fans that the song may explore romantic themes, a style he is well known for. The singer rose to prominence with his hit songs such as Jisoro and Man Must Chop, featuring Davido, earning a reputation for catchy hooks and relatable storytelling. He further cemented his status with love-themed records like Adoke, which enjoyed widespread popularity. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Mukunta's Signaturetv News.
On our attention now, the sports news.
The Cross River State government has focused renewed attention to the male and female football clubs owned by the state, Rovers FC and Pelican Stars, with a view to improving their statuses, welfare and finances. Chairman of the State Sports Commission, Mr. Eta Lawrence Etanya, said Governor Bassey Otu met Rovers FC receiving 5 million naira monthly subvention, but moved it up to 20 million naira. He admitted that Rovers FC had fallen short of top-tier expectations, but said reforms were underway. He disclosed that operations will no longer be business as usual. Meanwhile, a statement signed by Mr. Eta Itanya, chairman of the Cross River State Sports Commission, said the governor has approved the constitution of a new management for Pelican Stars Football Club as part of broader sports sector reforms. The new management was expected to assume office immediately and align operations with the governor's vision for sports development. Stakeholders, players, technical crew, and supporters were urged to accord the new management full cooperation. The Nigeria Premier Football League, NPFL, has fined Eyimba 5 million naira for several breaches during their 21-match-day encounter with Barao FC. The encounter, played at the Eyimba International Stadium, Aba, ended in a barren draw. According to the NPFL, Eyimba failed to provide adequate security during the game, which led to the loss of valuable items belonging to match officials. Supporters also encroached into restricted areas during the game and held match officials hostage. As part of the sanctions, Eyimba will play their next 3 home matches behind closed doors. The Aba club has 48 hours from the date of the notice to appeal the sanctions. Mikel Arteta said Ethan Nwaneri's loan move to Marseille on Friday will be the making of the 18-year-old. Nwaneri has joined the French giants until the end of the season after struggling for minutes for the Premier League and Champions League leaders. He scored 9 times last season in the breakthrough campaign, earning a new 5-year deal at the Emirates. But Nwaneri did not start once in the Premier League this season prior to his move to the south of France. Arteta said the experience of William Saliba's positive loan spell at Marseille prior to establishing himself as a key figure in the Arsenal defense and the coaching of Roberto De Zerbi played an impact in Nwaneri's next move. Arsenal looked to take another step towards earning their 22-year wait to win the Premier League when Manchester United visit the Emirates on Sunday. Sunrisers Eastern Cape reached the final of the Betway SA20 for the 4th time, thanks to a thumping 7-wicket win over Power Royals in Friday night's qualifiers 2 at the Wanderers. James Coles led the chase of 115 under the lights in Johannesburg, ending unbeaten on 45 off just 19 balls and finishing the job with a 6 after the Sunrisers had restricted the Royals to just 114-7. Royals captain Dan Lawrence had earlier won the toss, chose to bat first and almost immediately regretted it on a used pitch that offered unusually sharp turn and bounce from the off. Senura Muthusami led the way with 315 from his 4 overs, combining with Cole's 115 to suffocate the men in pink at the bull ring. Only Kyle Verin, 52 not out of 45 balls, went beyond 19 with the bat, notching an unbeaten half-century to anchor an innings that never clicked into gear. Luther Sipamla struck first, teasing Luedre Pretorius into an indecisive one-handed drive that flew straight into the hands of Captain Tristan Stubbs at mid-off. Ruben Herman perished for 12 when he attempted to guard Anrich Norsch fine down the leg side, only to sky a catch to the backtracking Simpala at short fine leg. And Lawrence lasted just 3 balls before fellow Englishman Coles found his leading edge, with Matthew at cover taking a simple catch. Asa Tribe was next, overbalancing when trying to attack Muthusami as Quintin the Cork completed a sharp stumping. Verenu finally broke the shackles when he went inside out to crash the excellent Coles over extra cover for the first 6 of the innings, leaving the first arm spinner with figures of 115 from his 4 overs. Rovman Powell lasted just 2 balls before Muthusami found his reaching outside edge, with Jensen taking an impressive low grab at slip after Sikandar Raza's torturous 19 off 27 balls came to an end with Dick Cox's second stumping. Carlos Alcaraz stepped up his quest to win a maiden Australian Open as he overwhelmed showman Corentin Murtet on Friday to reach his last 16, while Aryna Sabalenka said she was emotionally all over the place in victory. Top seed Alcaraz was never in danger against French 32nd seed Murtet, easing through 6-2, 6-4, 6-1 at Rod Laver Arena in 2 hours 5 minutes. It was a Spaniard's 100th Grand Slam match, and he boasts a remarkable 87-13 win-loss record, marching the legendary Dromborg at the same stage of his career. Victory thrust Alcaraz into a clash for a place in the quarterfinals with American 19th seed Tommy Paul, who progressed when Spain's Alejandro Devikovic Fokina retired with an apparent knee injury with 2 sets down. Women's top seed Sabalenka did not have it easy against unseeded Russian-born Anastasia Potapova of Austria, pulling through 7-6, 7-4, 7-6, 9-7 in just over 2 nervy hours. The Belarusian is trying to win the title for a 3rd time in 4 years, having been stunned in last year's final by Madison Keys. Hayden Porteous held onto his top spot in the leaderboard in the Cell C Challenge of Honor of Gary Player and will take a 3-stroke lead into the weekend at the Killarney Country Club. Porteous shared the first round lead with a 64 and then distanced himself from the park with another 64 on Friday to climb to 12 under par overall. It was another flawless performance from Porteous, who has yet to drop a shot in 36 holes. His nearest challenger is England's Joe Long, who signed for a 63 on Friday to hit the halfway mark at 9 under par. Zimbabwe's David Arm and Benjamin Follett-Smith and the South American duo of Nikhil Rama and Herman Lopse are currently tied 3rd on 8 under par. Porteous has continued to ride the momentum of a big 2025, in which he made his long-awaited return to the winner's circle with his victory in the Vodacom Origins of Golf at Gorey Farm, where he was given an invitation by the Sunshine Tour and made the most of the opportunity. He also had the benefit of playing in a Blue Label Bushveld Tour event at Killarney Country Club the week before the Sunshine Tour event. Porteous missed the cut in that event with rounds of 75 and 69 and says it was a timely wake-up call for him. The Vodacom Bulls pulled off another Lazarus act as they came back from 17-5 down to beat Edinburgh 1917 in their Vodacom United Rugby Championship match in the Scottish capital on Friday night. The result is the Bulls' first win in the URC in Edinburgh. And while it backed up their win against French side Pau in the Investec Champions League last week to stop a 7-game losing streak, it was a bit of luck that went the Bulls' way after a performance that they will again say came down to desperation and guts, and where they certainly have more lot work to do. Because while there was so much good work in the fight back, the Bulls were poor in several areas, not the least in their lineouts and protecting the ball in their rooks. Lewis Hamilton is braced for the massive challenge of adapting to the seismic change in technical regulations facing the 2026 Formula One grid as Ferrari unveiled their new car on Friday. The 7-time world champion and his teammate Charles Leclerc put the SF26 through its paces at the Scuderia's Fiorano private test track near their Maranello headquarters. Ferrari team principal Fred Vasseur reflected on an emotional day, seeing their new creation emerge out of the garage and onto the track. Given all 11 teams are in the same boat, starting from scratch, Vasseur was keen to play down expectations for the season opener in Australia in early March. Coming next week will be Barcelona's shakedown, when the new cars will test away from the media, followed by back-to-back tests in Bahrain in February. The 24-race season gets underway in Australia on March 8th. And that's sports news. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention, our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your
Good morning to you and welcome to a new day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV. Today is the 25th of January 2026. I'm your host, Chigi Chiagoram. You can join the conversation this morning on social media, Facebook and YouTube at Signature TV Official. Like, comment, share and of course subscribe. Up next, newspaper headlines. But before we get there, do not forget that we are also live on SLTV channel 265. And coming up, newspaper headlines and review, and much later, an exclusive interview on the concession agreement of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU. Do stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, don't forget this is still New Day on Signature TV. This is our newspaper headlines segment. And first up, Sunday Sun. How we aborted Obasanjo's third term bid on pages 22 and 23, coming from Saro, former Senate Minority Leader, with rider, Nigeria must insulate universities from politics to rebuild education. Still above the Sunday Sun mast, I beg your pardon. Bandits murder 7 farmers in Niger, 2 missing. With rider, Kebbi police nab 3 suspected kidnappers and recover weapons on page 25. Killed days to his wedding, Abia community in turmoil over brutal murder of youth leader. Still above the mast, urban regeneration in Lagos about future, not punishment. Page 2, coming from Commissioner Alebiosu, below the Sunday Sun mast, on 2027, succession battle in states, with rider Mount 2 party primaries, silent conflicts brewing in Ogun, Nasarawa, Bomo, Lagos, and others. This can be found on pages 18 and 19 of Sunday Sun. On entertainment, my upbringing taught me not to shy away from standing out, coming from Wandu, a jeweler, CEO Anthea Manari, page 3. Coming from Chekwas Okorie, governors defecting to APC governors defecting to APC may be unable to help Tinubu's 2027 ambition. With rider, I am still wondering how Southeast governors and others promising president votes will do it, on pages 20 and 21. Moving on to Daily Independent. Above the mast, debt burden may impede Nigeria's drive to economic recovery. Still above the mast, Okonjo Iweala wants federal government to keep public debt within sensible limits, with rider Tinubu optimistic Nigeria will overcome its current challenges. And below the mast, boldly written, a battle for 130-year-old First Bank may impact its fortunes, coming from investors, with riders boardroom squabble threatens 350 billion naira recapitalization plan. Stakeholders ask parties to sheath sword, differ on CBN's role. Moving on, IGP hands over 20 rescued medical students to their vice chancellors on page 7. On PDP crisis, Bode judge urges gladiators to drop personal ambitions, page 6. Serap asks minister governors to disclose details of Chinese loans and liabilities, still on page 7. Student loan scheme is for all, no one is excluded, presidency assures, page 29. And Catholic bishops call for return to regional system of government, page 6. More troubles for telecoms ISPs as Starlink deepens operations in Nigeria. And finally, on Daily Independent, Shiites attack checkpoint in Abuja, kill 2 policemen, others in critical condition, page 6. Over to Sunday Punch and above the mast. On Kudirat, Abiola, Lagos under fire over botched murder case, page 5. Inside the rotten estate of Western Nigeria's last premier, pages 24 and 25. Below the Sunday Punch mast, on 2027 still, ABC cracks as Obedience demand presidential tickets. Obi or nothing mindset threatening parties' unity and chances, coming from Abdullahi. We are only marketing our candidates, Obedient movement. Page 3 of Sunday Punch. Still on politics, second term, Fubara, Kano governor battle uncertainty, page 3. NCAA probes viral video of Air France passengers clash, page 7. Illegal Goya factory, churches can't detect fake anointing oil, bishops tell NAFDAC, page 5. And finally, on Sunday Punch, I married my husband within 4 months, coming from 90-year-old first female professor, Ogunsheye. On Sunday Tribune, above the mast, terrorists, bandits don't deserve amnesty, coming from General Shura, page 13, with rider says Nigeria military has what it takes to deal with terrorists without external interventions. On Awujaye's 2, Fashi Yusuf, others urge Ogun government to probe corruption allegations, on page 5. And health workers in Pasay, labor joined, threatened nationwide strike, pages 5, 10, 25 of Sunday Tribune, with riders, we are walking in penury, coming from Adekunle, Lagos Johesu chair. And federal government urges striking health workers to resume work, says it is ready to resolve issues about Conhes and others. How I achieved perfect 5.0 CPGA despite being a worker, coming from Unilag's best graduating students, as he reveals. On oil exploration, Ikpokia indigenes demand clarification on exact approved site. But rather, Ogun governor says oil will improve state economy. On politics, Gbajabiamila calls for legal backing for power rotation. Page 29. JAM to accredit 924 CBT centers for 2026 UTME, page 6. And finally, on Sunday Punch, divisive remarks will undermine our chances. ADC cautions supporters of Atiku, Obi, and Amechi seeks postponement of FCT election over Ramadan. And that's the much we can take on this segment. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues with very interesting content. Stay with us.
Young people today represent more than half of humanity, a vibrant and imaginative generation filled with bold ideas, restless energy, and a strong desire to redefine tomorrow. However, for many, the path ahead is clouded by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and meaningful employment. As the global community commemorates the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, attention is focused on one clear message. Education must be done with young people, not just for them. But to some of the youths, the present leaders have not sufficiently factored them in the process of formulating the education policy of the country.
No, I don't think so. Because in Nigeria, I think policies just come up in schools and then the students or pupils in the school are not being called to ask what you think about this particular thing. We just wake up in the morning and then we get to see that, oh, the school fees has been increased to this other one has. So I don't think they are involved in educational system in Nigeria at all.
Those curriculums, I think they are old and archaic. And if you look at, we need a restructure in the Nigerian educational system for real. We need to go into tech, basic advanced learning, computer, ICT and all that, but not just mere theories. We need to move ahead from all those theories, then go to what actually is, not what ought to be. I think that's the problem. Then youths being involved, I think they are participants.
I think they are passive recipients. They are not involved. I don't think that they are involved. They just follow the rule that is already made for them to follow.
They are also concerned about the lack of job opportunities even after leaving school.
I think when youths are exposed to education, crime rate will be reduced. Because that time you get to sit and think about Yahoo and the rest of them. You're using that time to probably complete a coursework, maybe a seminar paper, or you're searching for a meaningful thing online to do. Because I know online now we have digital skills.
I think if they are involved in education, that the rate of crime is going to reduce. That's if there's benefits to this education stuff. If that after school you're going to get a good job and everything, there are a lot of people that went to school and then they turn out to be drivers and then there are still people that did not go to school that are still drivers. So what is the essence of me going to school and spending all those money and still ending up to be a driver? But if there's benefits to me going to school, that, oh, I'm sure that I'm going to get a job, federal government is going to give me a job the right way because I graduated with first class or I graduated with second class upper, then rate of crime is definitely going to reduce. But we are seeing that the government is not even helping the matter. They are just putting people that has connection. Then if you don't have connection in this country, your own has gone like that. So if the education system has benefits, the rate of crime is definitely going to reduce in the country.
A head teacher at the New Haven Primary School, ENUGU, Mrs. Ngozi Aneke, says the traditional model of education is no longer sufficient in a fast-changing world driven by technology and innovation. She notes today's learners need digital skills that would equip them to face modern realities and prepare them for future opportunities.
Like I'll give an example with school, this GTC. That place is a technical school. Before, if children are posted there, they will learn a handwork. Like they have carpentry section, they have electrical section, they have a building section. If you finish in GTC, when you come out, you will be equipped with something. Then, if the government will focus more in equipping schools for the children to learn, it is education that will make our children what they will be, our youths. And when they finish that education, they should provide something for them. If they convert most of these schools into technological school, the children will be what they want them to be. They won't, after schooling, they will start looking for job. They will be self-employed.
According to her, beyond curriculum reforms, there is a growing need to actively involve young people in shaping how education works, from classroom practices to policy decisions. She stresses that youth must have a voice in building education systems that are inclusive, practical, and aligned with their aspirations.
In forming the school-based management committee, we involve children. Some children in the school will be member of it. It is these children that will say, this is what we need, this is what we need. Based on their needs, we can stand and implementing those things. If the government should involve youths in forming up a curriculum, it's those youths that know what they need, their needs. So that in building up the curriculum, the needs of the youth will be involved. The need of the youth will be involved in that curriculum.
Millions of young people still face poor learning conditions, limited access to schools, and few opportunities after graduation, largely due to financial constraints. This means that government and non-governmental organizations should provide scholarships and other forms of support for those who cannot afford education. As discussions continue across the world, individuals, schools, and institutions are being encouraged to support youth-led ideas and initiatives in education reform. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Shell has been a dominant operator in Nigeria's oil and gas industry over the past 3 decades, largely through its subsidiary, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. Though its operations have generated significant revenue for the country, the operations have also been linked to environmental degradation and social unrest, drawing sustained criticism, lawsuits, and international scrutiny. Receiving members of the Shell delegation included senior executives from Shell's global and Nigerian leadership at the presidential villa in Abuja. President Bola Tinubu emphasized that the Bonga Southwest project is strategic to Nigeria's economy. He said the project has the potential to create thousands of direct and indirect jobs, generate significant foreign exchange inflows, and deliver sustained government revenues over the life of the project, as well as deepen Nigerian participation in offshore engineering, fabrication, logistics, and energy services. The president reaffirmed his administration's commitment to policy stability, regulatory certainty, and speed, noting that these reforms are critical to restoring investor confidence and positioning Nigeria as a preferred destination for large-scale energy investments.
Today, I can proudly say that confidence is returning to our investment environment. The pledge I made to people of the country and my background is to ensure transparency and to be competitive in every way possible. And I want to assure you that what we promise is what we will deliver. You have no question to look at what we have promised. Expect a delivery, expect a documented and consistency in policy and application going forward.
In his remarks, the leader of the Shell delegation and Global Chief Executive Officer, Wael Sawan, said Nigeria's investment climate has improved remarkably under the Tinubu administration and boosted the confidence of Shell in Nigeria as a destination for long-term investment. Sawan explained that Nigeria now stands out as one of the most attractive destinations for capital allocation within Shell's global portfolio. He explains that half of the $20 billion investment in the country will be capital, and the other half will be the operating expenses and the likes that will come into the country.
Your leadership, your vision has created an investment climate over the last few years that, I will be very honest with you, has propelled us to invest, in particular also as we compare to other investments around the world. Stability in today's environment will honestly have a premium for corporates, because we are investing not for one administration or 5 or 10 years. We want to invest for 20, 30, 40 years. And in the case of Nigeria, for many, many decades. And therefore, as we look today at opportunities to be able to allocate our capital to multiple different countries, I can tell you, and I'm proud to say, Nigeria stands as one of the ones that is attracting more capital than most. And that leadership, I would also say, has put many of the people that we are working with, your team, are amongst the best that we are dealing with anywhere in the world. And that professionalism allows us to be able to have the confidence, and I would say our partners as well, to have the confidence to continue to invest.
Also speaking with State House journalists after the engagement with the president, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPCL, Bayo Ojulari, described the development as part of the additional incentives necessary to attract investors. He noted that the competition for investment is global, with most other African countries and the Far East changing their policies and being very dynamic so as to attract more investments.
We realized that there were additional incentives that were necessary to attract investment. And the reason for that is that the competition for investment is global. And most other countries, like other African countries, Guyana, the Far East, they're changing their policies very dynamic so that they can attract those investments. So one of the great things that Mr. President did was to actually announce those executive orders to put additional incentives to be able to attract investment.
Shell has invested about $5 billion in the Bonga North project in the last 12 months and an additional $2 billion in gas infrastructure supporting the Nigerian liquefied natural gas project. Favor Nwachi, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nyanya Masaka axis of the Abuja-Kefi Expressway was a leprous location for middle and high-income property development. Reason: the Mararaba slum emptied both human and vehicular traffic into the expressway. The congestion caused by the unending flow of traffic in Mararaba created a nightmare best forgotten. Just before the Christmas, bulldozers moved in, digging up holes deep and long enough to take many trailers. It was the first sign that the federal government had decided to solve the Mararaba gridlock. A flyover to carry traffic from the building materials market down to the international market is now being constructed. For many who have dreamed of developing properties in that area, this is good news. For motorists and commuters, the good time have come, and the people themselves are grateful for the development.
Just like we all know, motorable way is one of the highest things that brings development in every environment or in every community. Now, we all experience hold up, that is the road traffic on this Maraba Massacre to Maraba Nyanya axis. We all experiencing it. Both the children and the adults, we all know what we are passing through. So for me, I'm seriously, in fact, I'm interested, I'm happy. When I'm giving the
For the roadside traders, however, and they are in their thousands, this good news have brought tears. The construction means expanding the roads, and the bulldozers are crashing on the attachments to the main buildings, kiosks by the roadsides, umbrellas, housing, POS operators, fruit sellers, and the bend-down boutiques.
I have 2 of my children who are in university. By next week now, they will be in the school. How to meet up their challenge now is a very big problem for me. You understand? But as a man, I can't lie down because they have pushed me away from this place. I can't lie down. I have to struggle to see how my children will feed. To be sincerely speaking, even before we left, I calculated the people in number that were the affected persons were 75 people. That is that time. But now, even now, the space is being added. Even the people that are no longer there now, they were not even included in my calculation that time as a chairman. The people I calculated was just from this his entrance here down to the other end, extreme end of the fence, which were 75 people. Just imagine, sir, if 75 people have something doing to earn their living and they are being chased away, think of it, how many people do you think are benefiting under one person out of the 75 people that are being affected now? Honestly speaking, as I'm talking to you, only God knows what I'm passing through.
Like desert sand dunes in the storm, many of the traders have been blown further towards Ado Junction, where development was already waiting for them. A private developer has taken over a swath of space where these traders relocated from the Mararaba bulldozers. That's where the pregnant woman who thought that she could find economic peace was before the task force operators took her out. A former bank worker who runs fintech and mobile phone services and who now stand in the streets having been chased away tells a more graphic story.
Most of the time, task force will come and pursue us. There is this one, I think a pregnant woman was pushed away pushed away here, I think last week, and she slumped. He rushed her to hospital. She was there up to like 3 days before she revived, and God so kind. Pregnant woman, but God helped us. Every year, they will be coming to drive task force. At times, they will be saved. People who are by the roadside, task force will come and push everybody. But there is no place for us, no permanent place for us to earn our living, to do our little business. At least some of us who are a little entrepreneur, we're supposed to be carried along so that at least we are helping the masses. But today, the ordinary man on the street has been pushed away. There is no room for him. There is nobody care about the ordinary man on the street.
Whose story should matter? The expression of joy by some people that the Mararaba nightmare is about to be over and new malls are springing up, or the displaced traders who lament that the end of the Mararaba nightmare has become death to their economic life. Many of the displaced traders are part of Nigeria's rebased economy. They hold unemployment down while reducing the number of likely criminals. Count them out and GDP figure will drop, but leave them by the roadside because they cannot afford the cost of the modern stores. They become a fresh traffic nuisance. The answer: Nasarawa state government should think out of the box and consider low-cost markets for this group of economic players. And the tears from the Mararaba good roads will stop. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Popular Nollywood actress Nancy Isime has revealed the type of man she would like to marry, disclosing that character is more important to her than material things. In a candid conversation with media personality Morayo Afolabi Brown, Isime stated that kindness is a non-negotiable trait for her when it comes to choosing a life partner. The movie star explained that she doesn't mind marrying a man who is kind, regardless of their status or any other deficiency, as she believes that they can be corrected. Isime said she is ready for marriage, emphasizing that she is now 34 years old. Rapper and singer Aziz Fashola, popularly known as Naira Marley, has expressed deep concern over the menace of cultism in the Nigerian music industry. Lamenting the negative trend, Marley claimed that only a few Nigerian artists, including himself, are yet to join a cult. He mocked artists who joined cults for power and protection, pointing out that even those who influenced them to join still move around with police escorts for security. Naira Marley had previously debunked rumors that he is a cultist, claiming that he was once threatened. Nigerian singer Oluwatosin Ajibade, popularly known as Mr. Easy, has reacted to rumors that he and his wife Temi Otedola recently welcomed their first child together. Sharing a suspected AI-generated photo of Temi carrying a newborn, a social media influencer, Kola Kazim, claimed on X that the celebrity couple recently welcomed a baby girl. Unsuspecting fans immediately flooded the comment section with congratulatory messages to the couple. However, he shut down the rumors after asking if his wife was aware that she had just given birth, as claimed by the poster. Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola, a daughter of Nigerian billionaire businessman Femi Otedola, tied the knot in a couple of lavish weddings across Monaco, Dubai, and Iceland last year. Bilateral, an art platform focused on bridging Africa and the diaspora, is set to make its debut at the 18th edition of the Harlem Fine Arts Show in New York City, United States of America, scheduled to hold in February. The platform announced that 4 of its artists, John Akanda, Nojim Moose, Omoyeni Arogumati, and Miriam Magida, have been selected to represent Nigeria at the internationally acclaimed art fair, marking a significant milestone for both the artists and the organization. Speaking on the development, the founder of the platform, Bakare Mubarak, described the selection as a major boost for Nigerian art on the global stage. The Harlem Fine Arts Show is widely regarded as one of the leading platforms for celebrating African American, and Caribbean arts. Over the years, it has attracted collectors, curators, cultural institutions, and art enthusiasts from across the world, providing a vital space for dialogue, exchange, and commercial opportunities within the global arts ecosystem. Bilateral's participation is expected to further spotlight Nigeria's vibrant contemporary art scene and reinforce its growing influence within international art circles. Afro-pop singer Mayowa Olusani, popularly known as Ichaba, has announced his return to the music scene in 2026, ending a period of relative quiet in his career. The singer revealed plans to release new music steadily throughout the year, beginning with a new single scheduled for February 13, 2026. The announcement signals Ichaba's intention to reclaim his place in the Nigerian music space after taking time to refine his sound and direction. Known for his soulful vocals and energetic delivery, the former Davido Music Worldwide affiliate and Lavish Sound Entertainment frontman has been working behind the scenes since the release of his 2024 EP, Late Entry. According to him, the upcoming phase of his career represents a more evolved and mature version of his artistry. Ichaba disclosed that his first single of the year, Eregele, has been described as a potential chart topper. Its February 13 release date, just a day before Valentine's Day, has fueled speculation among fans that the song may explore romantic themes, a style he is well known for. The singer rose to prominence with his hit songs such as Jisoro and Man Must Chop, featuring Davido, earning a reputation for catchy hooks and relatable storytelling. He further cemented his status with love-themed records like Adoke, which enjoyed widespread popularity. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Mukunta's Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Fashionista. Now here are the last 5 on the list of favorite African fashion photographers who have contributed greatly to the evolution and globalization of fashion trends in Africa. Lyra Alco. Based in Nairobi, Kenya, Lyra Alco is a lifestyle and fashion photographer with a vision to capture her clients in the best light and create images from the heart to inspire and make her clients beautiful. She does this using light, effects, angle, and perspectives skillfully. Alco has worked with popular brands like Nike, Peace & Co., and Jack Daniels. Alco specializes in capturing intimate and powerful images of people, places, and food. Her work is featured on her website, Lyra Alco Photography, and other platforms like Behance and African Women in Photography. Next is Andile Mthembu. Andile Mthembu is known for bold, eye-catching commercial and fashion photography. A master of light, he is noted for his use of rich color to beautifully and powerfully showcase black skin, and his work has been featured in leading magazines. He is known for his unique approach to fashion, editorial, portrait, and commercial photography. He studied photography studies at the University of Durban, then moved to Cape Town, where he worked as an intern in Media 24's Huguenot, and Drum Magazine's departments. Andile's works are clean, crisp, and at the same time, funky. Based in Johannesburg, South Africa, Andile is on a mission to pursue excellence in photography styles. Andile is quite passionate about life, living, and everything involved with photography. Next, Josh Sisley. John Sisley is a Ghanaian visual storyteller, professional photographer, and filmmaker known for his minimalist, monochromatic style that captures the essence of human emotion and connection. Sisley's work is rooted in themes of heritage, self-expression, family, growth, and the beauty of shared humanity. He describes his mission as documenting the art of being human and the importance of being present in the moment. He typically employs stark contrasts and sculptural poses in his black and white portraiture and fine art photography, which strips away distractions to allow a deep focus on authenticity and expression. Josh is a skilled photographer with a passion for editorial and commercial photography. Because he is keen about women, Josh has found a way to give voices to women, skillfully blending art with activism. Last year, he organized a project, Pink October Shoot, where he appreciated all women in the universe. Next is Yetunde Ayeni Babeko. This Nigerian photographer is fascinated with traditional Yoruba culture. Ayeni Babeko is known for her timeless collection that captured female figures who posed as Nigerian and African goddesses and deities. Part of her work also includes educating women on breast cancer using photography and visual arts. Her work often blends artistic vision with social conscience. She is known for using lighting and composition techniques reminiscent of classic European painters to present contemporary African stories. She undertook a photography apprenticeship in advertising photography at Studio B in Graven, Germany, and further deepened her skills at the Macromedia School for Art and Design in Osnabrück. She spent most of her childhood in Germany, then returned to Nigeria to fully pursue her dreams. In 2008, she opened her studio, Karama Studios, in Lagos, Nigeria, and has been creating stunning visuals ever since. And lastly, we have T.Y. Bello. Toyin Sokefun Bello is a prominent figure in Nigerian photography and is a member of the photography collective Depth of Field. She has built a reputation for capturing powerful and unique images, viewing her work as an encounter with God and a challenge to find the uniqueness in every subject. This talented creative from Ogun State, Nigeria, is considered a heavyweight in fashion photography, widely known for her ethereal photos and artistic expression. She was also the official photographer to former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. She also does work for These Day Fashion magazine. Bello organizes an annual photography exhibition to raise funds for orphans in Nigeria. She is also the director of Link a Child, an NGO dedicated to proliferation information on orphanages in Nigeria and seeking sponsorship on their behalf. African fashion is rapidly evolving, and thanks to these African fashion photographers, we are confident that the many sides of African fashion are beautifully captured for the world to see. And that's it on today's episode of Fashionista.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Young people today represent more than half of humanity, a vibrant and imaginative generation filled with bold ideas, restless energy, and a strong desire to redefine tomorrow. However, for many, the path ahead is clouded by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and meaningful employment. As the global community commemorates the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, attention is focused on one clear message. Education must be done with young people, not just for them. But to some of the youths, the present leaders have not sufficiently factored them in the process of formulating the education policy of the country.
No, I don't think so. Because in Nigeria, I think policies just come up in schools and then the students or pupils in the school are not being called to ask what you think about this particular thing. We just wake up in the morning and then we get to see that, oh, the school fees has been increased to this other one has. So I don't think they are involved in educational system in Nigeria at all.
Those curriculums, I think they are old and archaic. And if you look at, we need a restructure in the Nigerian educational system for real. We need to go into tech, basic advanced learning, computer, ICT and all that, but not just mere theories. We need to move ahead from all those theories, then go to what actually is, not what ought to be. I think that's the problem. Then youths being involved, I think they are participants.
I think they are passive recipients. They are not involved. I don't think that they are involved. They just follow the rule that is already made for them to follow.
They are also concerned about the lack of job opportunities even after leaving school.
I think when youths are exposed to education, crime rate will be reduced, because that time you get to sit and think about Yahoo and the rest of them. You're using that time to probably complete a coursework, maybe a seminar paper, or you're searching for a meaningful thing online to do, because I know online now we have digital skills.
I think if they are involved in education, that the rate of crime is going to reduce. That's if there's benefits to this education stuff. If, like, you know that after school you're going to get a good job and everything, like there are a lot of people that went to school and then they turn out to be drivers, and then there are still people that did not go to school that are still drivers. So what is the essence of me going to school and spending all those money and still ending up to be a driver? But if there's benefits to me going to school, that, oh, I'm sure that I'm going to get a job, federal government is going to give me a job the right way because I graduated with first class or I graduated with second class upper, then rate of crime is definitely going to reduce. But we are seeing that the government is not even helping the matter. They are just putting people that has connection. Then if you don't have connection in this country, your own has gone like that. So if the education system has benefits, the rate of crime is definitely going to reduce in the country.
A head teacher at the New Haven Primary School, ENUGU, Mrs. Ngozi Aneke, says the traditional model of education is no longer sufficient in a fast-changing world driven by technology and innovation. She notes today's learners need digital skills that would equip them to face modern realities and prepare them for future opportunities.
Like, I'll give an example with school, this GTC. That place is a technical school. Before, if children are posted there, they will learn a handwork. Like, they have carpentry section, they have electrical section, they have a building section. If you finish in GTC, when you come out, you will be equipped with something. Then, if the government will focus more in equipping schools for the children to learn, it is education that will make our children what they will be, our youths. And when they finish that education, they should provide something for them. If they convert most of these schools into technological school, the children will be what they want them to be. They won't, after schooling, they will start looking for job. They will be self-employed.
According to her, beyond curriculum reforms, there is a growing need to actively involve young people in shaping how education works, from classroom practices to policy decisions. She stresses that youth must have a voice in building education systems that are inclusive, practical, and aligned with their aspirations.
In forming the school-based management committee, we involve children. Some children in the school will be member of it. It is these children that will say, this is what we need, this is what we need. Based on their needs, we can stand and implementing those things. If the government should involve youths in forming up a curriculum, it's those youths that know what they need, their needs. So that in building up the curriculum, the needs of the youth will be involved. The need of the youth will be involved in that curriculum.
Millions of young people still face poor learning conditions, limited access to schools, and few opportunities after graduation, largely due to financial constraints. This means that government and non-governmental organizations should provide scholarships and other forms of support for those who cannot afford education. As discussions continue across the world, individuals, schools, and institutions are being encouraged to support youth-led ideas and initiatives in education reform. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, in a strong move towards public-private partnership, the federal government of Nigeria, through the aviation minister, Festus Keyamo, has signed a concession agreement for Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU. Well, joining us through Zoom to unpack this development is engineer Chukwuma Chiedozie Kachi. He's going to discuss the background, the implication, of course, impact of this agreement. He's President, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners of Nigeria, P3PAN, and he joins us via Zoom. Good morning. Can you hear us clearly, Mr. Chukwuma? Or rather, Engineer Chukwuma.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So very quickly, there's this phrase that stands out in this whole conversation, which is concession agreement. So my first question to you would be, what exactly is concession agreement and what is its role in the entire partnership equation?
Thank you very much. As you know, public-private partnership is a business relationship between the government and the private sector, where they collaborate, and the private sector will now render services that were previously rendered by the government. That is what PPP is. Of course, it's a long-term contract. Now, the concession agreement. Concession is a type of PPP. Generally, there are 6 of PPP, 6 models. Concession contracts that contains the details about the relationship between the government and the private sector in that particular provision of services. It will contain the scope of work, the project scope, payment mechanism, that is how the private sector will be paid, CapEx, how much the private sector will invest, and a lot of things. It's actually, we can say it's the Bible of the venture between the government and the private sector. So it's a very vital tool because what is not there may not easily be implemented. So it's a very vital tool used in PPPs, like concession. Thank you. Hello? Hello? I'm not hearing you, but I don't know if you are hearing me.
Engineer, if you can hear me clearly, we had a little bit of a technical interference. I wanted to find out from you the role of that phrase, concession agreement, in the partnership equation. So please indulge us and take us through that explanation once again so we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Concession agreement is the document which is the contract between the private sector and the public sector in the concession. Concession, or actually PPP, public-private partnership, is a business relationship between the private party and government party. So that contract is the document. That concession agreement is the document that specifies clearly the roles
As though he's still having technical and network issues from his end. So we'll go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. This exclusive interview continues right after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Apologies for the break in transmission. So we're back on call with Engineer Chukwuma, and we are still talking PPP and the concession agreement for Akanu International Airport, ENUGU. Engineer Chukwuma, very quickly, you've explained what concession agreement means, but people are curious as to the implication of this strategic move. How strategic is this move at this time for the Southeast? What are your thoughts?
Yes, concession is being done all over the world. It is an old concept that's undergoing new revival. That is what most of the world are now using to provide infrastructure. So are doing it in Nigeria. We are just trying to join the rest of the world. India has over 20 airports already under concession. Many other countries the same. So there are no doubt that concession of this ENUGU airport will bring good things to the airports and to the Southeast and the Eastern region and Nigeria as a whole. It's desirable because government resources have become very scarce. And if you wait for government to spend and bring the airports to the standard it ought to be, it will not work. So the concession is a very desirable and very good move by the government, and I congratulate the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Space, Aerospace Development for achieving this feat. Thank you.
All right. You did mention that this move will bring good things to the airport and to the people of the Southeast. Could you elucidate on what you mean by good things? What are the people of Enugu State and Southeast expected to benefit from this partnership?
Yes, the private sector will come in with its innovation and will include things in the airports that are not there, that will attract the citizens to come around. They may include some restaurants that are special, and maybe where children can play and all whatnot. But whatever it is going to attract a greater number of people to the airport. And that automatically will improve the economy of the citizens around, because the local population will gain employment. They will be employed in various areas in that place. And the airport itself will be built into an edifice that we'll all be proud of. And when that happens, it will receive more planes, and more planes means more passengers, and more passengers means more people spending money, thereby improving the economy of the local area. Thank you.
So I understand your submission when you did say that they will try to add value. The private entity will try to add some extra values to the airport community to attract people. But personally, and of course, most people, what they are interested in is in the cost of flights. How will this agreement impact on the cost of flights? Are we looking to see more exorbitant ticket fares, or reduced ticket fares? How will this partnership impact on ticketing, positively or negatively? What are your thoughts?
I believe the ticket fares will reduce because more people will fly directly to Enugu instead of flying to Port Harcourt and some other area and coming to Enugu by road. And once the volume of traffic increases, I believe the airlines will reduce the tickets. And I won't be surprised, in fact it should be, that other airlines that are hitherto not there will include it in their routes. And once that happens, there will be competition.
Mm-hmm.
And competition will always drive down prices. Because competition is the greatest driver of value for money. So I expect more passengers and reduced tickets fare. Thank you.
All right. So how soon do we expect to see this partnership come to life, and how soon do you expect this reduced cost of ticketing to begin to materialize? First, I have two questions. First is, how soon will the partnership come into effect? And secondly, how soon can passengers begin to expect a reduction in ticket fares?
Well, that really is the problem. I will say that the process of selecting the concessionaire did not meet the required level of transparency. First of all, nobody heard of the concession until it leaked out. The government gave an high-up explanation. The next thing, people heard it has been awarded by Executive Council. Then the next thing, contract has been signed. If it were to be as transparent as it ought to be, it ought to have been advertised. And in the process of advertising, others will bid, and when they bid, they will offer their conditions. There we will know the construction period, which is actually what you're asking. As of now, nobody knows the construction period. Or rather, we outside don't know. They know in the ministry, but outside we don't know. We would have known the construction period. We would have known when to expect financial close. You know, the signing of agreement is called commercial close in PDP. After commercial close, when the money is ready, that is the financial close. Now, we have no idea on when the financial close will take place. So, I cannot really answer the question on when to expect the airport to be repaired and all whatnot. No information on amount of money to be spent. No information on whether the expenditure will be in phases. No information on construction period. In fact, so many information are not there because of lack of transparency, which is very unfortunate in the process. And the PPP that lacks transparency is likely to run into problem in a few years. Thank you.
It's interesting that you mentioned lack of transparency, which is one of the major things to look out for in an agreement or in a contract. However, my question now is, can this development, can it be contested for lack of transparency? And what is the role of the host state, ENUGU state, in all of this arrangement?
Well, due to lack of transparency, I cannot answer on the role of ENUGU state government. They were there during the signing of the agreement. But what I know is that any PPP project that is not subjected to competition will not attract any reputable lender. No reputable lender will put his money there. So that is a drawback. And any PPP project that is not subject to competition is vulnerable to allegations of cronyism, corruption, wrongings of government property by the citizens. It is also vulnerable to opposition from a new party, if we have a new party, or a new government, if we have a new minister. Because in traditional procurement, even if there are no transparency, whoever is there and in charge can award contracts, pay in 1, 2, 3 years. The PPP is a long period, 10, 20, 30 years. In fact, this period, the concession period is 30 years. Definitely those who drove the process will not be there for 30 years. In fact, one can easily guess that the minister will not be there after 6 years. The maximum he can stay is this period of the president, and if the president wins again, another 4 years, 6 years, remaining 24 years. And once he's not there, problem will start because there was no transparency.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime I talk of transparency, I always remember what the late DG of ICRC, Chidizowa, said, Chidizowa. He said that if a man tells his wife he's going to a hotel for 2 or 3 days to do certain things and so on, and the wife accepts, no problem. Then the wife comes there missing with another lady, without him telling the wife earlier that so lady will come at so time. Do you think the wife will ever believe that there was nothing between that man and that lady, even if she's met them discussing the Bible? So once there's no transparency, the citizens can never believe that the government was not shortchanged. That lack of transparency is a great flaw. In fact, the minister realized it. That's why in his speech he said that then after a long period and transparent process, by word of mouth, he introduced transparency into the process, which means he knows the effect of transparency in such a project. Thank you.
Interesting. Now, is it possible, because you did say that this is a long-term agreement of 30 years, yes. Is it possible that subsequent governments could come and review and possibly revoke this agreement if it's not yielding the expected impact?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. We have examples all over the world. In management, there's what is called condensation and closure. If you leave a gap in information, anybody can condense anything and close that gap. As far as there was no advert, people can contrive any story. People can say anything. If, for instance, the contract was awarded at, say, maybe, I don't know how much they'll be paying the government. Let's say they agree to be paying the government 5 million a month. Somebody can start the rumor from nowhere that there was another company that was ready to pay government 100 million every month, and the ministry refused and chose this one of 5 million. Any rumor can start. That is why it's good to be transparent. Once you're not transparent, you have endangered the project. It has happened in different parts of the world. It happened in India, it happened in Colombia, and so on. That is why reputable lenders don't put their money anywhere there's no transparency, because they know it's a matter of time that project will run into troubled waters.
Okay, so is it safe to say that some of the benefits of concession agreements and PPP agreements, some of these benefits might elude this particular agreement for lack of transparency looking forward? Is that what we're saying here?
Well, by our laws, on best practices, the concession agreement, ICRC is supposed to take a copy of that concession agreement. The ICRC is supposed to publish that agreement on their website, lest the commercial secrets there. So it is when that is done, and we go to the website, and we will now know what the agreement actually contains, that we know whether there are benefits or not, and whether the benefits are adequate or not. As I've been saying, as of now, nothing is open to the public. Everything is within the ministry. So until ICRC puts it on the website, lest the commercial secrets, we won't really be able to comment on the contents of the concession agreement. Thank you.
All right, so let's shift our focus away from government for a bit and talk about the contractor, the private company. What do we know about them? What are their antecedents? What's the ownership structure? What exactly, anything do we know about this contractor that won this agreement? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. The agreement is signed between the government and investor, not contractor.
Okay, investor.
The investor keeps his money over a period of time. Contractor is a visitor, gets paid, he goes to another job.
Okay.
The investor is meant to come with contractors and operators. A concession involves construction and operation and maintenance. Construction contractors are different from operation and maintenance contractors usually. But the investor is the one that provides the money. So the investor is supposed to come with the contractor. So by now we're supposed to know the names of the investors and the names of the contractors. And in fact, the investor is usually divided into three. The sweat equity investor, that is, he has the technical knowledge, does the running around and so on. Then the operational equity investor, usually the contractor gives a little money. And the financial investor, who gives the bulk of the equity. Then we should also by now know the lenders. In fact, the lenders were supposed to be there during the signing. They are meant to have been introduced. By the way, I forgot the transitional advisor is a very important person in a PPP. You don't do PPP without a transitional advisor. The transitional advisor ought to have been introduced. The lenders ought to have been introduced. The financial investor ought to have been introduced. Every one of them ought to have been introduced here. But as I said, it appears everything is shrouded in mystery and secrecy. No transparency. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you for that elucidation on the difference between an investor and a contractor. But let's talk about the civil servant or the staff members of the airport in question. Many people are scared of possible retrenchment or downsizing of staff members should there be a public-private partnership. You think this is a valid, thought, or it's just a figment of people's imagination?
The fear is always there. But the minister assured that there will be no retrenchment, that the workers will all be there and so on. Which to me is wrong. If somebody is coming to it with his money, he should be allowed to choose his workers. Don't force workers on them, on the person. In fact, the standard practice all over the world is that when they take over an airport, they'll bring their own top echelon to understudy the present echelon of managers for about a year or 2 or 3, depending on their agreement. About a year or 2, then take over. The workers themselves will all be there for the next 2, 3, 5 years, depending on the agreement. Then after that, the private sector is now free to bring its own workers. But remember, it's not going to manufacture workers from nowhere. It's actually the bulk of the workers he met on the ground he will use with a few changes here. And there should be no fear of retrenchment. The only thing is that the union ought to insist that there should be social safety nets for anybody to be retrenched. Nobody should be thrown into the market empty-handed. There should be things to make the person go into a new market, a new venture, comfortably. But for somebody to be retained, whether it's working well or not, and we know the way people were being recruited in government, unqualified people are normally recruited in government. That is the truth. So it will be wrong to force a private person to retain these unqualified people. But they should not be thrown into the market. No. There should be safety valve for them. Thank you.
If you were brought in as a consultant on this issue, I'm talking about the safety net, you just spoke about the staff members, should they be retrenched or laid off? What would be a framework for that safety net? How would you advise governments to provide a soft landing for the laid off staff members? What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. A PPP project is implemented using established framework. There's nothing new we are doing today in Nigeria on PPP. India has been doing PPP since 2002, and they have been on. Chile 1997 and all over the world. So the framework for this social safety net, the framework is there. There's not anything new. It's just a question of copy and paste with a little adjustment. It's not a difficult issue. Even in government, there was a time, I remember Central Bank itself promoted people, retired them, and paid them off. A large number of them, assistant directors were promoted, deputy directors are retired, deputy directors were promoted, directors are retired. So going into the market is not anything new, but the person should not go into the market empty-handed. Thank you.
All right. So if you were to forecast, what would be your submission if this contract plays out, for the next 4-5 years? What impact or what outcome would you love to see or applaud in 5 years' time?
In 5 years' time, I would love to see an ENUGU airport that is of world standard, receiving many planes in a very conducive environment, that if you are there, you won't remember whether you are in Heathrow Airport or Nigerian airports. And I believe that is the standard they will take it to.
All right. Finally, before I let you go, do you think, given your experience and expertise, that this is one of many public-private partnership agreements to come, especially in the Southeast? Do you think more are still to come, or this is just a one-off event within this time frame? What do you think?
Oh, we are meant to have many concessions, PPPs all over the place. We are meant to have many. This will not just be the one-off. In fact, Port Harcourt Airport has been concessioned, but it appears they are having problems. That's why the investors have not taken over. Port Harcourt, Kano, Abuja, Lagos, they have been concessioned about 4 years ago, but the investors have not moved in. So we should expect more concessions, not just of airports, but of different aspects. Government can always go into PPP. To develop new towns, they can always go into PPP. To develop farms, ranches, where they will grow cattle and all whatnot. PPP offers a lot for government to benefit from. And that is why our association, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners Association of Nigeria, it was created so that practitioners can come together and have a platform to exchange ideas and let each other know where there are opportunities so that we can guide each other and be more successful.
It's interesting that you mentioned a couple of airports that have undergone concession yet not able to deliver. Aside transparency and trust issues, what other challenges do you think have become clogs in the wheel of development when it comes to privatization of airports? At least let's have a little bit of a root cause analysis, of this development with airport concession in Nigeria.
What is here is that lenders, investors, reputable ones, before they go into concession, they ask question, is there any successful concession there? Unfortunately, Ministry of Aviation has not had any successful concession. They have problem with Babalakin, it has not been settled. They have problem with Mavis, it has not been settled. Problem all over the place. So that will discourage lenders, reputable lenders, from putting down their money. There are no doubt about that. You see, when you ask investor lenders what criteria they use to invest, they will say many things, profitability, risk, and all whatnot. But the truth is that what they consider is there a single successful PPP in that sector? That is what they consider most. So I pray that this ENUGU will succeed. Once it succeeds, others will come on. If, for instance, the Babalakin own of MM2 didn't have problem and succeeded, I can tell you that the rest of the airports would have been concession long time ago. I think Babalakin was around 2009 or so. How many years now? 17 years. Not a single one has been concession to them. If we are successful, not problems, and they didn't have problems, by 2010, just 3 years after him, or 2 years, other airports will have been concessions. Investors and lenders will have been coming into Nigeria, begging to have airports to concession. Thank you.
All right, sir. I have one more question for you, fortunately. So, if you are to advise ENUGU state government in view of the failed agreements with other airports, what would be that one advice you would give to Enugu state government to ensure that this partnership succeeds?
The advice I would give is that they should encourage their members involved in this concession to become members of our association, E3PAN, where they will gain from the experience of others. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, civil servants are not ready to listen to outsiders. That private side, that is the problem. Because the civil servant in Nigeria sees a private person they see the private people as a bunch of people going about looking for money. But if they join our association, we have a lot of highly knowledgeable people there who have been involved in concession, not just in Nigeria, but outside the world, from where they can part freely from their experience. So that is the advice I'll give to them, to get the officials to join our association. Ministry of Aviation officials, FAN, ENUGU state government officials, all, they should join our association, E3PAN, so that they can gain the knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we have run out of time, but very quickly in 2 minutes, Engineer Chukwuma, what would you say is the impact, or what would you say has been the impact of P3PAN since inception? Just to encourage someone who is listening to actually want to join the organization. Very quickly.
Yes, we have been having lectures. We have been having presentations from experts once a month, and public lectures once in 3 months. Okay. And people have been learning a lot. We want to empower our members with knowledge, because a member that is empowered with knowledge is a confident member.
Yes.
And with confidence, he can participate in any PPP process and achieve results. You see, PPP is different from traditional procurement. And there are a lot of things that are not acceptable in traditional procurement that are acceptable in PPP. So if you are not trained in PPP, you will not know that is what you have to do. In fact, it will look like abomination to you. So let me just give you a quick example. In PPP, we are not very legalistic in a PPP project. We approach issues from the common sense approach. For example, if an investor who is already on site to do something and he asks, we don't just say, is it in the contract or not? No. We ask ourselves, if you follow the provision of the contract, will it help the objective of the project more or not? If not following the provisions of the contract will help the objectives of the project, you will not follow the provisions of the contract. Then to a lawyer, this sounds like an abomination. But if the person is trained in PPP, he will know that is the correct thing. Because PPP is a business, it's an investment, it's not a contract. Though technically it's a contract, but what I mean by it's not a contract is that it's not an award of contract by government, it's an investment. Therefore, you must approach it with open mind and in good faith. Thank you.
Right. Engineer Chukwuma Kachi, the President, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners of Nigeria, P3PAN. Thank you so much for your time and your insight into this particular topic. Do enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for staying.
Long live PPP.
Long live PPP. All right, don't go anywhere. Coming up is another exclusive conversation talking about the Nigerian media and handling of insecurity. You don't want to miss this discussion. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
The way at which we share information across the country. We're looking at the Nigerian media and handling of insecurity, a performance review. With me this morning is Caleb Festus Okeke-Nyobi. He's a broadcaster, journalist, analyst. Good morning, Caleb.
Good morning to you, and good morning, Nigerians.
Thank you for joining me this morning.
Thank you for having me.
My first question is, do you think Nigerians believe the media?
Well, the word media is no longer how it used to be when we were growing up. The word has acquired some eccentricities of the 21st century. When I mean that the word has changed, when you talk about the media today, it's no longer just about broadcasting and print and all what you have before now. You talk about virtually everything that people see on their phone, has become media. And if you ask if Nigerians believe in what they are seeing, I would say that, of course, Nigerians are consuming a whole lot more media that they have ever done in recent times. As to whether they believe what they consume, whether from broadcasts or from independent media sources, today almost everybody is a media person. If you're around any events, wherever it's happening, and you can, you have a mobile phone, an Android phone, or a smartphone, you automatically a reporter of some sorts, an amateur reporter. So Nigerians are being inundated with information, and whether they believe all that they are seeing or not, is a question of how consistent the story comes up, on their feeds. I tell you, today is no longer the day people wait for 9 o'clock, 6 a.m. and, all those time marks to watch the news. People, get news in real time. And so there's now been some form of ways to verify stories when they happen, collaborated publications and all that. But then I think that Nigerians are beginning to adjust into the new reality of media today. And for the traditional media houses, that is the ones who used to gatekeep media and information and news for the country, I dare say that there's been a paradigm shift, in attention, the type of attention that Nigerians pay, to traditional media houses. People are now sourcing their news from everywhere, including citizens' reports, which we've never seen it, information dissemination the way we're having it today, not just in Nigeria, but everywhere in the world. Social media has revolutionized how we share information and how we get reports on incidents. And so, yeah, it's not a matter of whether if Nigerians believe the media, because right now, there's a lot of information. It's about what catches the attention of the average Nigerian. And sadly, people are everywhere today, hunting for the next bad news.
Okay, now we're doing a performance review in this conversation. When it comes in insecurity stories, we have Boko Haram, bandit versus kidnapping. There's a certain hierarchy in between these three. Now, in the Nigerian media, how do you think they prioritize the stories when you have Boko Haram versus bandit versus kidnappings? Is there a hierarchy between how the stories are told? Does one supersede the other when it comes to telling stories of insecurity in Nigeria? How do you think they prioritize the stories?
Well, I'm sorry. I believe that I said somewhere else that we have now created into 4 tiers of government in Nigeria, where we have the federal government, the state government, the local government, and the terrorist governments. The people you just mentioned now fall under the 4th tier, the terrorist governments. Nigerians have been hearing a lot from that government in a while. We've been hearing, of what the herdsmen, the marauders of people's farmlands and all that. We've been hearing of the Boko Haram, the ISIS, so many of them, whatever name you call them. They all form the terrorist government of within the territories of Nigeria. Why I say they are a government, I'm being mindful of the choice of my words here, is that when you control an area and you control taxes and you impose levies successfully, you become a government of sorts. And so it's finally time for Nigerians to admit that indeed we have more than just 3 tiers. We have a fourth government, which is the terrorist government, whose territory is expanding. Their territories are expanding, as we speak, and to the detriment of the peace of Nigerians. So when you ask how they are reported, well, I want to thank most profoundly the print media has more than any other medium of communication in Nigeria done better in terms of reportage of incidents, as they happen. It appears that the broadcast media, of course, one can easily sit down and write from third parties and eyewitnesses, but when it comes to broadcasting, maybe being on the ground, having camera and crew on the ground, is a bit difficult because we Africans are not given to adventure, in the way that our the Caucasians are given to. You don't have enough of on the ground reports coming from from TV stations and all that. But of course, like I said, I give it to print media. They have been prompt in reporting a lot of issues. If you look at the front pages of every newspaper, I'm speaking as somebody who does a paper review almost every day since March of this year, at least March 17th of today, I do paper review on a daily basis. Means that I read at least 7 to 8 newspapers, the headlines and the stories every day. I must say that there's no day. I was estimating with my colleague the other day. We found out that at least it's now edging to 45% of stories we have on most of the national dailies are bordering on the headlines, are bordering. They always border on crime, criminality, terrorism, and all what you have. So yes, the stories are out there, but like we always say, it's not Nigerians are not reading, and we don't have a reading culture, reading population anymore. So most people rely on what they watch and analysis, second analysis of what is in the news. Very few people read. Yes, the incidents are having coverage, and also I also want to point out that some veterans are also now coming out of their retirements. Recent times I've been seeing a lot of very much older journalists and broadcasters of the older generation who feel that there's not much boots on the ground in the areas, the flashpoints where these things are happening. And if you go by anything, most of them are finding their ways to the epicenters of these terrorist activities. And I've been seeing some videos emanating, from the various parts of the north central and northeast recently, and most of them are being done by very seasoned and older journalists. That generation has more appetite for risk than this current generation. So as to what the media is doing in terms of coverage, like I said, yes, the print media covers it a lot. The people who may need to do more, those of us in the broadcast media, we need to acquire some level of some level of appetite for adventure, to really go out there and put camera and boots on the ground to see what is happening. Because it's one thing to read something happening in a particular place, and it's another thing to, have to see for yourself what life looks like in these communities that are being sacked, by these terrorists. But one thing I do not subscribe to, that's why I call them the terrorist government, is the nomenclature, the watering down or the oversimplification of terrorism in this country by use of words. I think the media has become a very willing ally, in playing down the level of atrocities being committed in the country presently as we speak. By use of words like bandits and all those things, it makes the whole thing very, very, very simplified. I believe that it's now time that all terror groups, there's no need to have a differentiation in who committed what crime. If terrorists strike a community, let us say terrorist strike, and then if anybody takes a claim of, well, that terror, let's not mention that terrorists who are headers, terrorists who are, Boko Haram, ISIS, whichever one you call them, at the end of the day, it's important what we call these criminals. It's important what we call these people who are I call them the mockers of the Almighty God. When you go on a killing spree the way that they have gone, you become a mocker of God, and we should be careful. I mean, we in the media should be careful how we brand them, so that there should be consistency, because they're all doing the same thing. Can you tell me the difference in the number of people the Boko Haram has killed and those killed by the herdsmen? Virtually all of them are, killing people in their tens and their hundreds and their thousands. And so the scale of these killings should lend more seriousness as to how the reportage is being done. But we're not seeing that. It appears there's a very serious political agenda not to label these incidents and these events properly as it may be, to be labeled if it were happening in a country without these political underpinnings that are resulting in these casual name callings of people who are maiming, killing, sacking, and destroying a lot of the livelihoods of Nigerians, as well as taking lives at will and kidnapping and all that. Yes, kidnapping has become rife. In Anambra today, in any way where I live, today it was reported that criminals are now impersonating governments to kidnap people. So it's not just in the north, in the southeast today. There's been a kind of a new wave of interests. It's become a lucrative business. Kidnapping across Nigeria, and I wonder what we are doing with regards to the technology we acquired, the tracking technology and the registration of SIM cards and all those things that one we expect will be deployed at this moment to be able to catch criminals. But we have seen that criminals is not the problem. Is not catching the criminals. It is the treatments that the position the government has taken in aiding these things, because we have seen government in this country make contacts with people who have abducted terrorists who have abducted citizens, and they know their locations. And these people bring out these hostages, and the government lets them walk away. So it's not even no longer a question of if they can be tracked. The question of government collusion, active collusion of the government at all levels, in this unwanton killing of Nigerians and disposition of Nigerians and all that. And it calls for Nigerians to really take a very deep reflection and decide if they really want to continue to live like this, in a land where the government has failed entirely to its obligations. And if the answer is yes, and then maybe our lives are expandable, we can continue. But if Nigerians have seen that their lives are not expandable and they need to veer off this path, the path that lies before us is a question that has been before so many countries before now, when the government is no longer alive to its responsibilities. So Nigerians it's about, now is a critical time for Nigerians to take decision. Whether it's reported or not, we know things are happening in this country every day. We can predict that at least every day there's an attack with the way it has happened, and nothing is happening on a scale that we can, even imagine that these things will be stopped. Government is still romancing the problem, and that is why the media cannot be really faulted in this essence, because most of what the media has done in terms of reporting all these issues has not really been met with the kind of action that you expect from any responsible government.
Okay, we have to present two cases: media influencing the government and government influencing the media. Now, in Nigeria, do you think that the media does enough to influence, in that it shapes the government's pressure response? Do you think that's obtainable in Nigeria, or is it the other way around?
Well, I don't think that that government has done what it needs to do. The government seems to be bent on stifling media. I'll give you an example of what I mean by stifling media. The government, by its own posturing, does not work with the information the media even gives to it. You'll find that all these local governments, for example, that are occupied today, there were early warning signs. There were signs of, there are times where the media reports that attack is imminent on a community. You'd expect that the government already has this have this knowledge, and they expect that the pressure of this same story being shared or broken by the media would make the government do something about such a situation before it occurs. But government repeatedly has not done anything. So it appears that while we may not say that the government is actively making laws, to shut down the media. It is also true that there's something called results. If the media has been saying something, and government has been seen to be acting on it, you find that there will be more media report on so many issues. The media itself is even getting overwhelmed and saturated by the level of killings. How many do you report in a day? Sometimes these things happen 3-4 places. It's becoming more like a daily occurrence. And so government is not encouraging media in the sense that the government is not doing much as to what the media reports to Nigerians every day. And by every posture, this government, especially this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has not been very responsive. I tell you, the level of complacency in the face of existential insecurity it's never been this bad anytime in this country. And you look at how the government is dealing with these issues. The other day I was reading where the Senate president himself was announcing that that their mother, the president's wife, had invited them to a dinner, and that he was talking about it with every grin, like a 4-year-old child, who has been given snacks, to go to school with. And if you see the level of nonchalance of the leaders, whose country supposedly is on fire, then it tells you that the media, whether they're reporting or not, or whether they are telling it as it is or not, government is virtually indifferent in their posturing. Yeah, forget the issues of we've asked the giving command to the army and all that. What are the results? We are getting more killings by the terrorists than by we're having people being rescued. So yes, the media is being influenced by the non-complacency of government on issues being reported daily. And then the government itself, I don't think there's any sort of pressure at all. They don't really care about what the media is saying. The media is not putting any pressure on the government because government at this point has become insulated, by what is happening. The occurrences have become too often. The government no longer, fears any breaking news. Number of people killed in any attack no longer evokes any sense of urgency and pandemonium, among the ruling class. So yeah, it's easy for anybody to see what is happening, in the country. Anybody who denies that is just, trying to be politically correct. There is no pressure at all on this government in terms of the lives of Nigerians being lost. And neither is the media getting any better due to this complacency of the government. Because when reports are done and it's just, nothing really happens, the media keeps reporting and then nothing happens. So at the end of the day, government is not influenced by media pressure and reportage. And also the media on its own is not getting any incentive in terms of the response of that complacency of the government to their reports. And so we are in a state of you know inactivity of governments, and which has also made the media not to put a lot of interest in reporting these stories. Because I mean, government is not like when Jonathan was there, when he would say he extends his deepest apologies. At least Buhari will say he wasn't aware. The Tinubu-led government is just quiet, about issues, and so I don't see how that would not affect, the dexterity of the reports. I mean, if no matter how many people report killed, nothing happens. The government doesn't move a finger, to the proportion of the reports being done.
Okay, now we've established that. What would you say about the freedom of press freedom in Nigeria? Seeing the NBC regulations, we have public orders, gag orders, censorship, and all of that. What's the level of press freedom? What level of press freedom do you think Nigerian media, not social media now, media, the news house, traditional media houses, to what extent do you think this freedom is expressed?
Well, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing that there's been more regulations right now in broadcasting that there's ever been. And the NBC seems to be more alive to their responsibilities and even to things that before now they didn't try to regulate. Today, media houses find themselves in a very difficult position, in terms of the way they self-censor their broadcasts. Well, as far as I know, the last time I checked, there are about 630 something journalists reported to be in different cell holdings across Nigeria for various reports that they made. And that number to me is quite high. That number means it's almost like there's one journalist per local government in Nigeria being held, for speaking or for a story he wrote or a news he broke or something that has to do with one politician or the other. That number is critically high. It is high because you find that these are people telling stories that they see. Yes, there may be some culpability on the part of how they report it, but then we do not also hold politicians who cause these stories to be necessary to be broken in the first place to any standards at all. And so when politicians do as they like, and the media guy, the average media guy who is in reporting for working with any organization does this job, maybe he does his job in a little bit of excess, and what you have is arrest. You have, very tiring prosecutions that are meant to frustrate both the media house and the journalist himself. Yes, I can only speak to the number of people who are behind bars whose freedom have been taken away from them because of their job. And if that is the only parameter I'd use to answer your question, I would say that even under the military, we didn't have it this bad. Maybe somebody may argue that we didn't have this much journalists at that time. But 600 and something journalists in various Nigerian prisons is a very high number. And it speaks to a lack of press freedom. And for whatever reasons, most of their trials go on unending. So it tells you that beyond the offenses that they're alleged to commit, there is more to it than meets the eye. And it is a deliberate, message to every other journalist there. Look, be careful. We have this person, and if you do anyhow, we can also get you in. And then there's been a lack of collective action by the media, on these issues. I would expect that the NJC and so many of ENUGU rather, and so many of the media organizations and associations and unions would come out on every issue and pursue them squarely until justice is dispensed on each of these cases of journalists being held back or being tried, especially for some of them for trumped-up charges, for things that are clearly, very technical, and they are here nor there. But people's fathers, people's uncles, brothers, sisters have lost their freedom for it. So Nigeria is an all-time low in terms of press freedom. People don't see it because not much people has that information to know that a lot of journalists, are behind the bars or are waiting trials for reasons related to their job.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for staying with us. This is Weekend Retrospect, where we bring you highlights of the conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Saturday. First up on Monday, we talked about lack of peace and political stability and sustainable development in Africa. Our guest was Professor Obijofor Ajinam. Do take a listen.
Home to, the world's fastest growing economy, yet we see that it accounts for a large share of global conflicts and displaced population. From your perspective, how do you reconcile these two? Why is it so in African society?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that's a very, very complex question that economists, political scientists, development experts have explored, from an academic perspective, and the UN, and the regional, African continental regional the African Union, and the sub-regional organizations like ECOWAS and the East African Community and the others. This has been on the agenda for decades, and the root causes, of some would say, that African nation states, African countries, are not cohesive because of the boundaries that were drawn by the colonial, authorities that balkanized the continent, in terms of if you look around, to Nigeria, for instance, our country, Nigeria, you find that there's affinity between populations in the northern part of the country, with populations in Niger Republic. That's an example. In the southwest, you get the Yorubas who are, in Togo, who are also in Benin Republic. So we know that. I mean, and across the vast African states, you see this kind of, problem. Which dates back to the Berlin Conference of 1885, where the European powers basically just divided African populations and carved out the lines that we have today as nation states. Having said that, okay, the period of the 60s, the decade of the 60s that marked rapid decolonization of the African continent, where most of the majority of the African countries, got independence, from these, European colonial powers. Again, was a period where these societies, these territories, were unified by just one issue. Either, say, for instance, in Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, the English-speaking African countries, the purpose was just to get independence from Britain. Okay, the French-speaking countries were unified by the same purpose of getting independence from France. Portuguese-speaking countries, but so that rapid decolonization, you see that in the 60s there are very few conflicts in Africa, and that explains that, But post 70s, the issue is no longer about European powers. Okay, you now have to build a nation state, and that's not easy because if you know where we're coming from with all of these, so that's when all these conflicts started erupting. In different places, different parts of the African continent. Have you asked yourself why DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, there's been conflict there for 5 decades now. Sudan is almost a forgotten case. Okay, so these are the root causes. It's not just that the challenge of building a cohesive nation state, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, from the 70s downwards, it's not an easy task. So you see a lot of social tensions, you see a lot of tensions between different groups, linguistic groups, cultural groups, religious groups across these countries. So you are right. I mean, I'm not holding brief for African heads of state, but it's a very complex problem, and to some extent, the quality of governance, there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done. Then, where you have leaders who are actually not, interested in short-term benefits. Okay, I want to win the next election. Okay, that's my destiny. I want to favor. This is our turn. Okay, to enjoy the national cake. So you see a lot of nepotism, favoritism, inter-ethnic clashes, and all of this. So if how many African countries are serious about fighting corruption? And even if the way you have even that, so the anti-corruption agencies, if somebody is arrested, he's our brother, okay? What did he do? I mean, this is not this. How about 5 years ago, this person did this. He's, working there. So you see all of this, So it boils down to leadership. That's what I will say. That's my response to that. Where you have leaders who actually think sustainably about their people, the welfare of their people, who think about, who want to build a legacy. Okay, then all of these, problems, and that's the difference between Africa and Asia. where you have the examples in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Indonesia, where they live with these differences. But the question is, why is it that is much more prevalent in Africa? So my response to that is leadership. That's the difference.
All right. Now you've mentioned a number of things, but you started with Nigeria. And so I want us to look at Nigeria as, a primary case study. In this country, Africa's largest economy, most populous country, democratic rule for a long time now. And yet we struggle with issues of insecurity, from Boko Haram in the east to, banditry and a lot of secessionist movements. What does Nigeria's story and, everything that is happening in the country, what does that bring to the fore when it comes to the relationship between political stability and sustainable development?
I mean, I don't think any country has made any progress, on sustainable development in the midst of insecurity. It's not just, so in the human rights language, the UN language, when Kofi Annan was the Secretary General, he came up with, his signature vision was, what he published as a larger freedom. And he talked about the link between human rights, development, and peace. Okay? The three are interconnected. And you can't just make any progress when the other one piece of the puzzle, is missing. So that seems to be why we're going round and round. Okay, I don't even think we're going round. I think we're moving.
And on Tuesday, our guest, Ankyo Briggs, unpacked the conversation around River State political crisis with subtopic Scrambling for the Soul of River State. This is what he had to say.
Human rights activist and also an environmental activist here to tell us and talk to us about the River State political crisis. You're welcome, Ankyo Briggs. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Now let's talk about what's happening in River State. From your perspective, I mean, what exactly is going on? Because so far it seems to be some sort of friction between the present and past governor of the state. So I would like to get your perspective on the issue and what exactly is going on.
I will speak, of course, as a daughter of River State. I'm not a politician, but I do have my own opinions about what is happening in my state, and I will continue to express those opinions. So I speak as a River State daughter and indigene. Now, looking back, all the way back to 1999, when Obasanjo, after Abacha's death, when Obasanjo became the president, till just recently, Rivers State and indeed the whole of the 6 states in the Niger Delta for almost 3 decades have been states that have voted for PDP candidates. Now, when we look back again at what is happening in River State between former governor, the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and then we look at Amechi and we look at Sir Peter Odili, it must be known to Nigerians that it may not be so in their states, but in my state, in River State, we have a political dichotomy. And that political dichotomy is riverine upland dichotomy. And it's a dichotomy that today some people are saying there is no such dichotomy, but there is, because just one set of people from one area of River State alone cannot continue to govern River State. So truthfully, that's the number one, that is the number one issue. Upland have governed River State for 24 years. The Riverine have not, that is back to back non-stop. The riverine have not governed. So number one, that has always been the issue of discussion and the issue of agitation in River State politics. Now, we had a situation where we then have a governor now that is from the riverine part of River State, which is wonderful. Someone like me, it doesn't matter whether the person is from the Ijaw ethnic national, I mean the out of the Ijaw ethnic nationality, whether the person is from Okrika, whether the person is from Kalabari, but we are all Ijaws. So Nyesom Wike raised the governor, Sasemela Ifora, on the platform as his own preferred candidate. And of course, as politics is done in Nigeria, which I don't agree with, but I'm just a lonely voice in the wilderness. So we accept what the majority seem to accept in any part of Nigeria. But pushing forward now, 2 years into Simila Ifobra's governance, it has become very, very clear that, to me anyway, that the intention was not to allow Sasimila Ifobra, the governor of River State, to govern as the governor of River State. That the idea, the intention was that he should govern under the directives, under the direction of the Federal Capital Territory minister. Now, there are some Ijaws that agree with that thinking, but I assure you that the majority of Ijaws and the majority of other ethnic nationalities, including the Igure ethnic nationality, do not agree with this pattern of governance, that one person and a handful of people guided by that one person should now have the sole say of what should and should not happen in River State, should be in full control of the whole, literally, not just River State, the whole of the Niger Delta. And as it seems, in the case of even the crisis that was nearly created in Enugu State, this type of political scramble for power is stretching out of control, if you like, almost like what is happening abroad in a very big country like America. So it's very worrisome for the people of River State, and I'm really shocked that people don't seem to understand that this is not about political party, that this is about the people of River State. This is about the soul of River State. This is about the powers that belong to the people of River State being captured by some people, a few people, for their personal interests, being captured by one political party, where we find ourselves that if you are not a member of the APC, then your political views and your political rights are not of any consequence. No, that is not acceptable.
And then on Wednesday, our topic for discussion was on New York's lie against screwdriver seller. Our guest was Emeka Umabalasi. Do take a listen.
During the interview with New York Times.
Thank you very much. I think there is no controversy about the methodology of our report. And there was no controversy at all. That is not even of contention. I think the worst part of journalism profession is when the journalists undertake a journey to interview, conduct an interview with a family or a body or a person over a wide range of critical local issues or national or international issues. And only for the journalists to, at the end of such interview, to turn the whole thing that was said or discussed in that interview into another thing, to the extent of importing things that we have never seen. I think that is the height of action journalism and what have you. So in respect of New York Times, that's exactly what happened. So the New York Times, the bone of contention regarding the New York Times inquest wasn't about the methodology or our report on massacre of Christians and burning down of churches in Nigeria, whether they exist or they were imagined. That's no longer, that was the original intent. That was what they presented that made us to allow them, after weighing so many options on personal safety and all that, and considering the timing of such a journalistic inquest. So, but the bone of contention here, like I said, is that at the end of the more than 3 or 4 hours interview, you can imagine where an interview lasted for more than 3 hours, into 4 hours. In fact, the whole interview clocked not less than 5 hours, including open market photoshops undertaking. So just imagine how exhausted both the person asking the question and the person answering the question would be at the end of such a marathon interview, with expectations very high. Only for the original author of the interview, that is the interviewer, and her newspaper or her pen, to come out with what cannot be traced as in where that was coming from or where that came from. And the interview we are talking about wasn't a mutual interview, it was an open interview in the sense that the interview was centered in a family cycle and had witnesses. For instance, Dave Beleke of the Disney newspaper that helped to convince me to allow the woman, the West African bureau chief of New York Times, is what we are talking about. We are not just a journalist. Allowed her and her photographer was there from beginning to the end. The wife of the chairman was there. The kids were there. The sister, the wife of the chairman, was there. The baby in the house was there. The neighbor was there. They were enjoying from up and down, going up and down and what have you. From there, we located to the market at their own request. There are series of photos were taken, lasting for close to 1 hour at the end of the day. So when the report came out, everybody was surprised. You know, it became a clear case of them. You know, a very dangerous mission, a set-up mission, a mission to destroy, a mission to, I don't know how to put it. So, but in our own way of calmness and intellectual grades, we took it with calm. You know, we know the way the country is. The whole thing scattered all over the place. Which media, social media platform will you go to? So we decided to locate the source because we were never put in the know of the coming out of the report. So when we did our investigation, we discovered the woman was initially benign. That it wasn't the report had not come. The picture, which the woman among the series of more than 30 pictures, the woman took with that photograph and so on and so forth. That was it. We started looking at what the woman said, what was published in the New York Times. We were shocked. Because initially we thought the woman came with good intention. This woman is not just a woman, but a mother in her 50s and a citizen of the United Kingdom who has traversed West African bureau chief of New York Times. Just imagine that kind of person. Then just oppose it with the founding of New York Times. How many years New York Times have lasted and the other. It became unthinkable that such a thing. It was conclusively concluded. No, even though Nigerian government was running from pillar to post, sending raisins of urchins and paying them to convert, not to the caliber of this woman. And besides, where the woman was coming from. So my sister, that was what happened. So it wasn't even the issue of data questioning.
Still on the same development, on Thursday, Comrade Aloysius Atagaguest spoke on New York Times and screwdriver sellers saga. Accidental or intentional? This is what he had to say.
Behind it, most especially if the person has an antecedent that has been established over the years. I think the backlash will go to the particular outfit that messed up. It cannot derail the authentic civil society organizations from what they are doing. In fact, this is more like when it comes to sensationalism and interview and trying to paint certain pictures like this. The question should be, those who are rational will take the message and ignore the tantrums or rantings of the messenger, so have you. Because look, they have tried to paint this man as an ordinary screwdriver trader in Onisha. If you are taking what he is pushing out from the prism of his background as a trader in Onisha, without questioning the rationality, the conciseness of his output, you are missing the point. Because they say that it is not the hood that makes the monk. Because look at it. Emeka Umabalasi has consistently proven to be a concise, consistent, unbiased, in fact, uncompromising civil society activist that for over 20 years and still running. And when this is somebody that is grounded in data, in fact, he's a data bank himself. When it comes to statistics and research, you cannot fault any of what he pushes out to the public domain. And those who know him on a personal level, yes, he started as a trader, he's still a trader, but it has not diminished the fact that he is a master's degree holder. And when he pushes something, you cannot fault any line from what he pushes out to the public domain. He is more like a recluse. You hardly see him in public functions or social engagements. He's always, at every point in time, deep down into research, the kind of activism he does over the years. And these things he's pushing out are forensically examined because he works with data, like I said. And both secondary sources and primary sources of data gathering which he used, he subjects them to proper scrutiny and review before ever he updates it and pushes it out. Okay, now they are now reducing it to Onisha screwdriver. Okay, it doesn't even make up, because when you think about it also, saying that it is what the Onisha screwdriver trader pushes out is what Trump used is also totally contradictory, because whatever narrative they wanted to achieve from that failed from the actual point of interest, because when this incident happened about the American attack on this thing, the federal government of Nigeria came out and issued a statement and said this was a collaborative effort with the American government. Okay, another question also which you cannot fault is any sensible, rational person cannot fault that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. The facts are there all over different states in Nigeria, especially the North Central and what have you. You see a calculated attempt to a kind of to run Christianity into extinct, and Christians also under constant persecution and attack, burning of churches on daily basis. In fact, even after this thing happened, there was also a report that of an attack also, where how many number of hundreds of worshippers are still missing. Those things are not made up. Okay, the Catholic Bishop of Zim Makodi or whichever that went to UN to testify, was it Emeka's own making? And so many other informations in the public domain authenticating all these things. So they cannot rubbish the young man by talking about that he's a trader. It is not about his occupation. It is about his antecedents and what he's pushing out to the public. How have give us areas you faulted it with facts and figures, and we can believe you.
All right, so let's look at a different angle and how this could also affect the person involved when a story is being published and published with the wrong narrative. We understand that the screwdriver seller, as he called himself yesterday, to an extent, he didn't really feel the need to, go out there and clarify certain things because he was sure of what he said. But for the people that don't have the platform that the screwdriver seller has, what can be done to compensate them in cases that their voice can't be heard after pushing the wrong narrative in the media?
Yes, and that is what the person they describe as mere screwdriver trader is doing, highlighting the challenges and the travails of the victims of Christian genocide in Nigeria, the attack, what they are passing through, the annihilation, and what have you. So the man is giving actually voice to the voiceless. These people who are passing through, in fact, I saw the video of a young man who said he's a youth corps serving, I think, in ENUGU, who the video trended some time ago, where he narrated what he's passing through presently, that he doesn't even have any place to return to after service, because his father, his family have been wiped out because of this incessant attack from their domain in that north central area. The young man is speaking out because he's down here and he has access.
On Friday, we discussed mass abductions of over 177 worshippers in Kaduna. True or false? Our guest was Mark Henry Victor. To take a listen.
18th, from the moment, from everything that has happened, from the information you've gotten so far, what exactly happened that day?
All right. Good morning. My name is Mark Henry T. Victor, as rightly said by the anchor. Yeah, what happened, according to our contacts over there, the people were worshiping in their, it was a Sunday morning, as we all know, in their service, they were worshiping, and all of a sudden, there was an attack, and that attack came in, and it was like a systematic arranged plan because it moves from one location to the other and to the other. I think there were three churches that were affected, according to our contacts in Komewali. And he said that in the course of moving, it looks as if nothing was happening, but all of a sudden, they noticed the churches were empty and people were being carried, and there was noise all over the area. There was stampede. People were running for those who could escape, and for those who could not escape, they 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 went with them. So it's so amazing, or it's scary on how about 177 people will be carried and they'll be pushed as if, even I don't know. It's so messy because even zombies, I don't know if they will get able to pull them out like that. But that was what happened. It was strange. It was strange. It was
So
strange.
did the mass abduction of worshippers in Kaduna actually occur? Of course it did, but we had statements from the police and also other persons, other officials that stated that that did not happen.
It did happen. It did happen. It did happen because we have contests, we have people that carry out outreaches for us in local governments and local areas like that from our organization. And our contact, Ado was the one that was to tell us that what happening, that's his local government and that is his own village. And it did happen. It did happen.
Now, while we talk about what happened in Kaduna State, let's also look at the wider security situation in the country, particularly in the north. Now, how this incident, how would you say that it relates to, the wider security situation in the northern part of the country? Do you see any patterns that occur when it comes to these abductions or kidnappings and the frequency as well of these attacks?
Yes, the pattern is the same group of people as we know, and we've been hearing it over the north, and we've been seeing it here in the north. It's not something that is hidden. Those of us in the north will come in contact with them often, like daily, especially when you're traveling. Sometimes you have to pause your car, you have to wait to have them move, or security agencies will have to tell you people should pause or should hold on for some moment. So it's a kind of pattern that have been rotating within the circle of the north, especially the northwest, as we're in right now. As it happened in Kaduna, there was an experience that also happened in Kebi, even yesterday morning. So it's a particular pattern that is being carried out by the same people which we all know, or we've heard of, the headsmen, and we see them. Those are the same people, the bandits that are carrying out those activities in the north here.
At the fact that this situation they've tried to downplay this particular situation from the part of the authorities. Is the figure of 177 actually accurate, or this is just as so far what they have discovered?
It's not by speculation. The churches are still given numbers. The churches are still given numbers, and those who are on ground can be able to tell you that when we go to worship in areas like that, because that's the special day, because they are farmers and most of them are traders. So Sundays are the days they relax, and Sundays are the days they go to worship. And so when you go to churches in local areas like that, you find that they come out in numbers. And so if we're talking about 160, 66, 77, it could even outrun that number because some of them escaped according to what we were told by our contact. Because before they cross through, there's a river they cross through. And so that river, some of those who could be able to swim, some of them went through the waters and they escaped. But imagine those who could not. So it is within that number, it is within that range, not if not even more, because such with accuracy cannot be given directly. But when you hear, it's not speculation now, but when you hear in reality that 100 plus has been kidnapped, and people within that locality are telling you that this is the number, and based on our experiences of areas we have worshipped before, knowing the kind of numbers of people that are in such services, we should know that number is accurate. The number is accurate.
Now, this also brings about the conversation of religion in the country, because we see cases of religious attacks, and also the problem of attacks on Christians in Nigeria. So, to what extent do you believe that religion or religious identity has played a role in these attacks?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it has really played a role, as you see, because there's a particular sect that we all know about, the religion factor in Nigeria. The Islamic body are refusing to accept responsibility that this is coming from their own part of religion. Because whenever these attacks are being carried out, they carry out a recitation that is not done by a Christian, neither done by a traditionalist. They are done by Muslims. They will go about chanting Allahu Akbar before they carry out. So this chanting are affiliated or related to the Islam. So it is a religious thing that it's been playing around within the circle. So they need to take responsibility and address their people and call them to order that they are the one carrying out this. For some of them that are true, we know some of them that are true, they are calling out their people that yes, they are the one responsible for this act. And so it is not something that is perhaps to say sometimes they want to carry out beliefs that okay, it's perhaps this parts of this religion pretending to be theirs.
And finally, on Saturday, we had two interesting conversations. The first was, is PDP dead or recuperating? Our guest was Nnamdi Irebu. And the other conversation was River State Chief Judge and the impeachment of Governor Fubara. Guest was Asim Adams. This is what they had to say.
You say PDP used to be, or is, I wouldn't want to refer to them in the past, but PDP used to be one of the, or maybe the greatest. I mean, I grew up hearing PDP as probably the only political party in Nigeria. But then in 2023, it's been downhill. It's been downhill from there down to the, numerous defections. And then, of course, the retreat. Is it retreat now, or, the one that happened last year where we now had
the convention
in the People's Democratic Party. What would you say is the root cause of the issues going on in the People's Democratic Party?
Thank you once again. The PDP, like you rightly said, not used to be. Yeah, well, the PDP was in power for 16 years. PDP led the country for 16 years. And comparing from 1999 to 2015, when PDP left, PDP came on board, of course, 1999. PDP brought about what we know today about GSM, the internet that we're using now and all of that. PDP brought about the reforms in our country. PDP brought about the stability of democracy. PDP brought about the journey towards nationhood when it held sway. PDP did not balkanize our nation and all of that. PDP cared about the Nigerian people, and PDP was not about just holding on to power, but about how the lives of the Nigerian people can be improved upon. And that we held sway for 16 years, and also conducted a free and fair election that brought about the emergence of an opposition party. So PDP, if you ask me, will be that party that the Nigerian people are missing right now. Because when you look at where we're coming from and where we are now, you would agree with me that the nostalgic feeling, about those days that the party was in power is what Nigerians are feeling now. Because comparing to the 10 years of APC, all you could see is ruins from the APC. Everything the PDP built, like institutional organizations like ICPC, EFCC, all of the institutions you're seeing today, about governance, they were all established by the People's Democratic Party when it was in government. And then APC has come and built nothing, but actually wrecked or bungled everything that we left behind. PDP left in 2015. Nigeria was the fastest, the number 5 highest growing economy in the world and the fastest growing economy in Africa. We left about 555 billion US dollars economy to the APC. And today, you can tell better. PDP listened to the Nigerian people and all of that. But now, okay, having said all that, PDP has gone through crisis. It wasn't established to be in the opposition. That's my view, personally. PDP was established to build a great nation, to help build an egalitarian nation. Of course, like I said, it was established in 1998, and then 1999 it came to power. The other party that is holding sway now, when it was in the opposition, their approach was about pulling down, wrecking, destroying, and all of that. And what they have done today is infiltrated the camp of the PDP because they are afraid that come 2027, the Nigerian people will surely would want PDP to come back. We missed it in 2023 simply because there was a miscalculation from the leadership of the party when we ignored a major component that helps the party, that has kept the party going, which is the issue of zoning. Zoning allows that the Nigerian people, irrespective of where you come from, whether north or south, east, west, or south, south, that would have that sense of belonging, sense of equal participation in the development of the country. So in 2023, after the emergence, after the tenure of Muhammadu Buhari, it was expected that in 2022, during our primaries, that we would, go south. The PDP ought to have zoned its ticket to southern Nigeria, but it didn't do that. It left it open, and the northerner emerged as our candidate. And of course, that brought about the friction and the friction in the party, and eventually snowballed to where we are today. Now, the aspect of the crisis, which is induced or influenced by the ruling party, that is the Tinubu administration, who has intentionally made moves to cripple every political party, particularly the People's Democratic Party, attempting to push the Nigerian state to a one-party state. And that is where we found ourselves today. But is PDP dead? No. PDP is only going through the process of redeeming itself. And not a long time from now, Nigerian people would have a choice to make whether they would want us to go back to the days of the PDP, or they want to retain these ruins that we have. So far, so good. Yeah, there are challenges, and that's because it's a political party. It's not a religious organization, right? So everyone who is a member of the party is expected to be pursuing an interest. But most of the interests are those who are our detractors now. Most of what they are pursuing is more of their personal interests. And that is what has informed the kind of crisis that we're faced with. The likes of Nyesom Wike, who...
Well, I feel happy because it's a practice of the rule of law. If we begin to practice constitutional democracy, then the rule of law is the most important, tool. So if the court has done that, it's a rule of law at play. So it's something that is a welcome development.
All right. But prior to this, before the suspension, we've had back and forth, defections, cases have come up. The House of Assembly have requested an impeachment for Sim Fubara, the Wike case. How is there a lot, or why is there a lot going on in River State? I mean, River State has just come out from a 6-month state of emergency where it functioned without a governor, a sitting governor, for 6 whole months and operated under the person that was put by the president, in the person of Ita Ebokete. Now, we have come back from this and we are faced with impeachment cases, defection cases, accusations from House of Assembly. Why do you think all of this is going on in Rivers State at this time?
Well, the reasons for all this is that it's all politics. Politics is an art, where people look for trouble, even though none exists, as the case may be. And in Nigeria here, also, Nigerian politics is transactional and very prescriptive. When I say transactional, it's like the maxim of a quid pro quo. That is, you rub my back, I rub your back. And it's personal interest against the general interest. So in politics, when I have anything I need, I don't care about the other person. I care just about myself. And that is the problem we have been having in the system. So you see, that is why the people are daggers drawn with each other. If you look at what is going on, you know that the two parties are fighting, the fiercest battles that they have for survival. Because if any party is defeated, that may mean the end of his political career. So people are bent to come out with their daggers and cloaks and draw blood, as the case may be, blood open and close, because it's a do or die affair. Let me use the word. A do or die affair and a zero-sum game. Zero-sum is the winner takes it all. So it's a battle of the Serengeti that is the fittest, survival of the fittest. That is what happens. Otherwise, this is not the way politics should be played. Politics is lobbying and filibustering, not internecine war or a war that will take lives and properties. So it's personal interest that has overridden the general interest. That is why you have this, kind of opera and seismic shakes in the political firmament.
All right. The House of Assembly had initiated this impeachment against the governor and his deputy. And then we have the highest, office of law, that's the office of the Chief Judge of the State, Justice Simon Amadi. What would you say was his, or how would you describe his reactions to these allegations of misconduct, and all that were presented to him by the House of Assembly? What was his reaction and how would you, rate it?
Justice Simon Amadi is a product of political maneuverings. If you look at the way he was appointed, you will know that he was not a senior judge at the River State Judicature at that time. So, we had about one or two of his seniors who were there, and he was taken above them. That is the situation. So you see, if you look at it now, you find out that it's all politics. It's all politics, and his reactions. He's a human being. He might not come out to begin to support one of the parties, but he's a human being. He has, his emotions, that are embedded inside of him. So, a person of that, character and, status, may not openly come out to support one of the candidates, but certainly he has done very well. Let me use the word. He has done very well so far, so good. I think he has not been partial in the discharge of his duties as recommended by his office. You know, if you look at what's happened, he has not dabbled into the politics of the House of Assembly members and that of the executive governor. He has not done that as, you know, the siege of the state. He has maintained, you know, that decorum with equanimity, and also has not been seen to have influenced any of the judges under his command to do his bidding. He's been very straight, and I think we have to give him, you know, kudos for that. And you know, quite seriously, you know, recently he came out with something that you know, made me respect him more. He said that his hands are fettered. He cannot set up a settlement committee.
Well, this is where we draw the curtain on the show. Thank you so much for staying with us. Don't forget that you can still catch up on all our programs online, social media, Facebook, YouTube, at Signature TV Official. I've been your host, Chigichi Agoram, and from all of us at Signature TV and ENUGU Studios, it is goodbye and God bless.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agoram, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello friends, you are welcome to this exciting program, Gospel Lounge. It's going to be an exciting, informative time. Here we talk about everything gospel and how it relates or applies to us as individuals and society at large. Sit back, gather your friends and family. Something beautiful is about to happen in your life. I am Pastor Victor, Chief Judge. You're welcome. Anytime we see a new day, we give God all the praise. So wherever you are, please join us as we sing this song of worship to God. Great is thy faithfulness, O Lord our Father. There is no shadow of turning with thee. Thou changest not, thy compassion they fail not. As thou hast been, thou forever will be. So great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. And all I have needed, your hands has provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. You know, summer and winter, springtime and harvest, sun, moon, and stars in their courses above, join with all nature in manifold witness to thy great faithfulness, mercy, and love. Oh, great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. All that I've needed, your hands has provided. Great is your faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Father, we say thank you for a beautiful day that you have made. And I want to thank my very good friend for being with us today. Thank you for coming around. It's going to be a very beautiful time. Scripture said in Psalms 119, verse 130, the entrance of the word of God giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. So I welcome you to this segment of the program, Reflection. God will speak to you through his anointed servant, Reverend Father Stan Ilo, and we are going to be receiving the topic today, a teaching, You Will Receive Power from On High. Happy viewing.
Brothers and sisters, his resurrection and before his ascension, Jesus promised his followers that they will receive power from on high. In some biblical translations, he says, you will be clothed with power from on high. In the Acts of the Apostles, the Lord says, you will receive power, the power of the Holy Spirit. Why? So that you can bear witness to me, not only in Jerusalem, not only in Galilee, but to the ends of the earth. What is this power that the Lord has promised us? What is this power that we are praying for? Come, Holy Spirit. Come, the power of God. Descend upon each and every one of us. What is this power? The word power is the translation of the Greek word dunamis in the New Testament. Dunamis means the strength, the force, or the ability or the inherent capacity of someone to bring about change in the world or in another person, or the capacity one has to exert substantial influence on another. And we say that God is all powerful. The power of God, for instance, is shown to us in the creation of the world. When the earth and everything was a formless void, and the Spirit of the Lord hovered over the water, the scripture says that from this chaos, God brought order. So the power of God is God's ability, God's inherent capacity to bring about creation out of nothing. The power of God is revealed to us above all in the person of our Lord Jesus Christ. He is the incarnation of divine power, reflected as a manifestation of the love of God. Above all, the cross of Jesus shows us the quality of the power of God. It is the power to love, the power to forgive, the power to do good. As we read in the New Testament, it says Jesus went about doing good. So it's the power to bring about and influence people positively. It is the power to heal those who are sick, those who are troubled. It is the power to save from sin and evil to righteousness, peace, and right order with God. It is the power to redeem that which was lost and condemned. It is the power to teach the truth that can save people from falsehood. It is the power to liberate from all the shackles of oppression, of sin, and all the attacks of the enemies, of the devil, and all the negative forces that make life unbearable for people. So when we pray for the power of God to come upon us, to come down upon us, when we ask the Lord to fulfill in each and every one of us the promises that God has made to us, we understand that we are asking that God may do in each and every one of us and manifest in each and every one of us what the Lord manifested by submitting himself totally to the will of his Father, by doing the will of God. And so the power we are asking the Holy Spirit is the power that will help us to bear witness, to make God present. When we look around us in the world, the word power has often been conceived negatively, because those who have power, either in politics or those who have power because they have money, how do they exercise that power? There are many who exercise power to manipulate, to exploit, to bring about severe consequences on others. There are those who use power negatively. It is my way or the highway. It is after me the bridge can break. Après moi le déluge. But the power we are asking for the Holy Spirit is the power that flows from the vulnerability of the cross, from the emptiness of the cross, from the humility of God, the power to love, the power to proclaim the gospel, to proclaim the truth to the world today that is finding it hard sometimes to believe in the authentic gospel. It is the power that gives you courage to stand up for the truth. The power that the early church had that made them bold, courageous, in going out with nothing but their faith in God and their trust in the power of God and their openness to the power of the Holy Spirit. They went about proclaiming the good news. And the scripture says, because they were faithful, because they were doing what the Lord asked them to do, because they were following after the examples of the Lord, The Lord confirmed their words with signs and wonders. I believe in miracles, and I think that the miracle that the Lord can do in each and every one of us, in the ministry that we do, in our missions, and in our works, and through our words, are boundless. If only we can allow the Holy Spirit to come upon us. If only we can be humble, open our hearts in repentance, trusting totally, not on ourselves, but on the power of God. If we do this, brothers and sisters, if we allow the Lord, who is saying, I'm knocking at the door of your heart, if we allow the Lord to enter in, the Lord will do for each and every one of us what we cannot do for ourselves. The Lord will make us do the impossible in our lives and in our world. But we need to fall down on our knees these days and ask, come, Holy Spirit. Come, Spirit of truth. Come, the Spirit of courage. Come, the love of God. And kindle in us the fire of your love. Amen.
Wonderful word from a great man of God. And we give God praise for the message. I know you were blessed by that. God bless you real good. I have a guest in the house today. He is an amazing personality, a songwriter, performing artist, and a well-trained man of God. He is Reverend Emmanuel Mwobono, popularly called God's Oracle. Good to have you in the house today. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right. You look so good today.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We are going to be talking about gospel music. So, God's Oracle, in your own words, what is gospel music?
Okay. Gospel music is a two words, gospel and then music. So gospel simply means the good news about the finished work of Christ, the good news about the kingdom of God.
All right.
While music simply means sound, beautiful sound, combination of melodies, rhythms, and all of that to produce good sound to the hearings of people. So when we talk about gospel music, we're simply talking about songs that portrays everything that Jesus Christ did on the cross of Calvary, songs of hope, songs of faith, songs of joy, and all of that. So everything that, points us to Jesus Christ and his kingdom is what we tag as gospel music.
Okay, to the next question, because of what you said about what gospel music is all about. Are we really seeing gospel music for what it is today, or is it all about entertainment?
Well, in every sector, in everything, you see people that have wrong motive and towards a particular thing. So, but I want to say that we have people that are actually doing gospel music, but everything about the gospel music majorly is the message that is being conveyed.
Okay, message.
The message, yes, which is very, very important. So we have a lot of songs that convey the message of Jesus Christ. We have a lot of songs that convey the message of hope, the message of faith, the message of love, and so on and so forth. So once the song is carrying the message of Jesus Christ and his kingdom and the finished work of Christ, then we can target gospel music, yes. And we have a lot of them, which we can go on and on to mention, For example, Mercy Chinwo sang a song, SS Love. That song was just simply portraying, showing us the extent to which Jesus Christ loved the church and the people, So we have a lot of songs like that.
Okay, but I want to ask something just before we go on a short break. Is anyone singing gospel a Christian? Okay, let me rephrase it. Why I asked that question, are we really seeing gospel for what it is now? A lot of people are doing what we can tag gospel music because there's Jesus in it, and maybe the beat or I don't know. But I want to ask, does it mean that anyone that is singing gospel music is a Christian?
No.
How so?
The reason is because, like, it's a song. So anybody can decide to, okay, I want to put Jesus in my music.
Okay.
But you are not born again.
Because Jesus is trending.
Yes, because Jesus is trending. So the main thing is, what people don't look at is, Jesus Christ was speaking. He said, many will say, I casted out demons in your name.
Okay.
I did this in your name. I did that in your name. But the end product, what Jesus Christ said was that, get thee behind me, I knew thee not. So if you are not known by God, if you have not given your life to Jesus Christ, you are not part of his family, and then you go ahead to sing the Jesus song and all of that, of course people will listen to it and all of that.
Yeah.
But after now, the reward.
Wow. That's mind-blowing. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we'll be right back. Let's take just a little break.
Now here come a brand new tune from the one like MC. Sit down on the rhythm like a king on a throne. Chris Biscuit. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah. Them I call me MC.
Them I call me Butcher Boy.
You are the air that I breathe. You are the song that I sing. You are the light in my life. You steady shine in my life. What can I do for you? For everything you do. I'm in love. Jesus, I'm in love. You always wonder, blow my mind, make me smile now. I always wanna make you happy with me. There's no denying you're my life, you never lied. No. You make me happy and I will never leave. Losing you is my new addiction. Ever since you took my hand, I'm on the right path. You are my choice now, first and only. You cancel her for me, that's not my destination. Giving me the joy of your presence and the pleasure of living with you forever. I will love you, you're my loving daddy, be with you forever. Cause you are the air that I breathe. You are the song that I sing. You are the light in my life. You steady shine in my life. What can I do for you? For everything you do. I'm in love. Jesus, I'm in love.
Yes, I'm in love.
With you, I never have to cry behind a smile now. I'll stick with you, your covering is my guarantee. The lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Indeed, my heritage is beautiful to me.
Pleasing you is my new addiction. Ever since you took my hand, I'm on the right path. You're my choice now, first and only.
You cancel her for me, that's not my destination.
Giving me the joy of your presence and the pleasure of living with you forever.
I will love you,
You're my loving daddy.
be with you forever. Cause you are the air that I breathe. You are the song that I sing. You are the light in my life. You steady shine in my life. What can I do for you? For everything you do. I'm in love. Jesus, I'm in love.
I'm in love with the beautiful one, the most beautiful in town. I'm in love with the champion lover. Wrong, go tell everyone. It's not the beauty of complexion or shape of the nose, but the beauty of purity and of faithfulness. And ever since I met you, I can't do without you. Ever since I met you, I can't get you out of my mind. Loving daddy, you are the loving daddy.
I'm in love. Jesus, I'm in love.
Everybody alongside my sister man, I go on MC. Two are we together in a combination. Right from the top until the very last drop. Loving daddy, you are the loving daddy.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
All right, you're welcome back from that music break. I want to ask you a very simple question. Gospel music, how relevant it is to our society? How relevant is gospel music to our society? Now, I don't want to narrow it down just for Christians or maybe for everyone. How relevant is gospel music?
Okay, the gospel music is very, very relevant. The reason is because, like I said, the message is very, very important. Now, for example, in our current situation, in the country, where a lot of things are, very bad, the economy is not even favorable and all of that. Now, one of the things that the gospel music does is that it sends hope to the hearers.
Okay.
Yes. It builds faith in the heart of people to still trust and believe the Lord, to come through for them at every season. And then we have also songs that makes you joyful, and that even in this situation where things are not actually going well, you can still be joyful. That's one of the things that the gospel music does. So it stirs up faith in you, because music is powerful.
Yeah.
Yes, very, very powerful. So one of the things it does is that it is a medium to just express, love, unity, and then build that faith in the heart of people to keep pushing and keep moving, even in their affairs of life. So
a follow up to that, is this purpose seen in our society? Why I'm asking this question is, when you see the rising of wickedness and the darkness around us, and then you're asking, why is it so? Are they not hearing, or what's the impact? I don't understand. There is so much wickedness around us, and if gospel music is relevant to us in our society, preaches hope, love, and all this, and why is it that we are having the negatives on a high rise?
Well, we'll continue to have it, because it's written even in the scripture. Jesus Christ said, in the world you shall have tribulations.
All right.
He said, but in me you shall have peace.
Yes.
So it's not everybody that have accepted the gospel.
Yeah.
And so once they've not accepted the gospel of Jesus Christ, they are not part of God. They are not children of God. And then you can still see some of those display of wickedness. So that cannot just solve the problem all at once.
Okay.
But we just have to keep doing what we're doing. Those that are in the gospel music, they just have to keep bringing songs. There are a lot of people that is touching. There are a lot of persons that their lives is being changed. I was in a particular program while I was ministering, and a particular young girl, a final year student, Parkland, came to that program. Our intention was that after that program, they first started the program, she was going to go and commit suicide.
Wow.
Yes. But while I was ministering in prayer session, she said she just felt that burden lifted from her.
Wow.
And she felt the joy of the Lord she has never felt before.
Glory to God.
And after the meeting, she came to me and told me all of these things. So you see, somebody has made up her mind to commit suicide. But while the song was going on, she was revived,
Wow.
And then she said, no, there is no need to commit suicide again. So there are a lot of persons that it can still get to, Yeah.
That's a very wonderful testimony there. I am so grateful to God for saving that life by the ministration. But I want you to do something for me before I let you go.
Okay.
You are a very blessed and talented songwriter and a performing artist. I've seen your videos and your performances everywhere. I want you to do a song for us.
Okay.
Just feel free, sing something, and bless the Lord.
Okay. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Your love is kind. Oh, your love is patient. Oh, you fill my heart. Oh, with so much peace and joy. Oh, you're amazing. Oh, you make my life feels brand new. You're amazing. You're amazing. Oh, you make my life feels brand new. Yeah. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh, yeah. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh.
That's so wonderful. Thank you very much. Friends, the gospel is the good news of Jesus Christ. Anytime you want to sing, understand the words that you are singing. Understand that you need to use your music to spread the gospel. Preach peace, love, and hope to the hurting and dying world. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
Your love is kind. Your love is patient. You fill my heart with so much peace and joy. You're amazing. You make my life feel brand new. You're amazing. You make my life feel brand new. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh. Your love is kind. Your love is patient. You fill my heart with so much peace and joy. All your promises are yeah, and amen. You're not a man, you never lie. Jesus, you love me too much, oh. Too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh. Too much, oh, excess love, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh. Too much, oh, excess love, oh, oh. Jesus, you love me too much, oh. Too much, oh, excess love. Too much, oh, excess love. Your love for me too much, too much, oh, excess love. Too much, oh, Jesus, you love me, oh, that you gave your life for me. What manner of love is this? What manner of love is this that you give it all for me, oh God? Jesus, you love me. You love me. You love me. Jesus, you love me too much. Jesus, you love me too much. Who am I that you're mindful of me? Who am I that you gave it all for me? Jesus, you love me too much. Too much, excess love. Jesus, you love me too much. You love me too much. Unconditional love you ever me. Eloi, Eloi, my Sabbath, you saved it all for me. Thank you for loving me too much. Unconditionally, thank you for loving me too much. Thank you for loving me too much. Thank you for loving me too much. You love me too much. Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
Have another guest today in the building, and I'm so excited about this, my next guest. He's a great man and we love him so much. There's a lot to say about him, but permit me to bring to you Ozo Joe Mamel. He's the founder of Voices in Praise. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Good to see you today in our program. God bless you. Welcome, sir. You're looking very strong. You're welcome, sir. All right. We just finished the maiden edition of the Voices in Praise, and it was an awesome meeting. I want to ask you, how do you feel about the program?
I'm excited.
Excited?
Yes. really excited because this is our maiden edition.
Okay.
And being in that kind of genre of music, we were a little bit apprehensive about how it's going to come out.
Okay.
You know, like the gospel music.
Yeah.
Like our is something we really want to promote, especially amongst our teaming youths.
Okay.
We want to create a platform for them, you know, to really showcase their talents, especially in the music industry.
Yeah.
And we found out that most of them were thinking hip-hops, and it created a lot of what I call human reformation, where people believe that they can become something else. You do your hair some other way, you have tattoos on your body,
Yeah.
you put on earrings, you know, just like recreating yourself, you know, out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
But this platform we are trying to create is a kind of musical evangelization.
Okay.
It's not all the time that you stand on a pulpit that you preach God.
Yeah.
There are some other ways to appreciate God.
Yeah.
And you know, through the voices, the sonorous voices of men of God, you know, singing to you, you say it's very inspirational. And you know that music is something that has to do with the soul.
Yeah.
And the most powerful prayers I can discover, even in the Bible, comes from the hymn. That is the songs of David, the psalm. You know, David, every time he anoints God, he finds a way to glorify God through music.
Okay.
You know, he at a time he went even naked singing for God. So music is a soul, you know, it's a way of our bonding with God.
All right.
So it's a platform we created, you know, so that these youths can equally, you know, we can use that platform to expose them to the world and appreciate them for what they have. So that is about voices in praise to God.
All right. And now to the next question. That day was very lovely. It was a privilege to be a part of that meeting.
Yeah.
And then we saw a lot of performances and the program was packed up.
Yeah.
I just want to ask something very simple and personal. The vision in your heart and the desires in your heart. In the rating of 1 to 10, can you score the program? Did you get your desire? Were you satisfied with what came out of that program that day?
Yes, but some little bit of disappointment. So if I can...
So in the ratio of 1 to 10?
I would say 8.
8?
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay.
Because even from the presenter, the chief judge, you did, I must really commend you. You did an awful job, a very, very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, the presentation was quite good. The artist performance and their training was quite commendable. Then the audience we were anticipating was a mixed audience of both the youth and the young. So it was a family-friendly event. And that's what we had in mind. So, you know, we find out a lot of our parents came either to support or to listen or to see those performances. And they've been asking for it since then.
Okay.
There's a lot of requests. When is this going to happen again? On the side of the 3%, what the 3% I will give, that's the 3 that left from the mark of 10, is that the people who were marking, okay, like the winner, you know, we felt that it should be something that is promotional. You know, it's not a one-time event.
Yeah.
We wanted to create these artists and find a way to project them. Okay. And equally projecting them is projecting their music.
Yes.
But some of them were more interested in the money.
Okay.
Rather than projecting the music.
Yeah.
But what we have in mind is projecting them and projecting the music. Because through the music we are evangelizing.
Yes.
So that is the little bit of disappointment. But in terms of planning, everything went well. But in terms of achieving that evangelization, which we want to do through those voices, we lost it just a little bit of it.
Okay.
And that's why part of this, we are thinking about a second edition.
All right.
And in this second edition, which we have started, we have kickstarted it.
All right.
We will equally come to discuss a lot of things pertaining to, are we achieving this through money?
Okay.
Or do we now see how much we can use that money, you know, to impact on the gospel, which is the
Yes.
message of God.
All right.
Yes, the message of God is inherent. That is something that we are focusing on.
Okay.
We
Not
are-
just the money.
Not the money. We want to tap on those voices, use the message in those voices, and impact it on the public.
Beautiful.
Yes.
What an awesome vision and desire. And I pray it comes to fruition in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Before I go to the next question, we're just going to show you some clips of that program and what happened in that very maiden edition of Voices in Praise. We'll be right back.
Christian Music Talent Hunt, first of its kind, happening in the city of Enugu. And you're a judge here today, sir. How do you feel to be a part of it?
Well, I played music for many years, and then the soul that doesn't have music is not actually fit to live. That's the truth. Be it Christian, be it genre, whatever, pop, soul, name it. And then, of course, the main organizer happens to be my friend. And when they brought up the idea, I said, listen, I'll be there. And that's why I'm here.
Okay. Are you looking forward to anything in particular from the contestants?
I have an open mind, and then I'll take it from there. But I hope somebody good will emerge.
Really excited to be here. Anything that has to do with gospel music, and because it has a way of reaching out to the soul, unveiling a lot of things, and music evolving. The gospel music has not been left behind. It's evolving too, and then we're growing in it, and beautiful things are coming out. So I'm so excited to be here.
You're welcome back from that break. I hope you can see great voices, young people, talented and blessed by God, showcasing what God has given to them. I want to ask a very important question, because you see, there's been a lot of feedback from the event, and I believe you must have taken note of this. But let me just ask you, is this platform, okay, let me put it this way, the participation of this very program, is it exclusive to a certain kind of people, or is it open for anyone?
First and foremost, it is non-denominational.
Okay.
So no church owns it.
All right.
It is for Christians.
Beautiful.
People who believe in our Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So it's open to anybody.
All right.
Yeah, but we are looking at a better focus on our youths. And why we're doing that is that we have a way of trying to refocus their minds. They have lost values. That's so their value system is not the same again as some of us when we grew up.
Yeah.
And we believe that if we don't start to get them to reorient their minds towards things that are godly, we'll be missing it a lot. Okay. I must tell you something. When I was the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, that was when the movies started coming out, especially Nollywood.
Nollywood, yeah.
And they were doing everything pertaining to rituals. And we were just like watching it and laughing. It started with living in bondage. From there, everything. So most of the youth believe that the only way to become rich is to go into doing as and wine and things like that. And we did not look at it. But we, who are practicing Christians, did not try to go into that same music, into the movie industry, to do ones that are positive, where our children will and find out that through the knowledge of God, you can equally get to your own reach.
Beautiful.
We allowed it, and this movie started going up, and at a time, not only were they doing it in Henna, just to make sure that they catch every aspect of the audience. They started producing Yoruba, they started producing epic movies. Yes, and they were permeating. The instructions were going down. And if you now go to most of the villages now, you will see that everywhere there are big stones and big trees, you will see different types of clothes, yellow thing. they are reactivating the oracles again that Christianity has tried to subdue. And we are there watching it. We are not talking because we are not fighting it in their own way. So this way of using the media, the way of using the visuals, is yes, because most times our children are not with us. Even when you want to put parental guidance in some of them, they are not there.
They are not there.
The age of the internet and the social media is another way that Satan came back. You know, yes, I feel it's a way Satan came back because we have lost our children.
Okay.
What we thought we gained is what we are losing. And my only two way, and our only two way, because Voices in the Praise is not only my own structure, it's a structure we decided, that's my partner there, you know, so we thought about it. How do we add? No matter how little, because it is a little fire starts with a stick of matches and it blossoms, you know, to something big. So our little way of telling them that you can become this, you can become big, you will be praising God and you still get to your height.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so that is the reach. And where I equally saying, nobody owns it. Any way you can come into what we are doing, we appreciate it.
Okay.
Let us find a way to give back to those ones who does not want to go the other way. Let us appreciate them and help them, you know, to and project them to better heights.
Okay, I want to ask you a very strong question. I am very, very particular about this because of what you said about the development in the movie industry, in the music and all that. A lot has happened.
Yes.
And you know we are in the age of media. Media is very powerful. Are you ready enough for the competition out there in the industry, in the market? How do you intend to project these young ones with their talents to achieve the aim or the vision that God has given you?
That is, first of all, you know, hope is one. Even us as Christians, we are children of hope.
Okay.
We believe that we are going to see our Lord Jesus Christ. We have not seen God yet, but we believe in God. It's out of that hope. We want to give them positive hope that through this music we can project you.
Okay.
So yeah, first and foremost, you know, in the last one we gave a 500,000 naira cash, 300 to the first runner-up, and 200,000 to the third position.
Yes.
Now we are going to look at how it impacted in what we intend in our own focus.
Yeah.
Did we project God as much as we wanted through this music? Did giving them this money help them in their life? We have to reappraise it and find the best way to package it in such a way that the person will have a self-fulfillment, you know, both spiritually and materially. So those are the analysis we are doing now. We are using the last one as our own template and test case to see how far it worked. Our intention is to promote both, because when you are promoting a human being, you are promoting God, provided there is love in that promotion. Yes, the spirit is the spirit of love. Music is love. Now, if we don't create the aura of come out of this situation where you sing shit just because you want to sing and people dance it, and the people that produce those music, they tell you that they don't care what they sing because they think that that is the one that we sell. That is the idea.
You know, that's why I asked that question.
Yes.
I know what they're saying doesn't look so pleasurable.
Yes.
Okay, but
so we need to produce. That's a way of fighting it. To project that music by producing it. Find a good producer or find a good brand name.
Okay.
Yes?
Apart from getting a good producer and getting a good brand name, you know these things take money.
Yes.
That's why I asked, are you ready to compete?
As much as with God, everything is possible.
Beautiful.
With God. You know, it's not only my fight, it's the fight we do having God with us. We are all children of God. He will not like any of us to be astray. So it's what I say, this is our own way of evangelization. It's not every time we all have to be on the pulpit. We can use these speeches to send a lot of messages. Music is so forceful, it's so impactful, that when somebody sings, like when he was singing Mercy song, you can see even while there, we were trying to join, you know, in singing it, because he's talking about the mercies of God, you know. So we must create that competition with the other one. We can't allow them, we can't give them a free ride.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Chief Judge will be doing his, Pastor will be doing his, Reverend will be doing his. We will be doing us from our own lay position as lay people.
Yeah.
And by the time we will take over. But
Yes.
if we leave it today and look at the future, it will be, the distance will be too long that we won't like, it will be so much a
Yes.
race for us to start.
Yes.
But a journey of 1,000 miles starts
with
with one step. That is the step one.
Thank you so much. It's been an exciting time talking with this great man, Ozo Joe Mamel. He's the founder of Voices in Praise to God. We enjoyed the first edition and we know the next one is coming. Thank you very much, friends, for being with us in this program, Gospel Lounge. Until I see you next time, God bless you. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluwa. In the headlines, former lawmakers back Tinubu, push for rotational presidency in Constitution. House Deputy Spokesperson says Minority Caucus report overrun by events. Cold and malnutrition claim more victims in Gaza amid winter rains. And Trump praises UK troops in Afghanistan as greatest of warriors. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, Emeka Emekesiri, has advised political parties in Nigeria to adopt micro-zoning of the office of the president across the 6 geopolitical zones to ensure fairness and inclusiveness in leadership. Emekesiri, who was a guest on New Day on Signature TV, noted that rotating the presidency only between the North and South allows some zones to occupy the office repeatedly, while others are perpetually denied the opportunity. He described the arrangement as unfair, arguing that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed office years after former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Yet, the Southeast has still not been given a chance to produce a president. The legal practitioner further stated that Nigeria would have made remarkable progress if the former Anambra State Governor, Peter Obi, had been given the opportunity to pilot the affairs of the country.
The only person that came out to say he wanted to build Nigeria was Peter Obi, but they don't want him. The whole world knows that. You know that. All Nigerians know that. He is so clean that they cannot even find anything against him. But they don't want him. And they are coming out to scramble. They don't want him. Nigerians don't want the best. They don't want the best. They want scramblers. Peter Obi is not a scrambler. You know, he made that statement that he's not desperate to be president. You know, he made that statement. He's not desperate to be president. He's on a mission. He's on a mission to remedy Nigeria, to bring a new Nigeria. That's what he said. And he maintains it. And all the youths are with him. We are called obedience. Wherever he goes, we'll go. In fact, they said he has gone to ADC. Good. We are following him to ADC. If they deny him ticket of ADC and he pulls out, we pull out with him. Anywhere he goes, we go. But we have seen that this is the only person that wants to remedy Nigeria. If Nigeria is possible, it is possible. He said that new Nigeria is possible. But I have looked at the whole thing and I can say new Nigeria is not possible if the OB is not accepted.
On the issue of insecurity, the analyst said the challenge has gone beyond the capacity of the Nigerian government alone to handle, welcoming the involvement of the United States government in tackling the menace. He accused Nigerian authorities of hypocrisy in their approach to addressing insecurity across the country.
I advise him to withdraw. The withdraw, I have done that. I've even published it. It's on the news. Withdraw from Nigerian politics. They don't like a clean person. They want scramblers. And you're not a scrambler. You're not desperate to be a Nigerian leader. Go out. Come home. We have something. We have a job for you, which we created in 2008. We sent Union of States of Eastern Nigeria. Forget Nigeria. Forget the federal government of Nigeria. And let us gather ourselves together and build up our region. We can get our regional autonomy without even National Assembly passing a bill. You don't know that.
Emeka Esiri also warned political leaders against the abuse of incumbency during election, cautioning that subverting the will of the electorate could provoke public revolt. Former federal lawmakers under the National Forum of Former Legislators, NFFL, have endorsed President Bola Tinubu as their sole candidate for the 2027 general election and called for constitutional entrenchment of rotational presidency to ensure national unity beyond 2031. The resolutions were announced in a communique issued at the end of the NFFL 2026 National Summit in Abuja, themed National Unity and Nation Building Beyond 2031. According to the forum, the endorsement of Tinubu and the call for rotation are aimed at promoting cohesion, fairness, and inclusiveness across Nigeria's diverse ethnic communities. The forum reaffirmed that political and social issues should be resolved through dialogue, consultation, and constitutional means, and urged the presidency to return to the North in 2031, in line with principles of equity and national balance. They also expressed support for Tinubu completing a full 8-year term to consolidate reforms and strengthen governance. Speaking at the summit, Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, described national unity as a strategic necessity for Nigeria's survival and relevance in a rapidly changing global order. He stressed that the experience and institutional memory of former lawmakers are a national asset that must guide policy and nation-building efforts. Gbajabiamila also warned against allowing personal ambition or identity-based politics to undermine national balance, emphasizing that rotational presidency between the North and South remains a stabilizing mechanism. The NFFL National Coordinator, Raphael Ibokwe, said the forum's position followed extensive consultations across the country, highlighting that the South should complete its 8-year term to maintain peace, unity, and progress. The deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Philip Agbese, says the interim report by the Minority Caucus Ad Hoc Committee on alleged alterations in the Tax Reform Act has been overtaken by events following the release of the certified true copies of the law. Agbese explained that the leadership of the National Assembly Under Speaker Abbas Tajuddin and Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio has released the authentic versions of the 4 Tax Reform Acts as passed by the legislature and assented to by the President. The release of the certified true copies resolves concerns over discrepancies and restores public confidence in the legislative process. He said an internal verification process has also been directed to ensure only the official versions are in circulation, underscoring the House's commitment to transparency, due process, and the protection of democratic institutions. Abbas emphasized that the leadership's swift and proactive actions demonstrate the unity of both chambers in safeguarding the National Assembly's constitutional powers and preventing further controversy. The deputy spokesperson assured Nigerians that the House will continue to collaborate with the Senate and other institutions to strengthen legislative processes and prevent similar issues in the future. Young people constitute more than half of the world's population, bursting with ideas, energy, and the drive to reshape the future. Yet, for millions of them, that future remains uncertain due to poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and opportunities. As the world marks the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, global attention is turning to the place of the youth in modern society. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Young people today represent more than half of humanity, a vibrant and imaginative generation filled with bold ideas, restless energy, and a strong desire to redefine tomorrow. However, for many, the path ahead is clouded by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and meaningful employment. As the global community commemorates the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, attention is focused on one clear message. Education must be done with young people, not just for them. But to some of the youths, the present leaders have not sufficiently factored them in the process of formulating the education policy of the country.
No, I don't think so. Because in Nigeria, I think policies just come up in schools and then the students or pupils in the school are not being called to ask what you think about this particular thing. We just wake up in the morning and then we get to see that, oh, the school fees has been increased to this other one has. So I don't think they are involved in educational system in Nigeria at all.
Those curriculums, I think they are old and archaic. And if you look at, we need a restructure in the Nigerian educational system for real. We need to go into tech, basic advanced learning, computer, ICT and all that, but not just mere theories. We need to move ahead from all those theories, then go to what actually is, not what ought to be. I think that's the problem. Then youths being involved, I think they are participants.
I think they are passive recipients. They are not involved. I don't think that they are involved. They just follow the rule that is already made for them to follow.
They are also concerned about the lack of job opportunities even after leaving school.
I think when youths are exposed to education, crime rate will be reduced. Because that time you get to sit and think about Yahoo and the rest of them. You're using that time to probably complete a coursework, maybe a seminar paper, or you're searching for a meaningful thing online to do. Because I know online now we have digital skills.
I think if they are involved in education, that the rate of crime is going to reduce. That's if there's benefits to this education stuff. If, like, you know, that after school you're going to get a good job and everything, like there are a lot of people that went to school and then they turn out to be drivers, and then there are still people that did not go to school that are still drivers. So what is the essence of me going to school and spending all those money and still ending up to be a driver? But if there is benefits to me going to school, that, oh, I'm sure that I'm going to get a job, federal government is going to give me a job the right way because I graduated with first class or I graduated with second class upper, then rate of crime is definitely going to reduce. But we are seeing that the government is not even helping the matter. They are just putting people that has connection. Then if you don't have connection in this country, the owner has gone like that. So if the education system has benefits, the rate of crime is definitely going to reduce in the country.
A head teacher at the New Haven Primary School, ENUGU, Mrs. Ngozi Aneke, says the traditional model of education is no longer sufficient in a fast-changing world driven by technology and innovation. She notes today's learners need digital skills that would equip them to face modern realities and prepare them for future opportunities.
Like, I'll give an example with school, this GTC. That place is a technical school. Before, if children are posted there, they will learn a handwork. Like, they have carpentry section, they have electrical section, they have a building section. If you finish in GTC, when you come out, you will be equipped with something. Then, if the government will focus more in equipping schools for the children to learn, it is education that will make our children what they will be, our youths. And when they finish that education, they should provide something for them. If they convert most of these schools into technological school, the children will be what they want them to be. They won't, after schooling, they will start looking for jobs. They will be self-employed.
According to her, beyond curriculum reforms, there is a growing need to actively involve young people in shaping how education works, from classroom practices to policy decisions. She stresses that youths must have a voice in building education systems that are inclusive, practical, and aligned with their aspirations.
In forming the school-based management committee, we involve children. Some children in the school will be members of it. It is these children that will say, this is what we need, this is what we need. Based on their needs, we can stand and implementing those things. If the government should involve youths in forming up a curriculum, it's those youths that know what they need, their needs. So that in building up the curriculum, the needs of the youth will be involved. The need of the youth will be involved in that curriculum.
Millions of young people still face poor learning conditions, limited access to schools, and few opportunities after graduation, largely due to financial constraints. This means that government and non-governmental organizations should provide scholarships and other forms of support for those who cannot afford education. As discussions continue across the world, individuals, schools, and institutions are being encouraged to support youth-led ideas and initiatives in education reform. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Up ahead, Tinubu's administration denies demanding student loan repayments. Anambra to deduct workers' salaries over IPOB sit at home. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
The Tinubu administration has dismissed claims that Nigerian students are being asked to start repaying loans from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund. Presidential media aide Olusegun Dada urged Nigerians to disregard the reports, clarifying that repayment of student loans will only begin after a 2-year moratorium following NYSC completion. He noted that the scheme will reach its 2-year mark in March 2026, and no applicants have yet reached the repayment stage. NEL Fund Acting Managing Director Akintunde Sawyer said the agency has disbursed 174 billion naira to over 800,000 students across 263 tertiary institutions, emphasizing the continued support for Nigerian students under the loan scheme. The Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, has expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu is addressing the country's security challenges. Ladoja made the remarks in a chat with State House correspondents after meeting with the President at the State House in Abuja. He stated that insecurity has become the country's most pressing problem, affecting farmers and businesses and spreading to the south, with everyone being apprehensive of going about their daily businesses. Ladoja said he believes this problem is not insurmountable and that the president is actively tackling it.
No, if you know from where it's coming, you know that he knows what he's doing. That is what is most important. He was coming, he was able to get Lagos from where it was to where he left it. So I'm sure that the situation in Nigeria might not have been as even bad as it was. The problem is that the Nigeria is more complex than the state, because of the fact that not all of us have the same notion about what we want in Nigeria. So, but nonetheless, the states have more money than we had when we were governors, and they are able to meet their commitments than what we had when we were governors. So I believe that by and large, the economy has to be fixed, and it's being fixed. We will hope that by the time it's leaving 2031, we will have put Nigeria where all of us will be proud of.
The Olubadan praised Tinubu's leadership style and economic achievements, saying that he knows what he is doing. He noted that states now have more resources and capacity than when he served as governor, suggesting a positive shift in governance structure. Ladoja explained that his visit to the State House was to appreciate Tinubu for his support since he was crowned Olubadan in September 2025. The visit, which took place less than 4 months after Ladoja's installation as the 44th Olubadan, was the monarch's first official meeting with the president since he ascended the throne, and is coming a day after Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde was received by Tinubu at the State House. Prior to his ascension as the 44th Olubadan in September 2025, Ladoja served as governor of Oyo State between May 2003 and January 2006 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. ENUGU-based TV broadcaster and health professional, Dr. Chigi Chiagorom, who is set for a Guinness World Record for the highest number of interviews conducted within a 12-hour period, has been speaking on the motivation behind the adventure. Dr. Chiagorom, who featured on Signature Evening, said she wants to use the platform to emphasize the power of interviews in giving voice to critical issues that often go unheard. She said she expects to use the record-breaking initiative as a bold media experiment of using conversation as a tool for change.
So for everyone, every single person, I believe that there are things that are very close to your heart, things that are very dear to you. Three of those things are, number one, ENUGU State.
Okay.
I love the state because I was born here. I'm from ENUGU State, and I was raised in ENUGU State.
Okay.
Secondly, my love for healthcare and taking care of people. And thirdly, journalism. The fact that I can get people to tell me their stories. The fact that I can interview people and have them, tell stories. And I believe that inside stories are like practical principles. And basically principles that people can apply to their lives to become successful. So my love for ENUGU State, my love for healthcare, and my love for journalism. And this particular attempt for me encapsulates the three. It's like killing three birds
with one stone.
Right. As a journalist, you research a lot. So there's been a lot of rave around Guinness World Record attempts in Nigeria, especially in West Africa. So in one of my one of those days that I was researching Guinness World Records and I came across this category, I was thrilled because it was an opportunity for me to showcase my state. It was an opportunity for me to also showcase the state in a healthcare
light.
Yeah, in a healthcare light.
Chiagorom, who hosts a health awareness program on Signaturetv, highlighted the challenges she has faced in prosecuting the project, which include securing sponsorship and logistics support for the event.
It is not easy, still not easy. It wasn't easy, still not easy, because this is a groundbreaking event. It takes a lot of grit and belief in yourself to continue on a path where most people don't even understand what Guinness World Records means. And they keep asking you, so what will you get in return? So it's not been easy. However, I cannot complain because I've had people tell me, Chigi, whatever you need, and they have kept to their promises. But as regards statewide acceptance and support, now we'll even give it a 30%, right? For family and friends, yes. Mentors, yes. But what I believe is, I am not even surprised because it's something new and fresh, right? So I'm not surprised because I believe that once it is done, that is why we must strive to break that record. Once it is done, then people will begin to see, the returns. And then we'll open doors for others coming after us, right?
Yeah.
So that is the aim. So the support is not as massive financially, but I can't complain because I still have support, financial support from family and friends, which is why we're even still here talking, right? I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the bigger picture. Well, they'll fall in line when they eventually get to fall in line, but I want to be the one to push it, just like Henry Ford, that regardless of what he was told, he built his V engine
and then everybody keyed in. The roads were made and things like that. So maybe I'm a foreigner. It's never easy for foreigners.
Dr. Chiagorom used the opportunity to appreciate Signature TV for its unwavering support and partnership, describing the station as a driving force behind the vision. The Guinness World Record attempt is scheduled to hold on the 14th of February 2026 at the International Conference Center in ENUGU from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Signature TV will bring viewers comprehensive coverage of the historic event as it unfolds. The Anambra State government says it will begin pro rata salary payments for civil servants to encourage workers to resume on Mondays and help end the ongoing sit-at-home directive. According to the State Commissioner for Information, Law Mefo, the policy will take effect from February 2026. Salaries will now be calculated based on attendance, with monthly pay divided across the 24 official working days. Mefo said the decision was made during the end of tenure retreat of the State Executive Council, which also reviewed the outgoing administration's performance and prepared plans for the new term starting in March. The commissioner explained that many civil servants have consistently stayed away from work on Mondays, despite improved security and transport, contributing to significant economic losses and slowing the operations of key state departments. Under the new system, employees who miss Mondays will receive a reduced salary for that day, with attendance monitored through a clock-in and clock-out system. Mefo said the measure is intended to restore productivity, ensure fair compensation, and encourage markets and businesses to reopen on Mondays, supported by increased security to reassure traders and residents. Kano State's Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has warned social media influencers and political commentators to stop making insulting or inflammatory remarks against Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, the national leader of the Kwankwasiya movement. The governor issued the warning on Saturday at the government house in Kano during a motorcycle distribution event for social media influencers. He described Kwankwaso as a respected leader whose contributions to Kano's political and economic development have been significant, saying he deserves respect and recognition. Governor Yusuf emphasized that freedom of expression must be exercised responsibly, and that political discussions should focus on issues and meaningful dialogue, rather than personal attacks or spreading false information. He cautioned that the misuse of social media to spread insults, lies, or hateful comments could undermine peace and harmony in the state. The governor urged influencers to use their platforms positively, encouraging unity, peaceful coexistence, and constructive engagement amongst citizens in Kano State. U.S. Congressman Riley Moore has pledged that the United States will work to ensure all Nigerians can live and practice their faith without fear of persecution or violence. Moore made the remarks on his verified X account, responding to ongoing security collaboration between the U.S. and Nigeria. He highlighted the establishment of the U.S.-Nigeria Working Group as a key step to improve coordination and jointly address security challenges, including violent terrorism in northern and central Nigeria and the persecution of Christians. The lawmakers said the partnership reflects Nigeria's commitment to tackling insecurity and provides an opportunity to strengthen bilateral ties, enhance regional stability, and uphold shared values, such as religious freedom. More expressed optimism over progress made so far and commended the Nigerian government for engaging in the cooperative efforts with the United States. That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to the TSK show, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Mwato and I'm your host on the TSK show. So on today's episode, we'll look at a very important and insightful topic. It's something that might just change how you handle pressure, goals, and even your phone, and that is delayed gratification. It's all about choosing long-term rewards over short-term pleasures. Yeah, rewards and pleasures. It's the ability to wait for what's better even when what's easy is right in front of you. It is one of the most powerful tools for long-term success and becoming a thriving teen. Does it sound interesting? Is it something interesting? Yeah, of course it is. Then sit back as we dive into this topic, which is one of the biggest secrets behind success. And today in the studio with me to unpack this topic is someone I'm really excited to have on the show. But before I bring her in, we'll go on a short break. Once we are back, I will introduce her to you. Please do not go anywhere.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the TSK show, the Teen Should Know show on Signature TV. And with me today on the show for today's episode of Teen Should Know is a powerful woman. She's a multifaceted identity coach with expertise on education, entertainment, and personal development. Her approach is rooted in empathy, compassion, and authenticity. She is Princess Udochi Alisigwe. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Wow. It's good to have you here. I'm honored and it's a pleasure to have you on the show. So we'll go straight into today's topic, and let's start with the basics. What is delayed gratification?
I will start by saying what gratification is. Simply put, gratification is that satisfaction you derive from achieving something. Now, delayed gratification is choosing to have maximum satisfaction from the outcome of something and not immediate satisfaction that might not give you the optimum satisfaction, that will not give you the, how would I put it now? You know, the bigger picture is what you're looking at when you're talking about delayed gratification. So when you choose the small gains over the very big one that is ahead of you, that's what delayed gratification is all about. Choosing to wait in order to reap the bigger harvest.
Oh, that's beautiful. You were once a teenager. Is there any time you put this into practice and it actually paid off, where you had to wait for something and at the end of the day you have to reap the bigger harvest?
As a teenager, you know, most times teens are being guided by what our parents expect from us. So as a teenager, I wasn't one for immediate gratification. I was always looking at the bigger picture. So, and I wasn't prone to get carried away by pressure for immediate results. So most times that has always been me. So most times I find myself then as a teenager having issues with the pressure to
do something
or
immediately.
Get something. Yes, get it. I will always say no. I will always resist it because I always had a clear picture of what I really wanted. So most times, if it's for the immediate gain, I will always be found wanting. But at the end of the day, I will still pull through.
Okay. So as a personal development and identity coach, what's the first thing you would teach a teenager who is struggling with self-control, or let's say a teenager who always wants quick results? Some people that want it to happen now, sharp.
Yeah. For a teenager, if I'm to advise a teenager, I will first of all ask that teenager to define his or her values. It is these values that will help you, that is guiding that teenager to be able to have self-control. Because when she has identified or he has identified his values, his principles, where he wants to land at the end of the day, you can now tell that teenager, if you jump now, you will not land where you want to land. But since this is where you want to land, this is what you have to do. And once that person gets that picture, self-control becomes an easy thing for that person, because that person now understands why he has to forfeit today's gain for tomorrow's bigger success.
Okay, let's look at the social media. The social media is becoming a tool. To me, I understand that most teenagers, the pictures they see the celebrities, the influencers, and when they look at those things, they want to be like them. So do you think social media is actually helping the 2025 teenager? Because I don't want to say the 21st century, the today's teenager now.
Today's teenager is being negatively influenced by social media. Because what we see on social media is already made. The process is not shown on social media. And the process might have taken so many years. And what we see is what is happening now, without knowing that something led to that. The 2025 teenager is being derailed by social media, because the social media teenagers are easily influenced by what is happening around them, and when they don't when they are not living up to what they are seeing around, it's as if something is being denied them. So the 2025 teenager needs teens coaches like you, and they need TSK show in order not to be swept away. Because social media is like a flood where it's packing all the dirt, everything. It doesn't discriminate, it just washes everything. And if you find yourself inside it, it carries you along with it. So social media is like a flood. 2025 teens need guidance, serious, strong guidance, in order not to be swept away by the flood of social media.
I actually agree with you that the social media is making it harder for today's teenager to wait. They are making it harder for them to wait for real success. Now, can we talk about the connection between emotional maturity and being able to say no to something? Because sometimes these teenagers will want to keep to these values, but the pressure sometimes does not really allow them to say no. You know, they will say no and they start feeling guilty at the same time, especially those who are being influenced by their peers. So do you think there should be a connection of emotional maturity and the ability to say no without feeling guilty?
There is a connection between emotional maturity and the ability to say no. And a teenager needs, like I said before, needs guidance in order to obtain a level of emotional maturity that will enable him or her to say no without feeling guilty. And it comes down to caregivers, the adults around the teenager, those who are guiding that teenager. Because I believe you have, as an adult, you have a responsibility that has a teenager around, you have a responsibility. Your responsibility is to make sure that what is entrusted in your care does not get spoiled. So what the adult needs to do is bring down values and make that teenager understand. Don't make it like it's a textbook you're cramming to pass an exam. Yes, bring it down to real life. Let them understand on a daily basis what the application of these values will help them achieve. This is what I stand to gain,
and
in
this
the
is what
long
I stand
run.
to lose.
And those who are following this trend, this is what is happening. Once you, as an adult, if you're talking to a teenager and you know they feel that you don't know what they
you're
know,
saying.
and now when you're talking to them and you're now telling them, and maybe instances you coined in your head starts to align with what they see their mates, their peers do, and what the repercussions, they'll be like, wow. And once it becomes graphical and clear to them, the ability to say no becomes very easy for them, because they will tell their peer, I know where you will land, and I don't want to land there with you. Therefore, I'm saying no to this, because I personally, I don't want to land there with you. If that is the path you're choosing, for me, it's a no. And when that child is clear about what he is saying no is not a problem.
It won't be a problem, of course, at all.
And that is how that child will gain emotional maturity.
Okay, now, some of these teenagers have really tried to stay disciplined, and they fall back. It's just like when somebody's addicted to something and there's a relapse. So what do you have to say to a teenager who has been putting in effort to stay sane without being swayed by this flood of the social media, the peer pressures, and all of that, without that person feeling like I am a failure?
You know what? This starts with, that's why I always say the caregivers, the guiders, the guardians, those who are guiding. It starts from childhood. They transcend from childhood to teenage, adolescence. Now, if they are guided properly from that, once you make a mistake in life, the adults that are around you, we are the ones who do the judgment and everything, condemnation and all that. Once we don't do that condemning, you're holding a child and you're climbing a hill that is steep and somebody pours water, and you as an adult, you've encountered it before, so you move. But the teenager you're carrying along sleeps. You don't condemn that teenager for sleeping. It is from sleeping that that teenager will know that next time I won't put I will wait. I wouldn't put my feet inside that water once it's running down. I will have to wait, it runs out, and I look for somewhere else. You know, life, that nobody is perfect. Somebody that you're viewing as perfect grew through mistakes.
Of course.
So for a teenager, start from childhood. They didn't just become teenagers. The caregivers, the coaches, the teachers, start from childhood. Parents, start from childhood to instill values, principles, guidance, and make it very graphical to them. Make it relatable. Make them understand it, so that when they take step one, taking step two will not be difficult.
Of course.
When they encounter problems, encourage them. When they fail, encourage them. Let them know that you also failed and yet you are here. Be that thing they want, physically, relatably. Oh, mommy said she failed
in her secondary school, we always tell our children that we came first all through. And then we put untold pressure on them. Tell them that you went through the same thing they are going through. And this is how you were able to, even if you were not able to do it, then tell them, I didn't have this guidance.
So, yes.
And now you have it. You're supposed to be better than me.
Okay. You spoke to parents. I want you to speak to the teenager who feels like I've tried and I kept trying. I put up a step, I miss my step. I put it again, I miss my step. How do you encourage this teenager?
In the first place, I'll tell that teenager to drop away expectations.
Drop away expectations. Wow.
Drop it. Your life is your life, and it's not identical with any other person's own. Drop expectations. Take life as it comes.
One step at a time.
One step at it. You sleep. It is a human being that will sleep.
Of course.
So you take another one. You keep trying and keep trying. Once you do not have that expectation and timeline for yourself, then the untold pressure to succeed and to overcome and everything is put aside. Then you move according to your own pace in life. You know you're trying. Pat yourself at the back.
Celebrate your small wins.
Yes.
Okay. Wow, it has been so refreshing and amazing. And teenagers, I hope you're learning, and adults too. Let me use the Nigerian language. We listen, we don't judge. Because it's always adults judging teenagers, making them feel like a failure. And teenagers, you're on your lane. You are not in competition with anybody. So wait. There's a huge reward when you wait. You use the word maximum reward. So we'll go on a short break now. But before we go on that short break, I want you to know that as you're growing up strong, and you're looking at a future, a brighter future before you, it is important you practice what we are talking about today, which is delayed gratification. We'll be right back very shortly and we'll continue this conversation. Please do not go anywhere.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change. The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta. We will be talking about some interesting trending stories and movie trends, and of course, the conversation. So, first off, let's discuss what's trending. Popular gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has warned married men against engaging in extramarital relationships with single women, saying such actions will attract grave consequences. In a now viral video where he was seen addressing a congregation, the 44-year-old singer cautioned married men who deceive young women and lead them on under false pretense. He stressed that his warning was not a joke and insisted that those involved would not escape the consequences of their actions. Bassey also warned against secret hotel meetings, adding that married men who lie about their marital status would face public disgrace. The gospel singer, who is widely known for the Hallelujah Challenge, also issued a strong warning to women who knowingly engage in relationships with married men, saying marital benefits would not shield them from consequences. Bassey urged both men and women to act with integrity and uphold moral values, emphasizing accountability in relationships. Now, before I say what I want to say, let's listen to what he said.
Married man, and you go about deceiving young girls, leading them on. Some even go as far as sleeping with them. I place a demand on the grace of God upon my life. If you try this year, you won't survive. Your shame will not be forgotten. It will be on social media. You take a lady to a hotel, you lie, meanwhile you are married, you will not come out alive from that hotel. If you like, take what I'm saying jokingly. You too, you are a lady. If you know that the man is married, you know your heart is married, but because of greed, but because of attention, because of Brazilian wig, Brazilian hair, you want to carry bag Louis Vuitton. If you try it, you won't survive it.
With that being said, I hope this particular table is not shaking. I mean, if the shoe, how do they say it? If the shoe fits, however, you know, like he said, let's all respect ourselves and live an integrity lifestyle, right? This particular table, a whole lot of people are victims of it, both those that do not know about it. I was actually seeing a movie that was during the holidays, and this young lady was friends with a married man to the point that she got pregnant for him. She doesn't know he's married, and this happens when the married man, maybe he had a fight with his wife, and instead of settling the issue, he tends to leave the house and go to his girlfriend's house. Now, mind you, this particular girlfriend, he got her an apartment which he pays for, and they've been in this relationship for the past 2 years. So they were planning to get married, right? He promised her marriage. Now, this is a married man with 2 kids, a male and a female. His wife, beautiful, everything okay, just, you know, normal couple fight. So unfortunately, I'm going to make it a very short story. Unfortunately, one day he had to go back home. The wife begged him that your children miss you, even if you don't come back for me, but for the kids, right? And he came back, they reconciled, and he decided to take the kids to the office. So taking the kids to the office, his supposed girlfriend, who he I don't know how to put these words now, who thinks that she's dating someone that is single, came to the office and saw this man with his wife and children. She was heartbroken. Mind you, she's pregnant. She's already pregnant for him, right? She's pregnant for her supposed boyfriend, husband-to-be, and all. So these are the issues. The deceit in it, the whole, I don't even know how people cheat because it's very stressful. Like, how do you guys do it? It's stressful to the core. You're hiding, you're sneaking, you're doing things in a very, you're worried that, oh, let this person not call me. If the person finally call you, you're thinking of a lie to cover up. I don't know how they do it, but let's all live an integrity life. I know some people will say, why is this man thinking like or behaving like he's a god, right? Or he's more righteous. I mean, we are not righteous than Jesus Christ. But the truth is, morals must be passed down to people. Advice must be passed down to people. We all need to be guided. One person just has to say it. One person has to shake the table or even break the table so that those that do not have sense would finally have sense. All right. Famous Nigerian musician Davido has appreciated his father, Adedeji Adeleke, for coming to his defense amid the ongoing paternity drama with his alleged baby mama, Ayo Labinjo. Ayo Labinjo's teenager daughter, Anu Adeleke, had a week ago written an open letter to her alleged father, Davido, demanding a paternity test. While denying ever seeing the lady before, Davido, in a series of posts on X, stated that 5 DNA tests conducted before now show that Anu Adeleke is not his daughter. In response, Ayo Labinjo, who insisted that Davido is her daughter's father, tagged the DNA test as fake. Defending his son amid the controversy, Adedeji Adeleke, during a press conference on Wednesday, disclosed that the child's paternity test was conducted on both Davido and his cousin singer B-Red. Reacting to the developments in a post on his Instagram page on Thursday, Davido thanked his father for the public support, sharing a picture of them together. The singer wrote, "Thank you, my loving father." I mean, it takes the love of a father to actually do that. I was even, we talked about this yesterday, and that man actually took out time, invited the press, they set camera, gave him microphone, he got all his document. If when someone is prepared for you people, he's ready to tell you people the truth. He took out time to do that broadcast for 1 hour to tell you that DNA tests have been done. I don't know, I just hope, I keep saying that it should be proven that this child is the Adelekes. If not, they'll meet in court. Because there are people that you don't mess with, their personality. I keep saying, and people know that the Adelekes do not leave their children outside. Bring the children home. They are more like, bring our children home. Don't worry, my son gave you this child, right? No problem. Just bring the child home. They don't deny their children. They don't do that. So I don't know why this lady would feel that Davido is denying this particular child. For what would he even gain in denying the child when he knows he has other children? So what's the point? Anyways, ENUGU, the first child of the late Afrobeat founder Fela Anikulapo Kuti, has finally reacted to Wizkid's online fights with her brother Seun Kuti. Seun Kuti started dragging Wizkid's fan base, popularly known as Wizkid FC, last week for comparing the singer's legacy and influence with that of his father, late Fela Kuti. The fight escalated on the 6th day of the constant dragging, when Seun dared Wizkid to prove he truly cared for his fans by protecting them from him. Breaking silence in solidarity to his fans, Wizkid told Seun that, "I'm bigger than your father," and challenged Seun Kuti to do his worst. His response sparked controversy online, with many blaming Seun for pushing the singer to the wall, while some netizens, including some of Fela's children, berated Wizkid for disrespecting the late legend. Now, the development which led to public debates on Wizkid and Fela's legacy and influence sparked mixed reaction among Nigerian celebrities. However, amid the controversy, Yeni Kuti, speaking on the View program on TVC on Thursday, said she refused to involve herself in the fight with Wizkid because singer is her close friend and she loves him a lot. I'm sure you must have seen this video. She keeps screaming aloud because it wasn't even necessary. Like, what was the whole point for this whole drama for the past 7 days? It's over a week now, right? What's the whole point for this drama? What's the whole point for, oh, I'm bigger than your father, oh, you're using my father's name and music genre to do this and do that, and you guys are just disturbing the man that is resting in peace? I mean, to think of it, right? Fela is a very big person, because imagine when you are dead and they're still talking about you. Ah, God. Imagine when you are not alive and you're still causing problems between people alive. There was one statement she made. She said, when two elephants fight, the ground suffers. Now imagine, fans are fighting, they are killing themselves. Oh, this, oh, that, oh my God. Oh, you know, for what reason? Wizkid is a good musician. Fela was incredible. He lives on, yes, with the kind of music he did and the kind of legacy he left, right? Wizkid is doing great too. And what is the problem if he copied? Let's say he copied. What is the problem if he copied from Fela? What is wrong with that? I'm still trying to figure out the whole point and the reason for this whole drama since last weekend. Because it started since the weekend. Of course, we're enjoying it. Why not? We netizens, you know. But what is the whole point? Where is this leading us to, right? Where? And it's very alarming because we just tend not to give respect to our pioneers, our legends. We just... Anyways. Now, social media influencer Very Dark Man has accused Afrobeat star Wizkid of disrespecting music legend Fela Kuti amid the ongoing clash between Wizkid and Seun Kuti. In a viral video released on Thursday, Very Dark Man lamented what he described as Nigeria's failure to honor its music legends, noting that veterans are often dismissed as past glory or insulted when they speak on national or industry issues. He listed several pioneers, including LD The Dawn, African China, P-Square, Two-Face Dibia, Asha, Nice, Vector, and others, whom he said deserve more respect. Very Dark Man criticized Wizkid comments, claiming they triggered insults against Fela from fans and should have been handled better. He dismissed comparison between Wizkid and Fela based on Grammy Awards, arguing that Wizkid's 2021 Grammy win came as a featured artist on Beyonce's Brown Skin Girl, not from solo work. He contrasted this with Burna Boy and Tems, whose Grammy wins, he said, were earned through individual artistic merits. He also noted that Beyonce has reportedly honored Fela Kuti and revealed that Zombie was inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame in 2025, with Fela set to receive a posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award. Defending Fela's personal life, Very Dark Man questioned why similar figures like King Solomon are revered despite comparable controversies. That's a very valid question. Very Dark Man concluded that Wizkid has not surpassed Fela Kuti or other members of the Kuti family, insisting their cultural and musical influence remains unmatched. So let's listen to what he said.
All right, you see, Nigeria is the only country in the world that don't have music legends. Nigeria is the only country in the world. America, they have their Dr. Dre, you know, when it comes to dancehall, Jamaica, they have their Benny Man, you know, different genre. Reggae, you see Bob Marley, you see Lucky Dube, you know. Nigeria is the only country that don't have music legends. You know why? Because this place, they don't call them music legends. They call them past glory. And for this reason, they have constantly disrespected people that we should idolize, people that we should respect. Person like LD The Dawn no go fit talk for any matter of this country because they go call them past glory. If African China talk, they go call them past glory. If Plantation Boys talk, if P-Square talk, if Remedies talk, if Tony Tetwila, call them. Jasmine Olofin, call them, nice. Vector the Viper, Sasha P, Asha, where them see. P-Square. If these people talk, they call them past glory, two-face Idibia. Face alone, blackface, the Plantation Boys. You call them past glory. And you people have constantly disrespected people that you will idolize. Now, why am I talking about this? This issue going on between Wizkid and the Kuti family. Because of this reason, a lot of you have gone out of your way to disrespect Fela Kuti. And it's not fair. It's not fair. Now I'm going to talk about Wizkid. I don't have a problem with Wizkid and Seun Kuti doing their thing. Personally, I feel like Wizkid would have just knocked Seun Kuti like this. If Wizkid had come out to say, well, first of all, I have a tattoo of Fela on me. Fela is somebody that I respect. If you go down to history, somebody I love and I respect. I will not let anybody disrespect Fela. But again, you Seun Kuti, are you bigger than me? That one said for big, very good bands. But this thing where you post as Big Bad Kuti, I am Big Wiz, every day bigger than your papa. What do you want to do, fool? This small thing where you post, you can't make the whole Twitter children start to dey bash Fela name, they insult Fela. Fela. Now, the one where even bust my head and say this tweet. After Wizkid, Fela is the greatest Afrobeat artist. Fela no gets Grammy. God is dummy. Now, let's talk about Wizkid Grammy. This is Wizkid's Grammy. Wizkid, Best Music Video, 2020, Brown Skin Girl with Beyonce and Blue Ivy. Best Music Video, not even for vocal. Best Music Video. Is Wizkid a model? Is Wizkid a model? Natiji Omori or Director Pink. Is Wizkid a model? Best, not for vocal, not for his music arts, not for him as a best music video. Now that Grammy they use the talk. Grammy when a Beyonce influence bring am. Grammy where share, they say Beyonce take Blue Ivy share with Beyonce Pikin, where they say okay, Blue Ivy take. Now you want to take disrespect Fela name? This same Grammy? Now the Beyonce where they use her influence, they give Wizkid Grammy. Now let's come to Beyonce as a person. Listen to this. What is the title? Beyonce pays tribute to late Afrobeat legend Fela Kuti at Coachella. Now zombie they play like zombie, oh zombie. That was zombie Fela. Now let's see the person where I influence give Wizkid Grammy. Let's watch. You see, Beyonce honors Fela. Now let's read. Beyonce talks Fela Kuti in recent Billboard interview. I recorded more than 60 songs. Everything I ever wanted to try, I just did. I started off being inspired by Fela Kuti. I actually worked with the band from Fela for a couple of days just to get the feel for the soul and heart of his music. It's so sexy and has a great groove. You get lost in it. You get lost in. I love these drums, all the horns, how everything was on the one. How everything was on the one. When I learned most from Fela was artistic freedom. It just feel the spirit. It just felt the spirit. This is what Beyonce, the person where give Wizkid, see Fela as a god, as an art. As you can see, Beyonce plays Fela Kuti music at a star-studded baby shower. It's an art. Now you they use play. You say Wizkid get Grammy. Take a good look at the Grammy again, where they use they take one disrespect Fela. As if una the craze for this country. Best music video with Small Pikin, Blue Ivy, and a mama influence. Now let's come to Fela. That same thing where Beyonce play for stage, zombie, oh zombie. As you can see, it was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2025 Grammy. Wizkid music, none of his music till he dies will be inducted in the Hall of Fame. I tell you that for free. Listen to his
So with that being said, I think this should be the conclusion of this whole drama. It's long overdue, right? Now, Hollywood has officially announced the nominations of this year's Academy Awards, celebrating the most acclaimed films and performances of the past year, with one title rewriting the record books. Leading the pack is Sinners, which earned a record-breaking 16 nominations, surpassing the long-standing benchmark jointly held by All About Eve 1950s, Titanic 1997, and La La Land 2016. The achievement firmly positions Sinners as the dominant force of this awards season. Close behind is One Battle After Another with 13 nominations, while Marty Supreme, Frankenstein, and Sentimental Value each secure 9 notes. Hamlet also made a strong showing with 8 nominations. The 97th Academy Award ceremony is scheduled to take place on 15 March, with U.S. comedian Conan O'Brien set to host the star-studded event. So this award is coming up in March, and we are buckling up to see who and what movie is going to get the most award, because Cena is already nominated for 19 good nominations. So let's see who's going to go home with multiple awards. What movie is going to go home with multiple awards? Let's keep our fingers crossed till March 15th. Now that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and up next is Movie Train. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In case you missed, we just finished talking about the trending stories, and this is Movie Train segment, where we tend to talk about or recommend some interesting movies for you to go see this weekend. And we have just 4 on our list: Hijack, His and Hers, The Ninth Manager, The Covenant. So we'll be talking about Hijack Season 2. So Hijack returned with a fresh, high-stakes, real-time thriller featuring Idris Elba, reprising his role as Sam Nelson, a skilled corporate negotiator thrust into an entirely new crisis after surviving a harrowing airplane hijacking in Season 1. Sam now finds himself at the center of another life or death situation, this time on a Berlin underground train that is seized by armed hijackers during the morning rush hours. Now, with hundreds of commuters trapped underground, Sam must use everything he knows about negotiation, psychology, and quick thinking to try to keep the situation from spiraling into disaster. Meanwhile, authorities above ground scramble to understand the motive behind the attack and to find a way to end the crisis with as few casualties as possible. The season expands on the tense real-time format of the first, shifting the claustrophobic setting from an airplane cabin to the confined tunnels of the metro system, blending suspense, character drama, and mystery, as viewers are left to question not just how Sam will resolve the situation, but why events have unfolded this way. You know the joke about this, I've not even seen this movie, and now I'm very interested. So yes, And up next is His and Hers. I'm quite interested in this one. I just started it. I'm not. So His and Hers is a romantic drama that explores love, ego, and power dynamics within modern relationships. The film follows a married couple whose seemingly perfect union begin to crack as personal ambitions unraveled, insecurities, and unresolved insecurities rather, and societal expectation clash. As both partners struggle for control and validation, their relationship is pushed to the brink, forcing them to confront hard truth about love, sacrifice, and equality. And this is the main reason why I'm watching this movie. It will push you to the wall. But yeah, that's the whole preamble of that particular movie. If you've not seen it, go and see it. And if you have, maybe you'll tell me. You'll be a spoiler. I don't mind. All right, up next is The Night Manager. The Night Manager is a spy thriller based on the novel by John Le Carré. It follows Jonathan Pine, a former British soldier now working as a luxury hotel night manager, whose quiet life changes after he uncovers information about an international arms dealer, Richard Roper. Recruited by British intelligence, Pine goes undercover inside Roper's inner circle, navigating the dangerous world of corruption, betrayal, and high-stake espionage. As the mission deepens, Pine must balance survival with his moral duty and to bring down a powerful criminal network operating above the law. I still haven't seen this one. So I'm recommending it to you. If you're like me that have not seen any of these movies, go and watch them during the weekend, not when you're supposed to be doing things. And finally is The Covenant. The Covenant 2025 is a Nigerian Netflix crime thriller series about ex-soldier Dagogo, who journeys into the dangerous Niger Delta creeks to find his brother Celestine, who is known as Sting. 2 years after he was presumed dead, discovering a world of militants, occult powers, betrayals, and unresolved family trauma, especially with his mother. The story blends gritty action with supernatural elements as Dagogo uncovers dark secrets and confronts spiritual forces while searching for his brother, leading to a complex narrative about survival, loyalty, and destiny. And you know the fun fact? We've actually had an interview with one of the actors on this particular movie, and he kept telling me to go watch The Covenant. Okay, now I'm interested. Because Nigeria will be outdoing themselves when it comes to Nollywood, which I'm so proud of. All right, that's all I have for you on Movie Train. Go and see all these movies so that my efforts will not be in vain. I beg you. Go and see all these movies, and we'll go on a short break. Up next is an interview we'll be having with our guests. So
get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation segment. And today, salsa is more than just music and movement. It's a language spoken through reading, culture, and connection. Today, we are exploring salsa as a universal language with a dancer and Spanish speaker who uses both movements and words to tell powerful stories that cross borders and bring people together. Having this conversation with me today is Eze Chisom Cynthia. She's a salsa dancer and also a Spanish speaker. I hope I did great with your intro.
You did wonderfully well.
So how are you doing?
Very fine. Like as you can see, it's
Yeah.
a new year and the year is looking good.
Right?
Yes.
You have this whole feeling that this year is going to be great.
Honestly, seriously speaking.
That
it
be.
will be.
So I'm very interested to know why you actually decided to pick salsa as a dance step you want to be part of.
Well, should I give you the usual comment I give to people?
However, give me the long story, the drama.
Okay. The truth is that, as you can see, I am Nigerian, but I'm also Spanish. So, of course, I'm going to love Spanish dances.
Oh, wait. You're Nigerian and Spanish?
Yes.
So
by,
who is
by blood. It's not
Okay.
like, you know...
By birth?
It's not by birth.
So your mom is Spanish or your dad
My
is?
parents are not Spanish. That's ancestral blood.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's kind of like a joke I tell people. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
yeah.
So
why though?
So I think, you know, sometimes people say maybe they were exposed to a particular thing when they were younger. For me, definitely, I was exposed to a little bit of Spanish. Not consciously though. You know, this telenovelas, these shows on AIT and all those TVs. My mom watches some of them. So that was like my first exposure to Spanish. Do you understand? And then based on church stuff, we learn Latin.
Yeah.
You understand? It's kind of still similar. But I never really took it to heart. I just knew in my subconscious I liked this thing, you understand? And all of a sudden, around, that should be 2017, I knew I really liked it. I would watch videos of people speaking Spanish, dancing salsa, but like, I was never doing it. I just really wanted to get the opportunity to do it. I was intrigued. It's actually intriguing. Like, if you watch the dance, it is very intriguing. It's very lovely. And you don't know. You think it's like boring until you try it and then you get addicted. And somehow, in 2020, I started learning Spanish.
Okay.
But the first experience of dancing salsa was here in ENUGU, actually. I don't know if you know of Slang Global.
Yeah.
A Spanish organization. So they introduced salsa there, and that was my first experience. And honestly, like, I love dancing, but since I started salsa, in fact, I'm just a salsa dancer.
I hope you can dance achinkolo and waist dance and all that too. No, I'm just interested to know.
Well, truth is that, like, I do try, like, right from when I was small, you know, this choreography we do in primary school. Yeah, I like being part of them. Other cultural dance, you know, church choreography, school dance, all of them. I used to be part of them.
Okay. I think I'm also interested in this salsa dance thingy.
You have to be interested though.
I know you tell me to be interested. So now, do you think salsa can communicate emotions better than words sometimes?
Yeah.
How?
Generally, dance can communicate emotions. Like there are some ways you want to express yourself, you can't express it. Like it's easier when you dance those feelings or emotions. I don't know if you understand. Salsa on its own has a rhythm and flow. Like I don't really know how I can explain it for you, but it has this rhythm and flow that is deep. Even you as a dancer, like when you're wait, let's say, imagine you put AirPods or headset and the music is like very loud,
Yeah.
and you're recording yourself dancing. When you're done, maybe on a different day, just watch it and see how you feel. Like you will see what you were trying to communicate.
I see nothing.
You see, salsa
Yes.
has passion to it basically.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the songs, well, I'll speak for myself because I can understand Spanish.
Okay.
So sometimes when you're hearing the song play and you're like dancing to it, it's like I'm dancing to even what they are saying or based on what they are saying. And see, honestly, you can just express yourself with dance. So if I'm sad and dancing salsa, people that are seeing it, that can get deep into what I'm dancing would know that I'm sad. If I'm very happy, overjoyed. In fact, someone will ask you, in my salsa class, sometimes they ask me, it's like somebody sent you money today. You're too happy. Like you're so happy. That's it. So it's like whatever you're feeling is actually what you're dishing out to the people. And they can see it. That's the funniest thing.
I know they can see it. I've actually tried having that dance with you people. That was sometime last year. That was the first time I met you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not feel anything. But the truth is, I think I get what you're saying. It's true. They could tell that you're happy. They could tell that you're sad through it. Now, have you ever danced salsa with someone that didn't understand your language or what you're communicating? Because I know sometimes they tend to miss the step. It's either they're stepping on the guy or the guy is stepping on them.
Honestly, yes, a lot of times. So basically, I do teach the salsa dance as well. So I would meet people that don't know the dance at first, or maybe someone just told them about the class and they want to try something new. They don't really have, they are not mesmerized by it, by the dance. You understand? There is this kind of, it's not interesting, even though they are learners. So when I see people that, I can tell that this person is passionate about this dance from the very first time they try, even if they are missing the steps. Do you understand? Because they were interested already. They were intrigued by the dance. They felt the thing that you're supposed to feel from the dance. But like when it's someone that maybe, I'm just trying to try new things, see what I can do, and maybe they told them about salsa, it's different. The feeling is different. So, and obviously they'll be making a lot of mistakes. But it's not really a big deal. I'm a very patient person and I can teach.
So would you advise the person to maybe learn Spanish first before the salsa dance? So just go ahead.
Yeah, you can dance salsa without understanding what they're saying. Oh, you see, the thing is that some of these songs we dance salsa too. Like when you're hearing the beats, you're like, this song is, is life. It's giving life. The lyrics are probably very sad. That's the funniest thing. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna play one of your video right now, and you're going to tell me if you were sad or happy.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Let's have the video. it's very beautiful, right? I love it. I honestly, I'm so interested. But how do you people do that thing that they're gonna flip you very soon? You know that, right? You have to just hold your grip, right? So now I'm gonna ask you that question. When you did this particular one, were you happy? Were you sad? What kind of message were you trying to pass to people?
I would say I was having fun actually.
Oh, you were just having fun.
I was having fun.
Okay.
Then the second one, I was expressing my innermost talented dancing spirit.
Because I was so interested in the fact that, okay, that's the South and you're wearing African prints. Oh, fine, great. I mean, you're African,
Yeah.
you're Nigerian, and towards the ending, you had to do one.
You know, actually, I don't know if this will be me talking too much, but salsa, one of the origins of salsa is actually from Africa. You understand? So, the drums. If you listen to, we actually have what we call Afro salsa. So, but if you listen to like older salsa music, the likes of them, Celia Cruz and etc. I can't remember their name. When you listen, you hear African drums, as in, oh my God, I wish like I had it in mind. I would have sent you a music. When you listen to it, you actually think it's a Nigerian, maybe an Igbo song.
Yeah.
So they start speaking Spanish.
Mm.
So it's originated from Africa. And so as an African dancing salsa, first of all, Nigerians normally, Africans normally, we have our vibes when we dance. There's no way I would just be doing, my legs and I will not add so
African,
exactly.
All right, so is there a moment where salsa changed the way you saw yourself or your culture?
Well, yeah. Let me not just talk about salsa. I'll talk about Spanish as well. How both salsa and Spanish changed my perspective. For one, I'll start with the one you asked about the culture. So, Igbo. My parents are Igbo, yeah, but like I don't know much about the Igbo culture because I
So
didn't.
we need to flog you right now.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
I didn't know much about
But you know
the
now.
Igbo culture. I know a lot of things. I've been doing my research, of course.
Okay.
So like it's not like I never liked the Igbo culture. I didn't grow up in an Igbo environment. You understand? So I didn't even grow up around people that like knew Igbo very well. So obviously I didn't get that much knowledge. But like, when I started learning salsa, that doesn't mean I didn't want to know about the Igbo culture. I always wanted to know. As in, I felt like if I get to a space where I get to know and learn, I'll be very, very happy. But when I started learning Spanish, because I started learning it on my own initially, I didn't need anybody's help. It kind of like made me see that I can actually learn a lot of things about my culture, search about them on my own. And it made me to appreciate my culture and love it more than I already did, somehow. Like, learning about someone's culture opens this kind of different feeling towards your own culture as well. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was that. Then for salsa changed me a bit. Honestly, you will not catch me dancing in public. Like, aside when I was in secondary school, because I went to boarding school and we have maybe choreography and stuff like that. Then when I was small, and church or primary school choreography, you will not catch me dancing outside.
Maybe it's because you've grown to an adult or something.
I don't know. But like, you will not see me dance outside, whether I'm alone or with people. I can't try that kind of rubbish. Okay, not that it was rubbish. I would say maybe I felt very, very
Your
shy.
steeze and composure had
It's
to
not
come
about
in.
the steeze and composure, but I also felt very shy, to be honest, to dance in public. I'm like, what? And then salsa dance is like, if you're not dancing alone, you're dancing with someone. And dancing with someone part just had me like, what? Like, how am I supposed to dance with someone? Like, because sometimes you're going to be close. Do you understand? I felt weird about it. But after I started learning, after a while, it took a while, and then I actually enjoyed it very much, and it made me more confident than I was at the moment. Like, it just changed a lot of things. Like, I felt more confident. I would not randomly feel embarrassed about certain things. It's not like it's even a big deal. Do you understand? You just randomly feel embarrassed. It could be maybe, okay, the way you're seated now, You know, if I sit like this, I'll be feeling embarrassed, that kind of thing. Or maybe your shoe. Oh my God, I don't want to smash. Unnecessary things.
Yeah.
But when I started dancing salsa, after I like went through that journey of dancing in public, dancing with someone, dancing in front of people, teaching people the dance, it gave me a level of confidence that I was very proud of. Like I now teach confident. I'm not scared of teaching. Yes, I didn't know I could teach. I usually shy away from things like that.
I'm going to ask you something personal. So are you working with maybe something that has to do with salsa and Spanish speaking?
Like how do you mean?
Like now you know how to speak Spanish and you dance salsa. Are you doing something around it? Aside from teaching people how to dance, right? Are you doing something around it that is generating income and all?
Well, I do teach Spanish and salsa. That is one, you understand? I'm trying to like make myself social media, open.
I get.
I'm not like, yeah, I do have social media accounts, but you won't really see you will see salsa and Spanish there, but let me just say I've been very dormant. So I'm trying to like make it more. If you check my social media from like maybe this month to mid of the year, you would see a lot of things. You
Okay,
understand?
hopefully.
But generally, I make some money from teaching. Sometimes maybe translating a document, written document from Spanish to English. You understand? And one time I almost worked as a translator, but for some certain reasons, that moment I couldn't travel for that. You understand? So,
all right. So now, for beginners, what's the first message salsa teaches before the step? I mean, you've said it communicates, right? So is there any other message it gives to somebody that you just have to have this upstairs before you start with the step?
before you start with the step, you have to have an open mind and actually be confident.
So confidence has to be something that you just need to grow confidence before you start dancing salsa.
Well, you can grow the confidence while you're dancing salsa, but if you really, the first thing is that you have to come with an open mind to dance it, because trust me, you might embarrass yourself. I'm not gonna like when you're trying to like get the first step, if you're not a dancer normally, you're most likely going to embarrass yourself. It could make you feel low because you feel like you're being stupid. Like what are you doing? You'll feel like you're being stupid, but it's not the case. If you do it once, twice, thrice, you'll be surprised.
I actually felt stupid that day.
That's the thing. You have to be open-minded. Don't feel stupid. Just come there with an open mind and be ready to make your mistakes. After like a couple of times of dancing it, you're going to get it very well. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, this is not me that was like.
So what's one big misconception that people have about salsa? I mean, I just mentioned one. The way the whole dance with your partner was, I said it looks like romance, right? So I know that's one misconception. Are there others?
That's like the major misconception. Like a lot of people be like, no, my partner must be my partner. You understand?
Yeah.
The thing is that there are boundaries. Do you understand? So there's a more romantic salsa. There's a more romantic salsa. You don't have to do that if you're not comfortable doing it. You can have salsa for fun and just enjoy the spins, the movement. There are boundaries to this kind of thing. So if it's your partner, you can decide to do whatever you want. Do you understand? So that's like a major misconception, because people be like, no way.
I'm not gonna do this.
No way.
All right, so you're going to speak Spanish for us. Let me give you a sentence. You will not fall my hand now. So you're going to say, keep watching Signature TV and follow us on all social media platforms.
Okay. Hola a todos.
Be louder. Be louder.
You're making me shy.
I want to learn now.
Oh, yes, you cannot learn by the statement I'm going to say right now.
I can learn this one.
Okay. Continuamos a mirar Signature TV y también, por favor, sigamos en nuestros social medias. Gracias.
Say it again. Don't be. I'm trying to pick something. I didn't pick anything.
Okay, so I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Continuamos a mirar Signature TV y también sigamos en nuestros social media. Gracias.
Whatever she said. Gracias. All right, thank you so much.
No, sí, muchas gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Sí, exacto.
What's that one now?
Thank you very much.
Sí, exacto.
No, sí, exacto is yes, exactly.
So what's thank you very much?
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Or you can say muchísimas gracias.
Okay, I've learned one thing today. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias. We'll be speaking Spanish from now on. You guys should be very, very prepared. Thank you so much. It's a Chisom City. I had a great time doing this with you, and I enjoy what you're doing. Even though I can't do it, I'll try. You know,
Gracias.
it made me feel stupid the first time, but I know that by the time I build my confidence, I'll be there one day.
You actually make an amazing salsa dancer. And you actually did well that day.
I did not do well. Don't encourage me.
No, honest, I'm not trying to encourage or flatter you. You actually did well that day.
I did?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why you're feeling shy or stupid about it. You
Because
see,
I don't
that's
feel
exactly what I
stupid.
said. Be open-minded.
All right, fine. Thank you so much. I had a great time, and I hope we do
Gracias.
this more often. Is that fine?
I would love to. Like, honestly, when you told me
You
I
had a
should
great
come,
time doing this,
I
right?
did.
Okay. Fine. Okay, as a wrap up, salsa as a universal language, we're reminded that beyond step and rhythm, salsa connects hearts, cultures, and stories across the world. Thank you for sharing your passion, my darling, and showing us that sometimes the most powerful conversation happen without words.
De nada.
Okay, so the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insightful conversations like this, trending stories, and other segments. Follow all our social media platforms, and of course, enjoy the rest of your days. Muchas gracias. I'm sure I got that.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the game. When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome to Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to take you through major developments, major events in our country. And I wish you, once again, a happy and prosperous new year, even though the month of January has gone very far. But as long as we have January, we'll still continue to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Once again, my name is Mike Obania. We're going to take you through some of the major events in our country. And we're looking at the development in Rivers State. Rivers State politics, Rivers State judiciary. The impeachment process of the governor of Rivers State has just been put on hold through the action of the court. We look at the developments. We also look at the development in Kano State, where the Kano State governor, Abbas Yusuf, has resigned from the New Nigerian People's Party. He has not made his new party known. And, this is a season of defection. Well, we look at that too. Then the abduction that took place in Kaduna State. The abduction of worshippers that took place in Kaduna State. First of all, the security agencies denied that nothing of sort took place. But later, they accepted the fact that there was actually an abduction. And it comes at a time when Nigeria has paid so much money to an American lobbyist, to launder the image of Nigeria. With me in the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is a seasoned economist. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Ani is a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ms. Ani, you're welcome to the program. Good morning. Good morning. You shake him on my behalf because he's tired. Thank you very much. It's like we are meeting for the first time since the year. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a happy and prosperous new year. It's like we have all stayed long in ENUGU state, really. And I want to take you to the center. I want to take you to the center of Nigerian politics. I don't know whether you agree for us to go to the center, because all these governors that have defected, they want to be at the center, you know. In fact, that's the reason, major reason that they are giving for defection. They want to bring their people to the center. You know, in ENUGU, for instance, the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mbam, when he defected from the People's Democratic Party to APC, he said his major reason was to bring ENUGU State and Southeast to the center. Let's look at this center thing. I mean, we've been, the Southeast, for instance, ENUGU State has been in the center of politics, you know, for 24 years since inception of this, you know, democracy experiment in 1999. 24 years of PDP rule in ENUGU State. 24 years of PDP rule in Abia State. People are still talking about going to the, what is the essence of going to the center? You know, really, when you look at the whole thing, is it profitable? We were there for 24 years. What are we going to do there?
These are remarks by, let's say, Johnny Ben. You don't take what they are saying for political party or our constitution, or the constitution of Nigeria, assumes representative participation in government. But those people are not representing it, they are representing themselves. So don't bother yourself about what they said or what they didn't say. But unity does not mean uniformity. Three of us here can see him very young and agile, can see me old and declining. But we are united, but we are not uniform. Anybody who tells you that he's going to the center for something, he's going for himself. Before you go anywhere, you will be delegated. That's why people are called delegates. The one of Kano is most interesting. But they say that those who forget history will live it again. Abubakar Remi was well educated. He was a foreign service officer. But when he came into politics, he followed Aminu Kano, who was not as, you know, you can't call him a polished man in terms of, but he had a heart for the ordinary people.
Yes.
That was his effort. So he joined him because that was the winning framework.
Yeah.
Of course, when things fell apart between the two of them, he moved to MPP at that time. That change created a problem that eventually led to the loss of his life. Kano is a very large community, but let us see how this one goes. So we shouldn't be wasting our time about.
Yeah, it's not really a question of wasting our time. It's a question. That question is relevant.
We are talking about how long the PDP, before now PDP has stayed in ENUGU, before this vote phase. Okay, the point here is this. You can agree with me that since 1999, apart from the Second Republic, and then up to, you know, then when we had parties that had ideology, you know, these days parties do not have ideology. So parties do not maintain left or right, or center left or center right. There are no conservatives, there are no liberals, there is no little to the left and little to the right and center. So what people do is to have a purpose vehicle, you know, a means to get to power. They just see politics since 1999 as a means to hold on onto power. And that was what coincidentally PDP did. It wasn't as if PDP had any ideology. Could you term them liberalists? Could you tell them conservative? No. Could you tell them welfarists? No. Could you say they are center left or center right? No. anything that could enable them survive was what they welcomed, whether it was conservative or liberal, it doesn't matter. So the point here is that it was just a mere coincidence that had PDP run till 24 years that I just mentioned, and then capitulated under Goodluck Jonathan, you know, because he wasn't forceful about the election, he wasn't determined to run with it, to hold it and catch it at all means. So that was why PDP lost. If not, PDP would have seen how got to power, assuming they had a leader who was more forceful and all that. So the point here is that Enugu leaving PDP, just like you mentioned. You know, last year when we were discussing in this fora, I mentioned about popular politics and then elitist politics. You know, these are people playing elitist politics. I want to move to the center to make the place better. What has changed since moving? Apart from possibly Uchenna losing his seat at the Senate and then being the leader of APC. He nominated someone from his cabinet, who was the former commissioner of Attorney General, to replace the Minister of Science and Technology.
Uchenna losing his position
yes, because
at
of
the executive
exactly. So what has
level.
changed? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. The allocation is still the same. If he has the zeal to work for Enugu, it's still the same zeal, assuming he's still pushful. If he wants to work for the people, he will still work for the people. But if he wants to work for some persons at the expense of the people, in order to have opportunity to be at the center for protection against certain things that may be undemocratic, that is also personal to him. So for us, it is his personal decision to move to the center, but we are yet to see the import of that movement. So, like I stated, Enugu being in PDP for the past 24 years just a mere coincidence. Even ruling Nigeria.
Martin, I think I knew one day that PDP was one political party that was formed by consensus. Regardless of the fact that Obasanjo was jump-started into it, he wasn't a member of the organization. It was Kwame that was leading them. But if you look at the character of the people who were chairman of the party, Kwame, Solomon La, you know, they were people who were open.
Focused.
They were open to dialogue.
Exactly.
If you remember, throughout the time that the PDP was in office at the federal level, Borno State, Oyo State, Yobe State, Lagos State, I can't remember any other state now, continued to be governed by parties that are not members of the People Democratic Party. And I don't think anybody went to jail for that reason. Actually, what is called APC now was a patchwork of people who left PDP in opposition to Jonathan running for president in 2015. So they were quite different, but what we should focus on is representative governance. If you follow international developments now, you see the UK Prime Minister was even talking about Trump as if they were mates. But Trump represents some solid interest in the United States. People who believe that the US is being taken as big for nothing. And that is why much of what he does is carried forward because he represents some people. But this one we are seeing in Nigeria is following one man.
Yes.
Even when your family members do not know him or are against him. In other words, it's like Amakeku. There's a music that we used to call Amakeku. Whatever you are told, you ignore it and you do whatever you like. But like it happened in the First Republic, when you build a pyramid, when you build a steel structure, one leader, one person, everybody's following him. When he's not there, things will fall apart and there will be, the center has fallen and nobody will know where to go. It will be like Israel that said everybody to your own home. But it's not good because people's life has been
so then that brings us to the issue of what we should do at this moment to reverse the situation. Because, I mean, power belongs to the people. If I am a governor, I am moving from one particular party, a party that elected me into office. Okay? The implication is that I should first of all get support from those who elected me. Throw the issue before that. I said, look, I am going there. You know,
you
but
don't need to belabor the point. King Edward VII, in England up to today, being a Catholic is a no-go area for the kingship. When he fell in love with a Catholic, a divorcee, he abdicated the kingdom.
Yeah.
And went to the United States to marry the person he loved. Can you imagine anybody who is Sultan in Sokoto converting to Christianity and remaining a Sultan? It's just that these people are private and they're engaged in private business.
Yeah.
So whatever they say has nothing to do with the people.
Just to take it up from there, have you seen APC since the emergence of Tinubu? What are the ingredients? What can you say is a democratic party? Where are the organs? Are they functioning? You can see what is going on in Rivers. One man is not in PDP, one man is not in APC, one man is also in Tinubu's government, commanding certain things, dictating certain things within PDP and APC at the same time. That is not normal in a democracy. The party will call a meeting and then sanction you.
You are going far. In ENUGU here now,
So-
if you go around the town,
so what
you will
exactly
see
is going on?
billboards,
Yeah.
where local government chairman and the governor are calling people to come and register.
Register,
in APC.
exactly. What
But
is
the
happening?
party has
The organ, the
chairman
structure.
and the executive.
Exactly.
But public resources are
Are
being
being
used to. And once they do it, once they do e-registration, they will nominate people without people voting. That was what
So that's
Tinubu
not how
used
parties
to remove
run.
Ambode. The party sent people to go and conduct the nomination. Adam Soshomole was the chairman that time. He said no, the nomination had not been done, but Tinubu insisted that it had been done.
Exactly.
Civil servants, local government
Yeah.
employees are now being registered
Yeah.
as members of APC.
The last neck that APC had held in the presidency. So it looks as if, okay, at the moment, Professor Yewatide or whatever, the APC chairman, is trying to rein in the skirmish going on in Rivers as the leader of the APC. I said, the governor of the state, who is now a member, is the leader. But some people are doing things different from what they. So you can see that this is not how a political party is run. Where is the neck? Where is the organs? Where are the structures? You know, that determine the president is just a member of the party.
No, you are like I said, you are going too far. There is a crime.
So
that
it's
is called,
unfortunate. So
panic.
there's no party in
I
Nigeria.
first saw it in Port Harcourt.
There's no party, political
Some
party.
criminals will announce that there is either fire or something. People will start running. When they run away, they will
stay there.
So if the main man is against what is happening in the river, he will speak. All this,
He's deliberate.
Said, he's just.
He's just been exactly. He's been deliberate. It's a political strategy to pretend as if you don't know what's going on, so that nobody will say I said. Nobody will say, oh, I didn't say. At the same time, things are going wrong, and you are the leader. So, can you tell me that's how the Labour Party in UK run? Can you tell me that's what Bednock is doing? The Nigerian woman.
So the issue really, gentlemen, is that we don't have political parties.
What we have is amalgamation
we don't
of
have
interest.
political parties at the
People
moment.
who have interest, temporary,
special purpose vehicle.
Just
we don't
to
have
capture
political parties
power
at the moment, and that is very regrettable, because I remember that in the Second Republic we have the Unity Party of Nigeria. If you are a member of Unity Party of Nigeria, you know why. You know the ideology of UPN. You know the ideology of MPP. You know the ideology of MPM. But these days, people anything goes. But that's quite unfortunate for the development of democracy and party politics in our country. But that takes us to Rivers State, where there is the impeachment process of Fubara has been stalled.
Temporarily.
Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because the judge River State Justice Simeon Amade has, Hans says it's no longer going to entertain any the impeachment process that because of a court order restraining him from receiving, documents about the impeachment from the legislature in River State. And of course, the Amewule faction of the legislature has gone on an appeal over this issue, and the judge says until there is a determination of this case, I'll no longer touch the case, the matter, even with a long spoon. So, what does that say to democracy? What does that say to democracy in River State? What does that say to the government's objective of working for the people, working for the problem? Because it seems as if there is no governance in River State.
No,
there's no governance.
Money, traveling anywhere he likes. His wife is spending money, going anywhere she likes. His son is going around. So you say, how can he be working for the people? The judiciary already has announced that they are standing on one man's mandate. I said, these things are just jokes. The impeachment process, in fact, impeachment means accusation. That's what it means. The vote to remove somebody from office is a different thing. But you cannot go to equity with unclean hands. It's only in Nigeria that judges pretend to be deaf when they like. If you accuse people, if you impeach them, you send the accusations to them and they respond. Fubara and the deputy governor have not responded, yet the thing was sent to the chief judge. The chief judge, knowing the law, should have said, cannot be treated because the response of the accused is not attached.
No, but the Constitution gives you 7 days, gives the governor, the deputy 7 days to respond. And I think in this case, the intention to impeach the governor, a letter was sent to the governor, was served to the governor.
The governor said he didn't receive
it. He didn't receive it.
It should be attached.
Okay.
To that accusation, because once you accuse, you get members to sign, they agree, they list the accusations and send it to the accused. He responds. You now vote again after that. This response is not satisfactory. You attach the votes, attach the response, and send to the chief judge, pleading with. But the chief judge also has a duty to read what you have written. And if it doesn't make sense, it's only in Nigeria that people go to court to say preliminary objection. So in other jurisdictions that are republics, in US, if you accuse somebody of something, the clerk of court will read it. And if it is not to be determined, it will be thrown out. You don't waste people's, because it costs money for a court to sit. There is a case reported in Abuja. The People's Democratic Party requested the court to grant them authority to enter their compound, which had been occupied by police and weekend. The judge said, I will not issue it, and I will not strike it out. I will dismiss it. What does he mean? It's just psychologically hurting the party. But even the law of physics say that if you have a center of gravity, once it tips, there will be a crash. In the 1960s, the Northern People's Party tried it. People like J.O. Jokes, who is not from the north, joined the party. Memphis Okilo formed a small party that has aligned with it. Eventually, where did we end up? But it appears the lesson of that period is only for the Igbos. But I think sooner than later, other people are going to learn the lesson.
Mr. Martin, really, as you make contribution, you should also look at the issue of governance. Is governance taking place?
That's exactly what I'm about saying. One, it is good you're trying to, walk us through how impeachment works and all that, and then the procedure it takes, documents that are required before the process goes. The point here is that, is it not becoming very infantile, very childish, and very frivolous that impeachment is now used as a tool, a political tool, a political a kind of witch hunt in Rivers State. These are political parties. These are a set of people whom we know how they emerged in the political force of that state. And we know the man who said he actually made all of them. And the same man now says, since you are not going against what I want, I'm going to deal with you. The last time president had to intervene, and then we thought it was all over. Then what is going on in Rivers is unfortunate. Under any president, that shouldn't happen. In fact, under the current administration, with what has happened in Rivers State, it has been a mockery of democracy in Nigeria. The world is laughing at us.
Yeah.
Look at governance is suffering in that state. Because, okay, now look at the point. You said Fubara is working with a budget that is not approved by lawmakers. Now, which budget was approved for the military man?
Yes.
The military man. Look, the state local government allocation was seized at the suspension of democracy in Rivers. Both the governor, deputy, and the House of Assembly. But the moment the military administrator came to power, that allocation was released the next day. So under what condition was it released? There was no elected chairman in the council areas. There was no democratic institutions anywhere. And then the money was released. So it is a show of shame that is going on because, like you said, Rivers people are suffering. Development is stalled. All they are doing there is how to get the money out of that state, possibly to the center. The one that the military administrators pretended over for 9 months, 6 months. This Ameule led whatever, said, come and account. Did he follow that through? No. The man didn't come to account and we've not heard anything about it again for 6 months. Yeah. For 6 months. So what kind of system is that?
Yeah, but the governor is still receiving his allocation.
Sure. But what we are saying
so
is
what
that,
happens with the money that
no,
he
he's
receives?
working. No, he has been going about commissioning a few things, working. No, we've been watching him. But the point here is that he is not operating optimally because of these troubles here and there, orchestrated by.
Like I said,
why is it that what makes it difficult for Mr. President to rein in yes, Wike?
No.
Because I mean it's a public knowledge.
It's simple.
Unless you want me to say that.
It's politics.
It. Look,
what does he stand to gain by causing division?
Power.
All right.
Personal power.
Yeah, let me not hurt this man. Let me not hurt the other man. Let's see how we continue.
Since the military rule. This didn't start in 1999. In the old Anambra State, the word dichotomy was introduced by political philosopher Dr. Chuboka Debo. He did not consider anything beyond him to wreck Anambra State for his personal benefit and the benefit of his paymasters. He was a member of NCNC as a young man. But the moment he joined MPN. And Zeke was in MPP.
He did what he called political arithmetic.
He did not spare anybody, even calling Zeke an ant. And it's not just, look at his home, look at Onitsha. He was a member of NCNC when Zeke was the leader. Zeke was president of Nigeria. He did, but where is he today? They followed the Buhari, who locked him up. They say he was tear gassed. Everybody, young Martin, yourself, myself, we must stand for something. Politics without principle, according to Mahatma Gandhi, is the problem that we are having. Yusuf in Kano have been following Kwankwaso.
Kwankwasia movement
for a long time. What is it that has happened after he had won? And that election would have been taken from him. But for supporters of Kwankwaso, particularly one sheikh, somebody Bauchi, who threatened the Supreme Court that if they annul his election, then there will be consequences. Of course, they know the people who can cause riots. Now, he is against his master. If you go to scripture, you will see what happened to those who betrayed their master. Interestingly, I saw on television where he and his group were still wearing the
Kwankwasia cap. All over, They didn't discard it.
You carry your father's house to another person's place and say we have come as slaves.
Now you ask yourself, what exactly is the Kano governor going to lose staying put in the party that made him?
Yeah.
Nothing. Because the entire local government is still run by them. The entire House of Reps, the senators.
Is he afraid that
So what
we will not
exactly?
be given a second
So
term
there is something,
ticket
there
to
is
run for
something
second
they are
term?
not telling us.
Yes.
Possibly they want to tell us that if we are not here, even when we win in our place, it will be taken away from us. Maybe they are not telling us that that is what they've been told. Maybe there's something they've been told behind the scene that they need to tell us. Because what exactly is the game?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that we have, politicians of this ilk and those who are averse to standing for any principle, any ideology, and we hoping and praying that that day will come when the political parties in Nigeria will be built around principles, will be built around ideology, and of course have followers, strong followers who know where they are going. It's not when the leader, like what we are experiencing at the moment, if the leader defects to party A, then everybody will follow him to party A without asking questions. Gentlemen, something happened, in Kaduna at a time that the federal government, put up a stiff denial to the fact that Christians are not being, persecuted, or there's no genocide against Christians in Nigeria. And even at a point when we were told that the federal government had hired a lobbyist in the United States, which of course the government has not come out clearly to tell us what happened, and so much amount of money, public payers' money, has been paid to the lobbyist. We had this incident in Kaduna last week where about 160, 170 worshippers, were abducted. And the initial reaction of the government, the initial reaction of security agents was that nothing of such happened.
Yeah,
they can insist that something happened. We're happy that today, so what would make a government act that
Let me
way?
just weigh in quickly. The point here is this. America, the Congress committee and all that reported to Donald Trump said there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria. And then Nigeria said no. That is both Christian, Muslim and all that. But the point here is this. In fact, the very day this news broke out, after 2 or 3 days before Nigeria started admitting it, I was watching Al Jazeera and they carried it. I said, wow. The next thing, CNN carried it. So the point here is, what would that lobbyist or that company be telling President Trump now that he will also be reading, or he would also be privileged to be watching, that a whole parishioners, in fact, that foreign television showed the entire church how the system, music equipment were scattered. I don't know whether you watched the video, how the entire building was wrecked, slippers, shoes, people's head, gears, everything, everywhere on the backs and everything. In fact, the church was a mess. So the point here is, what kind of state are we running that will rather, instead of dealing with our internal affairs, domestic affairs, squarely, firm, as a government that has all the apparatus to deal with it, and we're not able to deal with it, and then we're going to pay 9 million to lobbyists to go and sell a wrong narrative? Is that what it means? Or when they see this one, they will hide it? Unfortunately, they cannot hide it because it's all over the news. So the point I'm trying to make here is that Nigeria is putting their money where it doesn't matter. We have quite a lot of ungoverned spaces. In fact, I was watching that news on telly with all the video and all that. With my wife, I told my wife, what it means now is that wherever the terrorists or Lakarua, it was Lakarua or wherever they strike, then the governor was saying there is need for military, what is it called? Military facility, installation. So I asked my wife, does it mean that every part of Nigeria will now be, there will be military installation in every part for us to remain secure? That is not the way to go in this digital era. Where are the technologies? Where are the other AI devices and all that, drone, blah, 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 that you can actually deploy to monitor what is going on in the 30 states and report to a single command and control center. We are not going to invest in that. Rather, we are getting 9 million to give to a lobbyist to go and start lobbying and laundering. What image are we going to launder?
Yeah. He asked that question, Doctor. What image are we trying to launder? What image?
Forget that one. Because if you are looking for big law firms in Nigeria, I don't think they are in Kaduna.
Exactly.
For the National Security Advisor to rent a lawyer in Kaduna, to rent somebody in Washington. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Information, the National Orientation Agency, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, all these are bodies that are supposed to relate with people abroad.
Yeah.
So, and you know that the NSA wants to run for governor of Adamawa State. There was a time they wanted to impose some tax on bank transactions to be remitted to him. That one entered cold water. He is now spending money that is not budgeted. But more to the point is that when you hear that, like I use the word Amakebu, when you hear that some youths in an area are terrorizing, it is their father that have ignored them.
Exactly.
What they are doing. When people said you should have balance in the presidential ticket, the Muslim combination, the person who originated it is Tinubu. He wanted to run with Abuhari. But Buhari felt that it would be like scandalous.
Yeah.
Now he has enacted it. His vice presidential candidate was governor in Borno State. When there was a cartoon in Denmark, this Denmark that is involved in a Greenland problem against the Prophet of Islam, there was a reverend father who is in charge of St. Michael's in Meduguri, who was very generous and was feeding destitutes. They killed him and burnt him. Up to today, I'm a Catholic, the body has not been buried because they seized it that somebody killed in the pursuit of religion cannot be given honorable burial. This is the people who are governing us. It took the intervention of people like Shobowale, who writes in the Vanguard, to get Ambode to be governor of Lagos State, because it said they were tired of having only Muslims being elected, Tinubu, Fashola, and they were going to get another Muslim. It was that upset that brought Ambode. But Ambode was a trained accountant, a trained accountant. So all the mago they do in politics, his knowledge affected him. He cannot say, carry cash and give this man. You must prepare voucher.
Yeah.
You write something. And they didn't like that kind of thing. So they engineered him out. Are you following?
Yes.
It's the same thing that is happening to Fubara. Fubara is an accountant. He was a civil servant. He knows that when he was working on that weekend, they could bring out the money. He will write what he will write. If they ignore it, he has his own record. Now that he's the main man, he will not do the same thing. So the people we call bandits and terrorists, the people know them. They know them. It doesn't happen. Have they kidnapped any of their own children or their family members and they didn't see what will happen? So the way the police, the local government chairman and the Kaduna State government vigorously denied the announcement by CAN was an embarrassment. But you know that there's a Chinese proverb that says a time of crisis is a time of opportunity. You can see what is happening in Greenland, Ukraine, NATO. They believe that Trump's attention has shifted and they are continuing with what they are doing. It's a word in the wilderness. We're in the wilderness. Because what provokes the Muslim antagonists is preached every day in mosques. Go to the road, highway now, and you watch trucks moving from the north. You will see things like sword, drawn on bodies of men. And some of the things they write there show the orientation. The Nigerian Army logo has something written in Arabic. Are we an Arabic country? Some people will understand what it means, but what does it mean to me? I don't know. So the government has been promoting Islamic religion. It's in the constitution. They talk about Sharia, they talk about this, talk about that. My problem is that the people who are in office now kept drumming restructuring when they were out of office. Now that the new mantra is on my mandate. When will you restructure? Because if there are people who think that Christianity is a challenge to their tradition, you should separate yourself from such people. You can't insist that you will be with them and then impose the Islamic tax on them.
The question again is how was it possible for that number of worshippers to have been abducted, in broad daylight and taken away without the security agencies, without the security agencies knowing?
It's not today that it started. The Chibok girls, how were they taken? The ones that have been happening, it's not even the Niger. So many of them that have been happening. Look, that's why I said that we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria. What we have is...
No, even if we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria, what about the will to act when necessary? Because right now, we are told that the kidnappers
are
demanding for is it 19 million?
Also for bike. To replace their bikes.
To replace them, and also to feed those that they abducted.
Now, ask me, why is it that we don't have the drones that will be able to detect where these people are?
Don't manufacture drones.
No,
but we can buy drones.
Why is it that we can't use it to detect these movements?
That is existing in Nigeria. That's why you have police and police division. Once you say that somebody is DPO or he has an area that he covers. He will now request for police posts in different places. And they have signal which they keep in those posts. Every inspector in any post has a duty to rotate, to inspect, to go around. The earliest, as soon as something happens, he hears it. He goes to the radio room.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, the DPO will call.
That's exactly. There should be a command and control.
They will call the mobile police. They will move easily. This one you're talking about drone.
No, I'm only telling you that. Like, I want to take it up from there. You have the division, you have the police post, you have even sometimes you have in schools and all that. The idea is something is happening. The radio here, the radio there. We have been privileged to watch certain developments overseas where there is a manhunt for a criminal. We know what the radio does. We know what we see on air. We see helicopters. We see drones. Then we keep tracking the thief. The man trying to escape.
That not happen. But what happens in Nigeria is that you will find, say, Mike joined the police in, say, year 2000. This is 2026. Somebody who joined at the same rank you joined in
later
2024.
Well, you got your head. I understand you.
You have no incentive to work.
No, those ones are. It's on the other side.
It is so generalized.
No, that is corruption.
Can that be part of the reason why you said, some time ago that Nigeria was not structured to?
That is corruption. We are talking about corruption now. The impact of corruption in police.
Yeah.
Because in a republic, if he is a deputy superintendent of police, and somebody joins the police after him as assistant superintendent, but because his father is emir.
No, we are talking. That is the impact of corruption.
Is a commoner.
Favoritism.
And he should not be the boss of the son of an emir.
That's the issue.
Without going through the due process,
I agree with you.
Assistant commissioner of police.
I agree with you. There are disincentives.
Openly, a brigadier or colonel who was ADC to the president was to be
elevated,
promoted just 1 year on the rank. While the rule says
you must stay on this rank,
you must attend leadership courses and pass them.
But you see it happening every day in Nigeria. It is just favoritism. It is just
all part of the things that
corruption.
Make the system not to work.
Okay.
Because if the system was designed to work, the Inspector General of Police, who has exceeded his time, should have even voluntarily resigned. That I am here to help, but I can't help. Therefore, I go. Get somebody else who can do the job.
So the point here is that people are taken into the bushes and we cannot account for them. We don't even know whether they took north, south, east, or west.
No, but they have been, communicating with
they will start making
agencies of government.
Yeah,
yes, and we ought to know the.
Remember that when Patami was minister, we spent
so
much money
in ICT
linking NIN to
with that phone that they told us a lot.
Backbone and the satellite to spot where people are.
Making
calls involved. They know where to get them because you can track those numbers.
Okay.
So if somebody makes a call, even if it is with the victim's phone, the police can track it. But they are not interested because the police itself is not organized for
exactly
working for the people.
The policing system, the security system makes it easy for another kidnap to happen tomorrow, even without us dealing with the one that just happened. I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom, but this is what we are seeing every day.
Are we enjoying the scenario?
We are not enjoying
the scenario.
Because
is there nothing?
It looks like we are handicapped.
Assuming that the government was representative.
Okay.
We are handicapped.
That the Kaduna state government and the police in Kaduna should have done is to apologize for making the wrong call.
Yeah.
But they are not apologizing. Who are you?
Exactly.
They should apologize to you.
Kidnapping is going on everywhere in the streets.
They are going to demand money to settle those people.
People are paying ransom.
If you give them 10 million to settle them, they will take 4.
Exactly. I mean, so what kind of policing system is that?
Yeah, where does that take
us? These are the things.
Where does that take us?
These are the things.
Where does that take us
the current
to
leadership,
as a country?
These are the things the current leadership promised to deal with. Don't forget the attack of this leadership on the past administration. That give us this number of ways we are going to do away with this. Give us this. We are going to provide light. Fashola even mentioned that when he was campaigning with Buhari, that 1 year a serious government will fix the energy system, the electricity. But he was part of the Buhari government. He fixed nothing. Today, the grid has collapsed. Are you aware? I don't know whether you have light in your area. In
no.
Today, the grid has collapsed. 24th January 2026. First collapse. We have less than how many megawatts for the nation? Because of this insincerity, because of this lack of focus and corruption.
They talk. Look at what many people don't like Trump, or at least some Nigerians who are not concerned, but they keep talking about Trump.
Because he says what he does.
Davos and said what he has found out is that the Europeans are not interested in American security.
Exactly.
That they want America to secure them, but they don't want America to be secure. Because in almost all European countries, there are American troops to help secure
those.
Therefore, they reduce their defense expenditure.
Yeah.
Assuming that the US were to withdraw its troops from Germany, which has a border with Russia and Poland, and move them to Greenland, they will panic.
You know how much they voted for African security under Africa? 430 million.
Because they don't allow Germany to have nuclear weapons.
430 million for Africa. That's what they voted. So you can see that America is actually doing a lot, and the good thing is that the president is saying what he wants to do and doing what he's saying, and that's what the hallmark of a leader.
Because you talked about ideology.
In as much as we may not like him,
I will make America great again. Even if he's not
whether you
America
like
great,
it or not, he's still doing it.
Trump and
so
America have become the issue throughout the world.
All over the world. You are talking about them in Middle East, even in Nigeria, you're talking about them. NATO is panicking about them. The president, Britain said, we are not going to be part of your board of peace. They are still angry. Over the provocation of Trump.
Gentlemen, I just wish that we have more time to discuss these issues and more of that. My producer is warning me that our time is up, and it's nice having you today, and we'll keep looking at Nigeria's problems and offering solutions as much as we can. It's been an exciting moment, Dr. KJ. Once again, I thank you for coming.
You, Mike, for your leadership. This is what a leader should be. Politicians should come and borrow from you. Go and train them to be representative.
Mr. Martin, can you offer him a handshake on my behalf? Mr. Martin, thank you for coming, really. We'll do it another day.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Obani. Thank you for being there for us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you and happy weekend.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape from the dream team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founder at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm where we focus on solving Africa's complex development challenges. Now, Nigeria's security challenges are real. They've morphed from, basically armed robbery to terrorism, insurgency, and really widespread conflict between cattle headers and farmers, which appears to be the big issues countrywide. But I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. According to the Next Year Violent Conflicts Database, in the 12 months leading to April 2025, Nigeria has recorded about 919 violent conflict incidents, resulting in about 4,824 casualties. And by casualties, we mean dead, injured, and kidnapped. Now, these incidents are about 16% lower, than the preceding 12 months in terms of incidents, and they're about 26% lower in the preceding period as well in terms of casualties. Now, today's guest is one of Africa's leading scholars in the security and defense space. Akali Ameni is the founder and principal consultant at Terrorism Studies Consultancy. He was formerly the founder and co-chair of the Africa Research Group at the University of Leicester and co-chair of the Africa Research and holds a PhD in Defense Studies from King's College. He's the author of 4 books, Policing and Politics in Nigeria, A Comprehensive History, Insurgency and War in Nigeria, Regional Fracture and the Fight Against Boko Haram, and Counterinsurgency in Nigeria, the Military and Operations Against Boko Haram. I believe the 4th book, which is due out in August of this year, is Picking Sides, Race, Ethnicity, and Recruitment in Colonial Nigerian Army. Our research also shows that there's another book in the works, Rebel. We're eager to, read these books. Ameni, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me, Patrick. I think these conversations are really important, building a critical mass of ideas around not just what's wrong security-wise with Nigeria, but potentially how to form a team of teams of people to gradually, over time, address these issues. So thank you very much for having me.
Exactly, a community of practice. And that community of practice is evolving, it's forming, and your books have been central, to the discussions, happening in these spaces. And you've tried to help us unpack many of the fundamental issues that we face, and I hope we can do that on this call. Now, if we start by looking at policing and politics in Nigeria, and just ask you to help us understand where we are and how we got here. You in the book, you examined the history of the Nigerian police force from the colonial era to date, and how, maybe some of the British imperial policing shaped what we have today. So if you can help, just, briefly help us unpack how our history, kind of shaped where we are today with Nigerian policing.
The Nigerian police force is, it's a complex institution. I think they use that word to describe certain kinds of organizations and people today, but I think it applies to Nigerian police force because it really has gone through so many changes over its history. It's a force that's ubiquitous across the country, whereas you might not see a military formation in the most remote areas of Nigeria, you would always see at least one Nigeria police force formation. So a very broad spread indeed. The origins go way back. If we go back to that colonial architect of Nigeria called Lord Frederick Deltry Lugard, when he first arrived in 1897, he wasn't convinced that natives, I use the words natives, not in a pejorative sense, but in the way they kind of viewed the indigenous people who were on the ground at that time. Lugard didn't believe that, initially at least, that Nigerians were the best folks to kind of police their own territories. And this is a story that's true, but not very well known. He actually brought an Indian group, an Indian company, it's called the Madras Company, to Nigeria to Lokoja in 1897, because he was convinced. Lugard was born in India, some background, and so he had a very strong connection with the country. He also served there in the British Army. He felt that Indian police personnel might actually be, military personnel, I should say, might be better suited to police Nigeria. But they spent all of 1 week in Nigeria and they just couldn't do it. And so he decided very quickly that, right, we'll need to assemble a Nigerian regiment. And so the Madras Regiment was a very short-lived part of the Nigeria Police Force history. And so this force that was formed for colonial interests, right? There wasn't a consensus around how it was formed in terms of bringing the local people together to say, right, what do you want of a police force? It was formed primarily to protect British interests, right? And this was something that endured right from the colony of Lagos when the original consulate force was formed, through to the expeditions in northern Nigeria in 1903 when Lugard kind of annexed that region in the name of the British Crown. The police continue to play this very punitive role in these campaigns. And I think that when we came to independence in 1960, I believe there was a real opportunity for us to ask questions around what kind of police force we wanted, right? Almost a real sense that we could depart from having a force to a service, right? Insofar as the British interests that the police force now served were now gradually being divested from those of Nigeria, right? Nigerians were plotting their own future. That conversation sadly never happened. And as we also know, even if there was a space for that conversation around the reform of policing to happen, the coup d'etats of 1966 completely derailed Nigeria's future. And so by the time we had the kind of odious period of a military interregnum in Nigeria, where the military was in charge for so long, as we know, Patrick, things never really moved ahead for the police. And in fact, what I argue in my book is that the military, in some ways, undermined policing in Nigeria, just by the fact that the kind of superordinate power in the country wasn't democratically elected, and the police is meant to serve a democratically elected superordinate. And so it was dysfunction from the start. And I'm not convinced that dysfunction has been completely addressed even today.
Just as an aside, why did the Indians leave after a week?
The mosquitoes,
right?
Some people assume that a lot of the diseases we have in tropical Africa might also be applicable to maybe tropical parts of Asia, but not really. Malaria, for instance, we have a very virulent form of malaria. Yeah, and I think our mosquitoes are quite special in their own right. Add that to all kinds of local challenges, the language gap, and so on and so forth. I think Lugard viewed the kind of romanticized idea of an Indian regiment in Nigeria through a more dim view after just a week or so.
Interesting. Now, what are some of these colonial legacies that may still be affecting policing in Nigeria?
First and foremost, I think, is the idea that the police was there to support the interests of the superordinate, as opposed to the interests of the civilian population. As an example, if you had, for instance, a white colonial official commit a crime in the past, and the expectation from the police wouldn't be to kind of investigate that crime per se. It would be almost to try to gaslight the local people who have reported the crime, right? To make it seem as though, no, you haven't gotten this right. This person is right. You are wrong. And we still see shades of that today, whereby even in supposedly clear and cut cases where you would feel that the police would take the side of the person who maybe reported the case, there are still several cases where someone reports a case to the police and they are then kind of detained if the person they are making a report against is a big man.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Now, one of the other points you raised in the book is the arguments around how to shape the police, especially around independence. So one of the core arguments at the time was, should policing be centralized? Or should it be decentralized? And we know how that went, but it was really a contentious issue, especially in the independence era. What were some of these other competing visions? And now, with benefit of hindsight, did we make the right choices at that time? And this question is critical because there are big arguments that are happening today around state policing, etc., that gets one to start thinking about those origin debates, that we had. Where do you fall on, these different arguments?
Okay, I'll come to the state policing in a minute, but in terms of the kind of salient discussions around the Nigeria police force at independence, I think one of the key ones was the issue of Nigerianization. Now, as some background, from the 1930s, some of Nigeria's earliest parliamentarians, including J. Akilade Kolkrik, they were taken aback by the fact that whereas the Nigeria police force still had a very high number of British personnel, there wasn't a sense that the British were keen on kind of progressing indigenous Nigerians through the ranks. The question was first raised in 1933 and 1932, but it was kind of put aside for quite some time. As you know, in a few years after that, there was the outbreak of the Second World War. And so these conversations around Nigerianization, which the likes of Azikiwe led at the time, there was almost a kind of tacit agreement between those pushing for Nigerianization of all the institutions and independence as part of that process, between them and the British administration, that look, a world war is in progress now. We need to kind of put these things aside and get rid of Hitler, and help us kind of mobilize the people to fight this war. And when we are done, we can revisit this conversation. And the British, they kept the award. And when the war was over, Nigerianization kind of then picked up pace. And it was a process whereby people who were indigenous Nigerians were then given an opportunity to progress through the ranks. And this was really important because otherwise, in just a few years, 15 years from the end of the Second World War, you might have had a situation whereby Nigeria was independent, but most of the senior police personnel were still white British. The issue with Nigerianization, Patrick, was that it watered down the requirements. It watered down the requirements to enter the police force and to participate at all levels, right? Initially, the conversation around Nigerianization was along the lines of, well, if there was a qualified Nigerian, right, that was able to fill a position, then they should fill the position. However, if the Nigerians applying for that position were not up to the qualifications or standard of their British counterparts, then the British should fill that position. Now, because we didn't have that many, relatively speaking, educated Nigerians by the 1940s even into the early 1950s, that simply wasn't possible. So these requirements had to be watered down. And this kind of started one of the very regrettable features of federal institutions in Nigeria, which is that what you could call substandard people were then kind of filtered into the force. And regrettably, I don't think that necessarily has been addressed completely up until today. So that's a major issue. And when you understand that these are folks who are going to carry guns on the streets, and you haven't really given, proper thought into who you are recruiting into those roles, then aren't you setting yourself up for all kinds of, issues and daily indiscretions of the force? That's the point about Nigerianization. The other point that you rightly raised was about the centralization or decentralization. Initially, the Northern Police Force was its own entity. You had the police force within the colony of Lagos, again, its own entity, Southern Police Force. But these were all kind of amalgamated as well by the time, by the 1930s as well. There was this kind of sense that everything had to come together. Now, not everyone was happy about this, but the argument was that a centralized police force was going to be more effective in terms of being resourced, in terms of rules and regulations, in terms of simple things such as the accoutrements and even the police outfits and so on. It would all be uniform, right? And it seemed like a sound idea at the time. I'm not sure that it's any less sound. I don't think the issue is state police per se. I think it's something that I hope we get to a bit later on, which is the welfare of the men and women who serve in these forces. So look, even if you have a decentralized police force and every state had their own police force, if you don't think critically about the welfare of these men and women, you will still have issues, I think.
And we'll get to that discussion, which is at the heart of what we're trying to explore. You know, after we've kind of built the context around it. And one of the other contextual questions is how did our successive military regimes shape the structure and the nature and the philosophy of the Nigeria police force? You know, and how has that kind of impacted the way they conduct their affairs today, being that we spend these many years, you know, under military rule?
I mean, going back to that very shabby chapter of Nigerian history, which some people might view through rose-tinted glasses, but many of us who lived in that era would probably take a different view. Look, I'm sure, well, personally, I don't recall having seen a police administrator of a state. It was normally a military administrator, right? There might have been one or two policemen. I'm not sure. I'm speculating now, but for the most part, even the Supreme Military Councils never had police personnel there. The point I'm trying to make is that the military was the superordinate, right? I don't think the police institution was confused about its role in society. They were below the military and they served at its behest. Right now, if you have that military force which isn't democratically elected, if you have that military force that effectively acts against constitutional requirements, then how do you expect the police force to be functional as opposed to being dysfunctional? Effectively, we had this era of Nigeria's history where the constitution was put aside. Right, even in instances where the failed Third Republic, where you kind of had this, you had civilian state governors, but then you had an overall military head in Babangida. You look at that whole era, and you also understand that actually even the ministers and they all worked at the behest of the military. So it wasn't even a civilian era per se. The only time we really came back to civilian rule wasn't up until 1999 when Obasanjo came back. It was really from that point that the police had its first real chance to kind of breathe some air to say, okay, now we are back to kind of democratic rule. What do we do about ourselves? Military rule undermined the police force and so many other institutions in Nigeria. I wouldn't say irreparably, because I believe, and this is a personal philosophy, that no matter how bad things are, they don't need to get worse and they can always get better, right? So I wouldn't say it's been irreparably damaged, but I would say that the damage has been quite severe, right? And it's also to the culture and the ethos of these groups, because when you see military personnel ruling by the barrel of a gun, right, Patrick? Because that's what happens during military rule. The military men can smile, they can have meetings with civilians and be very polite in those meetings. But we all know the subtext of what's going on there. These folks are ruling by the barrel of the gun. And when the police force have to serve kind of that government, and they kind of see that military men can be very coercive, they can be very brutal, they can be murderous in some instances, it sets a very bad example for the police.
And we'll come back to many of these issues, but I wanted to shift a little bit to the military, and which is a subject you've written on quite extensively. And as someone so let me assume that I'm not really involved in the security community and the discussions around it. I'm just an ordinary Nigerian sitting on the sidelines watching what's been happening in the last 2 decades. It would baffle me that a Nigerian military, the same military that fought in ECOMOG and brought peace to Liberia, Sierra Leone, etc., found it difficult, near impossible, to disband a ragtag Boko Haram, which has now morphed into Islamic State in the West Africa province, Ansaru, etc. What really happened? What happened to our military at the core? And just take some time and unpack it for us. What happened to our military that they were not able to just deal with Boko Haram when it was a little growth, and now it's become a cancer in our society?
Well, I will start by saying it would be a mistake to kind of point fingers at the Nigerian military and say that your incompetence alone is to blame for this jihadist threats kind of metastasizing, like you said. Because insurgencies are a challenge for every military organization. If you go to staff colleges across the world today, the kind of, the kind of syndicated sessions you see, most of them are typically geared at warfare between states, right? And warfare that involves units of one size, say a battalion, and how that battalion can potentially hold its own against not just an opposing battalion, but against a formation up, so i.e. a brigade, right? So these are the kinds of things that we're looking at in kind of military syndicated sessions. What you see less of, and what we've seen less of historically within military training, is this idea that a military force has to effectively become a police institution, right? And police territories against insurgents. Military men are very poor policemen. They don't want to do that job, and they aren't great at doing it. Except that's exactly what you need to be in a counterinsurgency, right? You need to effectively wear the hat of a policeman and kind of think along the lines of, well, the people attacking us are all part of the community, right? And so this isn't we in counterinsurgency kind of training, we look at it this way. Body counts are a perverse measure of success, because in counterinsurgency math, if you have 10 people and you kill 9 rebels, you don't have 1 left. You have potentially 100 left, because each of those 9 people you killed, guess what? They have brothers, Patrick. They have family. They have friends. They have people who are sympathetic. They have people who would take up arms on the strength of the fact that you've killed their loved ones. And so now you have even more people to fight. And I think that this is something that hasn't really seeped into the psyche of a Nigerian military that has always had an ammunition mentality. Back to the Civil War of Nigeria, it wasn't about better tactics per se. It was really about being better equipped. In fact, they were very, brash about this, that look, in this war, the force with the biggest and best equipped battalions is going to win. And that force was the Nigerian army. The Biafran army couldn't really compete in that sense, right? So you win that war, and this is what I argue in my first book, Counterinsurgency in Nigeria, is that, look, if you look at the military institution in Nigeria and you see how they won the Civil War of Nigeria, being able to move their 3 maneuver divisions over a space of about 2.5 years and eventually defeat the rebels decisively, right? Using artillery, infantry, and armor, right? So the 3 main combat arms, and with the Air Force, of course, in support, and the Navy as well. You then understand why they developed this culture that really sees, the same arms, so artillery, infantry, Navy, really heavy spending, right, as the backbone of military success. Except these things don't really matter to an insurgent that is never going to engage you on the battlefield, right? When you have a group like
very
Boko Haram,
decentralized and mobile, yeah,
decentralized, mobile, Patrick, but also these guys have taken war avoidance to the next level. They've given war avoidance a new meaning, right? Whereby you are there camped waiting for an enemy attack, and you are camped for days or even weeks, right? And the enemy doesn't show up the way expected. Guess what? They send a bunch of pregnant women who are supposedly going to bring you army supplies, and then they get to your gate and then they blow themselves up, right? And that's when it really hits you. Meanwhile, all this time, your men are they are twitchy, right? People, military personnel, they really struggle doing nothing, just playing cards, and that's not really what they were trained. They want to be active, right? So on top of being so twitchy, you then refuse to give them what they expect. It's a very difficult fight. That's not the only reason why they aren't winning the war. There are quite a few reasons. Welfare, again, is one of them, Patrick. And on this issue of welfare, military spending, let me kind of talk more broadly about, something that's been thrown around a lot, where, Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, or something along those lines, etc. But what I always tell my students when I used to be a professor was that, look, you don't look at, things like GNI or a country's gross, right? You don't look at it in kind of absolute terms. You need to look at it in terms of, per capita spending, right? So if you have 200 million people and they have to share, 1 trillion, guess what? They might not have as much as a country that only has a GNI of say 1 million, but only has 2 people. Do you see what I mean? There's so many of us in Nigeria, And when over all these decades you have politicians, I don't want to go into the corruption debate, but when you have everyone who can possibly be in a position of government, they then start this, or rather, I won't say start, but basically continue this tradition of embezzlement. What do you think then happens to the institutions that are meant to benefit from those funds? As I always say, the bill comes due. The bill comes due. If you have $100 million at your defense budget, right, and out of that $100 million, you end up embezzling, say, 90 million, and you only have 10 million for your troops. The bill comes due. When those troops are deployed to the battlefield, how well do you think they're going to do, right? Not only in terms of personal welfare, they don't have enough bullets, they don't have the proper ammunition, etc., etc. The bill comes due, Patrick. So what we're facing in Nigeria is a due bill that's many decades in the making.
I mean, you're right on the mark on this one. And again, still continuing the discussion on Boko Haram, I'd like to understand, because you touched on this in one of your books, that whole Chad Basin ecosystem that underscores how the porous borders and ethnic ties have made it difficult for us to basically solve the insurgency problem, and how terrorists, jihadists are able to cross between our borders, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, etc. What has led to this failure? What has led to the failure of these governments building up the right structure to protect the borders? And what can they do to at least stop the cross-border raids that happen in those border regions and then spread inwards into the country?
Again, a very good question. So the governments there's a few things the governments might be able to do to stop cross-border ingress and egress. But what they would be unable to stop is the cultural links between both sides, because you need to understand, Patrick, that these borders are artificial. I was reading the biography of Ahmadu Bello the other day, and one of the vignettes he introduces in his book is this idea that when Nigeria was amalgamated and they kind of drew those borders, that one of the borders came through a local market and even went through someone's kitchen, right? So, and I guess the point he was trying to make is that, and he then said right afterwards that, the people on both sides, they just continued as if no border existed, right? So this thing we call Nigeria, actually on the cultural ties, the ties between someone in the northeast of Nigeria and Chad or Niger, for instance, might be, you would expect to be much closer than the ties between someone in Borno and someone in Abakaliki. Exactly. Do you see what I mean? And I might say this, and people might say, "Oh, man, you're not a true preacher." No, I'm just trying to point out that the ties are stronger. The ties are stronger, just the same way as many folks in the southeast of Nigeria have stronger ties with across the Cameroonian border as well, right? In rivers and what have you. So these cultural ties make it easier for these groups to kind of gain traction in these cross-border areas. So you might hear people say, well, this is now a regional problem. Well, it's regional if you look at it in the sense that Nigeria, Niger, Chad are all different countries. But if you kind of zoom in into this region, right, and you kind of take a closer look at, okay, the cultures and, the traditions of these people, not just the religion, cultures and traditions, you would see that they have very close ties. So for a lot of them, it's not really going from Nigeria to, Niger. It's just going to meet someone who is your kinsman, more or less.
In my mother's village.
Exactly that, along those lines. So this kind of makes it, intelligence sharing then becomes tricky in these instances. And it then becomes easier to point fingers. I remember conducting interviews in Borno some time back, and one of the not ever going to mention names, but one of the senior DSS personnel there, really sharp guy, was just talking about how the Boko Haram insurgency is essentially a cannery insurgency at its heart.
I saw that in the book. Yep.
Yeah, but look, I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think that initially kind of disquiet and the discontent that came from Muhammad Yusuf's deaths might have been linked to these kind of ties of kinship. But I think it's evolved since then. There's lots of other factors, we need to consider now.
But how do we deal with that, though? I mean, if they have a strong ethnic, not even religious in this sense, ethnic recruitment base, right? So how do you deal with that, especially in a place where the people feel like the government has little to no impact in their lives? These guys are beginning to hold territory and provide some sense of governance, provide some sense of social services to the people. How do you fight that? How do you unlodge or dislodge people who are now seen as really the effective government in place?
I think there's two maybe ways to look at that issue and try resolve it. One is to So part of the thesis I present in my second book is this idea that I kind of present a demand curve, and I argue that look, the higher the kind of the more insurgent groups demand from their followers and their potential adherents, the harder it is to get those folks to buy into those demands, right? So you've got that demand curve. So at the bottom, you kind of have a demand that says, you know what, just stay in your house, do nothing, just agree with us that Nigeria's government could do much better than it currently is, right? At that level of kind of passive action, a lot of people will buy in, right? But as you go higher up that curve, let's say the next level up is, okay, you don't just stay at home, you need to actually come to a meeting and agitate. Fewer people will show up at that meeting, Patrick. If the next level up is, well, you know what, you need to formally come to us and take training, even fewer people. And at the very top is suicide bombing, right? How many people do you think would willfully, right, ceteris paribus, give their lives up for a cause? Much fewer than would stay at home and say, yeah, the Nigerian government is rubbish. So I guess the reason I'm saying this is that if that's the case, then a government needs to improve the environment where these guys try to recruit. Right? There's a reason why it is typically the disenfranchised that fight these wars. I'm yet to see a rebel army composed of billionaires' kids. When you have so much going on for you in life, just I guess tied to this is also what we call biographical availability, right? It's more likely to join a rebel group if you are young, you are angry, you are disenfranchised, it becomes harder when, let's say, you are now in your 50s, right? You've got kids you've to send to school. You'll think twice, like, do I really have to do this?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess from this view, a government can try to make fewer people biographically available for an insurgency. And I think the Nigerian government in this regard has so much more to do, right? Because there's almost nowhere you go to in Nigeria, Patrick, where you won't see extreme poverty. And I mean extreme poverty. And people who are very, very poor and who crucially don't really have a viable pathway for social mobility, they become desperate. And desperate people do desperate things, as I'm sure you know.
Exactly.
So it's not just that these people necessarily buy into Boko Haram's ideology. In fact, I've written so much on the nuances of trying to just assume that everybody who fights Boko Haram is ideologically inclined. No, that there's all kinds of ways they recruit, right? They abduct children, for instance, right? They also kind of recruit drug addicts and then say, look, if you fight for us, you'll get your fix. Do you know that for a drug addict, nothing is more appealing if you tell them that, if you do X, Y, Z, we'll give you a fix. They will do whatever you want. You see what I mean? So there's lots of mechanisms for recruitment. It's not just ideology. And all these mechanisms, whether it's poverty, whether it's drug abuse, so substance abuse, as more correctly said today, all these things can be addressed by good governance.
Fantastic. Now let's switch hats and think about solutions here. And every new Inspector General of Police, who gets appointed, announces a flurry of changes to the force, from telling Nigerians don't ever give a bribe, all of that kind of stuff. They announced they're going to remove all the roadblocks, and 2 weeks later the roadblocks are back, and so on and so on and so forth. There's been so many national police reform strategies, etc. Why haven't these things worked? If you were to crystallize it for our audience, what are the reasons why all of this effort by smart people, you may have also been involved in some of these conversations, why haven't we been able to reform the force to be effective in policing the country?
I mean, if I were going to give one, because I tend to kind of, instead of saying, well, there's 15 things, let's kind of unpack this into a single main core issue. I think the single issue here, Patrick, is welfare. I keep coming back to this.
Okay.
If you go to our police colleges, I don't know if you've been to any police college recently.
I know a few.
It's the conditions are just atrocious.
Inhuman, yeah.
Are just atrocious. I remember going to, because I make friends with security personnel at all levels, So one of my friends was actually and I know this is the military, but it's similar, right? One of my friends was a private soldier, and I liked playing with his kid a lot, a boy, and so but I never actually played with his son at their house, right? So I said, you know what, I want to see where you live today, and so we went together to his house, and when and I told him, I said, Charles, you never told me this is how, and he said, Ogana, so he said this is where we are, and I almost wept, Patrick. Because I'm saying to myself, so this guy who goes around and still tries his best every day is forced to live like an animal? Right? And if you bring that to the police situation, like I argue in my book, you've got a police college where a dozen people, in some instances, are meant to share like a small fish, right, with Gary. So you look at things like that, and so how are 12, adults going to share fish with Gary, walk away and be full? So these guys, they are hungry, they are angry, they are frustrated. Their salaries don't stretch to any level. Meanwhile, they see civilians who are driving this. And look, I'm not saying that this justifies police attitude. It doesn't. But I'm saying you need to remunerate these men and women properly. Right? Whatever it is you are planning, all your state police plans, you need to think about the policeman or woman as an individual, as a person, right? That requires dignity, right? If a policeman or policewoman dresses up in the morning, Patrick, and goes to their station and they feel dignified, don't you think they will treat other people with dignity? If you don't feel dignified, if you don't feel heard, if you feel disenfranchised, right, then you would take umbrage. You basically have a very low threshold for tolerance. So the welfare question is so important. I can't stress this enough. Right, but when you have, and I don't want to go off too much of a tangent, but when you have a kind of legislature that's bloated, you have so many people earning so much money, while you have people in the front lines earning just a pittance. Some salaries of our legislators can pay entire police units, and I'm saying hundreds of them. So how is that even fair? So police welfare, I think, and that welfare would also include things like emotional support as well. For instance, and I'm sure you hear this almost every other day, that there was a police shooting, the police shot this person. What do you think happened when those guys, it's not like in the West where you go for desk duty, then you go see a shrink, who talks to you, how is this affecting you? No. You are involved in that incident, and you are just, you're put back on the streets. After you potentially kill someone, or you've seen someone be killed, or you saw, so how do you think that affects you? All these are things that we've not given enough thought to, the fact that these are men and women. They aren't just numbers. And it's really important we look critically at their welfare. I can't really endorse any measures until the welfare question is a part of that conversation.
And I feel your pain, and it's something I know personally. just drive by or visit any police installation, or even, just go to a police station to lodge a complaint or to, free someone from there. And the squalor they live in is completely inhuman. But this cannot be new knowledge to the people who are supposed to solve it. The IGP, the Police Service Commission, etc. There is no great insight here that the Nigerian police is suffering from just sheer neglect. Why is it that we haven't been able to take this on as one issue and address it? And it's not like the ideas for addressing it are not known. So what is the critical challenge? Why we're not able to address this issue from your research, from your engagement?
I think so. There's two points I'll raise here. The first is that Nigeria, unfortunately, also we came out of the military interregnum in 1999, right? So that was when, and Boko Haram started about 2010. Well, a decade later, and then the year after that, they really started the insurgency. So I guess my point is, Nigeria only really had a decade of breathing room before kind of being plunged into another major crisis. And this then meant that the military were kind of seen as the priority, right, in terms of defense. So military spending is a subset of defense spending, right? Police spending would also be part of that package, right? But where you have basically the military chiefs making the argument that, look, we need to spend more because of this war, that kind of subordinates the police even more, right? So except the police should be, there's what we call stability operations. Stability operations are meant to be the bulk of the counterinsurgency, and it's the police that should run these stability operations, right? But because we don't really have that as the core of our counterinsurgency doctrine in Nigeria, the police still kind of play this subordinate role, right? Yes, there are liaison officers within military units, and there are component commanders. Well, they used to be, but they still play a very marginal role. But they shouldn't. The police should play a key role. My point is, Patrick, that the police budget should be increased. It shouldn't be slashed, right? And that's kind of what we've been seeing. And we also have another problem here, which is, I think for the police force in Nigeria, I think that we've never really had an IGP that has taken this welfare question and has refused to let go of it, right? So instead of kind of focusing on improving what you already have, what we tend to see, Patrick, is that new police zones are created, right? Or new police formations are created, right? Or you have the SARS, the anti-robbery squad. You have all these squads and special this and special that being created. Or you have a new helicopter unit being created, right? And the point is that when you have kind of these kind of police budgets, but the capital expenditures are tilted more towards equipment and what have you, and less towards kind of the welfare side, then you look at the budget and you say, well, hang on, that seems like a reasonable budget, but look, take a closer look and see how it was spent. So I think, I think this should be, the welfare question is one that really has to be at the heart of, the dispensing of the budget.
So I want to dig a bit deeper, right? Because this is at the heart of this whole development discourse, is like, really getting to the heart of why this is not working and how do we solve it. So you mentioned the military, right? So let's assume, as is the case, that they've gotten a lot of money in their budgets, but if you also look at the military installations, they're no better than the police installations. If you look at military housing, it's a pigsty. You look at even the guys who are fighting Boko Haram, fighting the insurgencies, where they operate from, you won't place your dog in there, and these are people who are supposed to guard us while we sleep. They've received increased budgets, etc. I think you also touched on something, which is, the folks who are supposed to solve these problems, they see how deeply rotten the system is. Instead of rolling up their sleeves to do the hard work, what do? They create separate special squads, special units to solve the problem. We see that not just in the military, not just in the police, but even in our bureaucracy. So You're appointed as chief executive of parastatal, an organization. You look at the quality of the people. There are good people in there, but we have paid them peanuts, and this is what we're getting, right? But instead of addressing that, what do? We create consultant teams, project implementation, this and that in the office of the CEO, and we don't spend enough time building the plumbing, of these organizations. How do we become a successful nation if we keep kicking the can down the road, if we keep avoiding the hard work that we need to do, and we look for these quick fixes, this ad hoc thing in the police, in the military, in the bureaucracy? Are we not just postponing the doomsday? I know it's a lot in there.
Oh, but all of it is relevant. Look, I don't want to be one of those people who are outside Nigeria who are critical of the Nigerian government and critical because because the question is, well, what are you doing to address? Well, in my case, I know what I'm doing.
I think you're doing your bit. You're thinking about it. You're writing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess, look, it comes down to, leadership as well, right? Look, if you had a Nigerian parliament or Nigerian upper house, House of Assembly and Senate that had senators and assemblymen and women who look at their constituents and only focus on the interests of their constituents, and if you multiply that across the entire house, you would have a very different country. Right now, we don't really have that. We don't have a legislature where people are committed to their constituents. Because that is really because if that's the case and you're committed to the constituents, then when you go back there, they would hear these problems that you and I are talking about here. They would know that the police station, on XYZ road is understaffed. They would know that there's a mobile police unit at the other end of town, but actually they don't have any tear gas. And so if there's a riot, they can't actually respond. That's what a good, I think, lawmaker, these are the kinds of issues, but we don't really see that. The leadership issue in Nigeria has never really been fixed, right? Going back all the way to 1966 and the coup d'etats, and we all saw what happened, even after the first coup that got rid of Balewa and Sardauna and so many others, right? And you then had Ironsi. Ironsi had no business being in power. I write about this in Picking Sides, my forthcoming book, and actually there's an article for those interested where I really unpack. Ironsi was out of his depth, right? So you have, and then you then get rid of Ironsi and you put in Gowon, right? But then he's basically put into a wartime scenario almost immediately. Right? And no one can be prepared for that. Right? The point is you've had leaders who were either out of their depths, who were corrupt, or who were so facing challenges that were, aside from those they should be facing, so they couldn't actually battle what they should be battling. Right? We've just had a real leadership challenge in Nigeria. If you notice, I'm really biting my tongue regarding the current leadership. I have my thoughts, but I will really bite my tongue today, Patrick, but leadership is an issue.
Many we don't bite our tongue here; we let it loose. So if you've got something to say it. And I think you raise an important point. Yeah, if you really look at the core of what we're dealing with in the country, and I think Achebe told us this. It's purely and squarely a failure of leadership, right? But we haven't even really explored it enough to see that almost every leadership team and group we've had in Nigeria from independence to date has been out of their depth. All of them. Yeah. I mean, you stopped at Gowon. He was young. He had a power base around him. He was just a mere puppet, and he danced to the tune. You go from there to even Murtala, who presented himself as, being the strong man. He was completely bereft of the intellect to deal with, the issues that Nigeria faced. We moved on from there to an Obasanjo who at that time, is not the Obasanjo we have of today. He was still out of his depth at the time, but was, a cut above the rest. He really was intellectual, associated with Nigeria's young intellectuals at the time, had a few good ideas. Then you move to Shagari, who was, like a zero nobody, and on and on and on and on till date. But the question is, why do we have these people emerging at the top? We had 2023, we had the options, we picked what we picked. Why is it that we end up with these choices? Now, That's the first question. The second question, is it really the people we pick, or is it a reflection of us? Is it that as a people, this is who we are? We are not deep intellectual people. We are not people who interrogate situations to come up with, options. I mean, you can see with our religion, we believe in magic. We believe that somebody will do the work for us, or some celestial power will do the work for us. Isn't this at the core of what's rotten in Nigeria, that the people themselves are not up to scratch with what it takes to exist and live in the 21st century?
Well, look, I mean, this whole idea of kind of getting someone else to do a lot of your legwork for you, it just means that you would never really improve in the areas you need to, right? And we kind of see that, and I don't want to make a flippant analogy, but we kind of see that with NATO today, whereby the US had kind of been picking up the slack for all these years, and now you've got the great presidents who have said, well, no, I don't want to do it anymore, and you can see NATO scrambling. Right. So if you kind of tease that into the case of Nigeria, whereby we've always sought for other people to come and help us, whether it's the IMF funds or whether it's, like you said, the supernatural, right? But I don't think that these are sensible ways to really look at self-help and self-development. I'm not sure that it's. I know people say things like, "Oh, well, you get the leaders you deserve." I don't think Nigerians deserve their leadership. You said we are uncocked. Okay, so let me uncock and say I don't think Nigeria deserves the kind of leadership it's had all this time. Still want to be diplomatic there, but look, I think part of the issue again is not. It's welfare, except now I'm leaning more towards education, right? Because if you have people who are educated, who are really educated, and if you have people who have livelihoods, then the lines along which they vote would be a reflection of their mind, of their understanding. They no longer vote using their stomach, right? As I'm sure you've seen, you might have a democratic rally holding where people are genuinely trying to agitate against an issue that means something to them. But then you see a counter rally made up of touts. And those touts are only there because they've been paid, right? They are not there because there's any kind of intellectual link between their actions and what they personally believe, right? And it's a bit sad. I think we really need a country to think and act along the lines of, how can we make things better for everyone? Not along the lines of, how do I, increase how do I get an alert of 50K today?
Let's get back to security reforms, right? And we've made various attempts at police reforms. And what patterns do you observe in these efforts? And what lessons can we learn from past failures that current policymakers may wish to consider as they engage in putting together new reforms? I mean, I suspect that some group of people are sitting somewhere thinking through how do we reform the police force? How do we fix the military? How do we fix our intelligence agencies and so on? But we've done these things a million times in the past. In your engagement with this topic, what are some patterns? What are some lessons that these policymakers, good or bad, failures or successes, can really leverage to see if we can find a way forward?
I think I'll take both examples from the police force, since that seems to be the main central theme today. And one would be a positive, and one would be an kind of adverse lesson. The positive would be the anti-robbery squads, right? Introduced, and I talk about this in my book, like in my third book, Policing and Politics in Nigeria. Introduced in the 1990s. They were extremely effective. I interviewed some of these guys, and I mean the actual pioneer anti-robbery squad commanders, and you could see how proud they were, right, of the work they did to actually, end groups like Anini, for instance, in Benin, Notorious, and Iyamu, who was meant to also be, who was a police officer, but was one of the bad eggs there. And so these anti-robbery squads, made up of decent, hardworking policemen, they actually managed to not only root out the ones that were rotting from amongst them, but also end the kind of robbery menace, right? So that's something to really take away, like going back there to say, okay, how did we select these individuals? How were they effective? How did we enable them, right? Because frankly, we still have, I think armed robbery is still a major issue in Nigeria. As is banditry, kidnapping, and what. The army can't be expected to take on these roles. It is the police. It is the police that should be central, because a lot of these people, well, all of them, well, most of them, Patrick, are Nigerians, right? Maybe some of them come from across the border, but a lot of these kidnappers and what have you, they're Nigerians, right? And this means they have kin, they have family, there's potentially, ways that people can inform on them, right? But nobody will speak to a police force that they think is corrupt, they think is inept, they think is murderous, etc., etc. So policing is such a good part of a stable, security environment. And we really need to pay more attention to that. In terms of, one of the more adverse lessons, NSAS, and that the whole idea that this robberies, anti-robbery squads that were so successful came to be so perverted to the point where sometimes they stop you asking for money. If you say you don't have any money, do you have your card? Yeah, they actually have POS machines. Right.
Exactly.
I mean, who does that? Why would you have your point of sale machine as a policeman? That just tells me that you are there to not to take care of the people, but to effectively extort. And so that was a horrible lesson, and something that I was really encouraged about was the NSAS riot. This idea that and it maybe Nigerians haven't quite reached breaking point yet, Patrick, but NSAS was as close as we've come in quite a while.
Interesting. I mean, it's difficult to see how to unpack these issues without always coming back to leadership, right? But I'm thinking, are there other things that we were blindsided by because we have this, shining leadership or failure of leadership in our faces? Is there something else? I know that many of the issues take root from bad leadership, but we understand that, we haven't mentioned the corruption word that much in this conversation. But are there other things we're not paying attention to because we're really focused on bad leadership, corruption, etc.? Is there something else that we're missing?
I think it's just really about trying to get the message out there that if every Nigerian is a decent human being, right? They have a rectitude base, they have a moral compass, they feel a sense of duty towards the person on their right and their left. If every Nigerian can do that, we would be one of the most powerful nations on the planet.
But that's not possible, though. That's not possible in human beings.
That's that's where I'm going with this part. I said if we could do that. Now, part of the reason why that's not possible is because for you to encourage people to not be corrupt, you need to have alternatives for them. Right? So it's very difficult to kind of put this message out there to say, please don't take bribes, don't ask for bribes, don't be corrupt, when their salaries are incapable of feeding their families. Right? So it all comes back to the things we've talked about: leadership, wealth, all these things are connected. But look, until Nigerians also gradually start changing the mindsets, right, about not wanting to demand bribes, not wanting to give bribes, but I know that's easier said than done, Patrick.
Very
I know,
easier said than done. I mean, how do you say no when there's a gun pointing to your face?
Yeah. I know it's much easier said than done, and that's why I said if we could do that, and to gradually make that if to become a maybe, to become we can definitely do this. It will take changes in these areas we've talked about, the leadership, and also a closer look at welfare, not just the welfare of the military and the police, but welfare across the board. Because a lot of those people who take guns and go and rob, you need to look at their backstory. What made a decent boy, right, who might have been a valedictorian in their secondary school, what made that person eventually feel that his life was so hopeless that he, meets a policeman, gets a Kalashnikov from them, forms a gang and starts robbing? What led them down the path? It's a research question, but it's also a real life question as well.
I think it's a question that the philosopher Tupac Shakur asked, that we should ask how did the boy, the gun get into the hands of the boy, as we build more prisons and we plan to lock him up, so it's a question we need to ask also in Nigeria. But a question I want to focus on a bit more is the military, so what's your view on Nigeria's counter-insurgency framework? Given, some of our numbers show that we're winning in some areas, but given that we're not seeing the kinds of successes we would like to see, what are your thoughts on how we rethink, reshape, refund our counterinsurgency? Given that the forces that we're fighting are very decentralized and mobile, should we be looking to create smaller, decentralized mobile units to confront them versus using the Nigerian army as currently constituted? What are some of your thoughts in this area?
So these are the things I unpack in my second book in particular. This idea that it's not just about having a solution that's viable on paper, Patrick, may not be viable in practice if you don't put in the right kind of components to make it work. We initially started with the Joint Task Force approach, which is useful. The Joint Task Force essentially has personnel from the different service branches, so the Army, Air Force, I think there were some SBS folks there as well, a police component commander. And then you have the prison service was also there in Bornu, especially for the Giwa Barracks detention facility. You had the DSS as part of this. So all these guys working in close tandem together really proved to be quite effective. And I saw some really extraordinary things. Like I saw for the first time as a Nigerian in my life, actually, I saw a police commander commanding army troops in Borno State. And you could see that they really respected him because it was a sense that we are all in this together. And there was a police component commander in JTF Operation Restore Order, right? But that whole thing collapsed because I don't want to go into the politics of it. You had this army commander come in who really wanted to dismantle the Joint Task Force. He really wanted it dismantled because he really felt he wanted to take charge of it. He took charge. The whole thing got dismantled, takes charge, doesn't fare very well. All right, we try a different approach, which is the small or rather mobile teams you were talking about, right? So mobile strike teams, the MSTs as we call. Now, a mobile strike team is meant to be able to get from A to B very quickly, right? It's meant to be able to hit as hard as a brigade, but be much smaller than a battalion in practice, right? Nigerian mobile strike teams never had the capacity to hit even as hard as a battalion, but they could still hit hard. But the issue here was that they were critically undermanaged, right? A mobile strike team, if you think about it, Patrick, should have functional vehicles, right? So what happens when a mobile strike team doesn't have functional vehicles? It doesn't function. It's right. And so although the idea was brilliant on paper, right, that issue of logistics, and I really break down the logistics issue, right, like the cars and, the forward repair bases and the rearward repair bases, why they didn't talk well properly to each other, and what the challenges were that manifested in mobile strike teams themselves. Right, all that is something that really caused the demise of the MSTs. So they went from the MSTs to the super camps approach. Super camps is essentially you building a huge camp, right, and putting all your military personnel there. So while mobile strike teams are meant to disaggregate military resources, super camps are meant to aggregate military resources. And the argument there is that a super camp is a very hard target. It's impossible to penetrate. And you're exactly right. It'll be hard to penetrate a target like that. But guess what? When you have so many troops cooped up somewhere, all the enemy has to do is attack everywhere else that doesn't antagonize the base itself. So we have all these approaches, and so there's I think scope to really make improvements overall. And I quite like the idea of mobile strike teams, and maybe it could have worked much better given more time and more support. But we'll never know.
So let me dig just one level deeper. So it shows that there are smart people who are thinking about these, ideating, trying different things to see what works. Why is it that when they don't work, it doesn't seem to me like we take the lessons from the failures and use that to improve the next idea that we come up with? So, for instance, the gentleman who you kind of named him in passing, who wanted to control. We should have seen that in our history, that people trying to build these fiefdoms and have massive control over systems have been a core reason why things have failed. Why wasn't there enough pushback against that to see that this initiative worked as designed? Do you have a thought on that?
Well, I think in that particular instance, the reason why there wasn't enough pushback is because we kind of went with a band-aid solution. This was kind of leading up to the elections 2014 and the whole thing of Boko Haram really running rampage around the same time that Daesh, the Islamic State, were running rampage in Mosul, in Iraq. And so we had our own situation there in Nigeria. And so we kind of turned outward to mercenaries, right? So the South Africans, there was that whole, fiasco of South African mercenaries coming to support our troops. And the Band-Aid solution worked because we recovered a lot of that territory. And so you kind of, then that again goes back to what we said earlier, is that when you go to someone else to kind of solve your solutions, right, you've not really built the institutional capacity to solve them yourself, right? And a Band-Aid solution is exactly that. It's temporary, right? You might disperse the enemy, but the enemy would, reconstitute itself and keep being an enduring threat. And I think that that's what we've maybe seen, is that because that solution worked, we didn't really, think about the lessons of the collapse of the Joint Task Force that came just before then. I think it was a real shame about the Joint Task Force and that whole thing, collapsing. There was a Christmas I spent in Maiduguri and there wasn't a single suicide bombing, and that was because of those guys. But I think those days are now behind us. So I think certainly there should be kind of a sense that, lessons should have been learned. What were those lessons? How do we extract them? I try to extract as many of those lessons as possible in my books. And I try to say, hey, this is what worked. This is what we could have kept doing. This is what didn't work, etc. And I think a lot of these kind of, lessons are gradually being filtered into the military institution.
And, I can't recommend your books, enough to anybody who's interested in this topic, because it's really a deep, insightful ways of looking at the issues and profiling, solutions that could work. And that leads me to another question, which is, should we be, if we've tried these different things, should we be negotiating with Boko Haram to find a political solution to this issue, or has the horse left the barn, so to speak? That negotiations, even if you negotiated with Boko Haram now, it doesn't really solve the problem because the violence or violent conflict has become its own business, and negotiating with one particular group doesn't solve that much. Or what are some of your more practical ideas on how we deal with the different segments of violent conflicts we have? Terrorism, and here I'm looking at Boko Haram and Saru, ISWAP, banditry, which has no leaders, basically, farmer header issues. Can we get into some of the nitty-gritty ideas on how to begin to solve these different segments of violent conflict in Nigeria?
I'll start from the last one, the farmer header issues. Look, I think for that particular challenge, I think there's an environmental component that's not been part of the conversation, and I think that it should be. So if you go back to Northeast Nigeria in the 1980s and look at the levels of rainfall and look at the level of the Lake Chad, and you kind of compare those levels to where we are today, it's like night and day. Right, so there's far less precipitation there. The Lake Chad, which is meant to be a water body that's effectively impossible to cross from any 2 points, is now crossable by land at several sections, right? So there's a real issue around the environmental crisis, as it's called across the world in Nigeria. Now, let me link that to the farmer header crisis. You have a situation whereby for generations, these herders have always taken their cattle through ancestral routes, right? And those ancestral routes have always been enough to sustain the cattle. Today, they aren't enough. which is why they've now had to go through people's farmyards, through routes that are unfamiliar to them. Sometimes you might see a head of cattle in a very odd location, and you're saying to yourself, is he lost? What's he doing here? Okay, so and part of the reason, no, he's not lost. He had a predetermined route to take. It's just that route basically wasn't bringing in enough supplements for his livestock, right? So you then have a situation, and obviously for the farmers, they are not having people come through with cattle to their farms because they are also facing the same challenge, right? They don't have the same kind of outputs that they used to. Their produce is smaller, etc., etc. Right, so you have these, major clashes that happen as a result. And I think on the one hand, you can, take a more agrarian-heavy policy whereby you kind of look at the farmers to say, how can we help you, get better farming practices back in order. But you also need to look at the headers themselves and say, right, these are the ancestral routes you used to take. They're not viable anymore, but it doesn't mean that you can take these alternative routes, right? So you can think of setting up ranches, you can think of alternative routes, but it has to be the problem has to be viewed from an environmental perspective as well. The solution can't simply be, these guys are having clashes, deploy the army. That can't be the answer to everything, Patrick. Because these folks are also fellow Nigerians. Now, you might look at the cattle rearer and say, oh, but he's a Nigerian. Given the right opportunities, that person rearing his cattle, he might be in this chair instead of me. Right? So we should treat them like human beings. And this brings me to another point, and this is not a tangent. This is very much at the part of this conversation. We need to treat human life with respect in Nigeria. Exactly. I'm sure if there are lots of Nigerians in the chat, I'm sure every one of us would have come across a corpse on the road at some point. I've seen them growing up in Nigeria. We used to see corpses, but that's not right. That's not right. Like if there was a corpse, well, you would never see a corpse in the Western country. You just won't. You need to treat human life with respect. When the Boko Haram crisis first started in 2009, and President Yaradua was visiting Brazil late July 2009, and he was on the tarmac. Actually, he was on the plane. He was climbing to go into the plane. And they informed him that, look, 600 people have been killed in these crises. He saw, rest in peace, I am not here to denigrate anyone, but the man smiled, waved, and continued on to Brazil. He said it was under control. Patrick, if 10 people get killed in the UK and Keir Starmer, even 2 get killed in the UK and Keir Starmer is in a different country, he cut short his trip and comes right back to this country to find out what's going on. And I also want to say that Yaradua remained in Brazil even as the riots escalated, as we both know, and even more people were killed. He didn't cut short his trip. So what does that, and if you see that from the president of a country whereby, fellow countrymen and women are being killed on the streets, and I'm not saying in small numbers, and they still embark on that trip, and even when things escalate, they refuse to come back. What does that tell you about our calculus of human life, Patrick? And this links me back to the kind of header who might be seen as a nobody but that's wrong. That man has the potential to be anything he wants to be if we support him. So this value of human life, both literally in terms of, people, respect to those who've been killed, but also to support those who are still alive. I think it's also something that should be part of our conversation.
Yeah. In your research, did you ever ask the question why these headers have not opted for the ranching option? We've studied this. We know that the routes, some of them, farmers have encroached on them. Some, because of the drought situation in Nigeria, they don't have enough pasture on them. Why haven't they opted for the various ranches that are in northern Nigeria to go back there, work with their governors and state authorities to replant them and have their cattle grow in those ranches and then transport them either by trucks or as live animal or in whatever form to the rest of the country? And that would kind of ratchet down the violence that we're seeing in all parts of the country. Did that come up in any of the conversations?
I think part of what I found in looking at that particular question is, regrettably, we're still in a position in Nigeria where a lot of the policies that are implemented on paper, in practice, they would only affect you depending on who you know. See what I mean? And so while it might seem that it would be easy to get your cattle relocated to a ranch, or while it might seem that you could relatively, in a relatively straightforward way, get access to subsidies to kind of help you feed your cattle, that again becomes a political quagmire, right? And this then brings me to a very key point, Patrick, is that if things are so difficult, right, that a lot of people, instead of doing them the right way, end up doing them the wrong way, right? How do we then make things less difficult so that people end up doing things the right way? So, for instance, and this is a parallel example. Let's say you are driving from A to B, and you have to you happen across a police checkpoint, right? And the police tell you, look, if you don't give us 500 naira, you are not going for your meeting. We are going to detain you. Yeah. And so to basically stop, to prevent a scenario whereby you miss your meeting, you just give them the money and you continue on your journey, right? Because they've made it so hard for you to do the right thing that doing the wrong thing is now easier. So in these scenarios, Patrick, we should ask ourselves, how can we make it more difficult for, these kind of wrong scenarios to manifest? These are all questions, and it's at all levels, whether it's the council office in Gwagwalada in Abuja that allows people who are trying to head their cattle, that allows easier access to funding. So instead of you going to meet someone, who you simply go to that council office, and it's a straightforward process. There's no red tape. You go there, you get the money. But if it's the case that if you come here to get the money, you need to go speak to that Oga. When you go and speak to the Oga, you'll say, okay, you need to come back tomorrow, or make sure you bring 10,000 naira. So, and the cattle header doesn't have that kind of money, so they might just not bother coming back. You see what I mean? So if it's possible to kind of make it easier to do the right thing, so people don't have to keep doing the wrong thing to get by, I think that might also be one of the key solutions we can look for.
Now, you talked about the Joint Task Force, and if we look at the multinational Joint Task Force, and again, here I'm looking at the cross-border issues, because conflict as we have it in Nigeria today is not just within the Nigerian territory. It's kind of ebbs and flows between our neighboring countries. The multinational Joint Task Force has really struggled with inconsistent funding and maybe what we can even call political will. In your view, what are some structural reforms that could strengthen this regional initiative, and how might it avoid replicating the missteps that we had with our Joint Task Force within Nigeria and also the Nigerian military? What are some of the ideas you may have thought of?
I think I'm someone who is a bit dubious when it comes to multinational forces fighting insurgencies. I feel that insurgencies are local problems, and I feel that insurgencies really should emphasize the local elements. I mean, how did multinational Joint Task Force work out for NATO ISAF in Afghanistan? They lost that war, didn't they? And they had orders of magnitude more resources than we do in Northeast Nigeria and those environments. I guess my point is, we shouldn't put too much stock on a Joint Task Force being a silver bullet in this instance. I think that these forces are useful for intelligence sharing, but I don't think that the emphasis should be kind of making them the superordinates in these kinds of operations. I think, again, you should look at the local militaries of all three countries, and really look at having those militaries work with the local communities and police forces as well, especially because in these multinational Joint Task Forces, you don't really have a policing component as well. And as I'm sure we've established, policing is so important in counterinsurgency.
Interesting. The splintering of Ansaru and ISWAP, do you think that provides any strategic advantage for us, in terms of leveraging it either for negotiations or for divide and conquer? What are some thoughts you have on that issue as well?
This is the enemy of my enemy is my friend until he becomes my enemy again. Look, any respite might be temporary, right? We've generally in countries and kind of conflict scenarios where these groups kind of split, it never leads to a more stable situation. Never, right? Take Afghanistan, take Syria, take Libya, right? In fact, some could argue that the more splits within these organizations, the more erratic they are, because you no longer have an overarching authority that can tell them, don't attack that town, don't attack these people, these are rules of operations, of engagement. You no longer have that kind of structure, honor amongst thieves, if you will, right? And so I don't think we should rejoice too heartily about the fact that these groups are splitting up. It might lead to a bit more chaos, and I don't know that it will necessarily lead to more stability in the long term. Especially if they can both manage to kind of remain functional and operational independently of each other.
Okay, so here's a question, and it may require a bit of you may take some time to build out on it. Consider that you're Nigeria's security czar, right? And you have, or the president has bequeathed to you all the powers regarding security, internal security, whatever you need to do to fix it, right? If you were designing, say, a 10, 20-year security roadmap for the country, what are the maybe 2 to 3, 4 fundamental pillars that you're going to set this strategy on? And how would you sequence the implementation of this idea? Now, this is me thinking you get audience with President Tinubu and he says, I really want to get this done. I'm going to pull everybody under you. Just go figure out and come back to me with a plan that works. And he understands it's not going to work immediately. Maybe it's a 10-year period, 15, 20 maybe. What are some of the pillars you're going to build this strategy on, and what comes first, what comes next?
I mean, just off the top of my head, you mentioned 4 pillars. So just if we're going to say if we're going to take this as a 4-point agenda, if you will, I would, as a matter of urgency, implement a comprehensive welfare review across the ranks in the military and across the ranks in the police force. And that welfare review is essentially going to find out what the average person at their rank needs to survive, right? And what they are being paid, right? Because I think, Patrick, that it's really important that we start remunerating our forces properly, right? And that welfare review would also include things that involve shooting incidents. If there were shooting incidents, then those folks need to be taken out, right? They need to make sure that we need to make sure that they have the proper support to ensure that when they are reintroduced, they are not unhinged or unstable. Right? There are lots of instances where people have had mental health challenges for a long time, they weren't addressed, and they end up shooting up their units. Both police personnel do this, army personnel also do this as well. Welfare review, first plank. The second plank would be training. I believe that training is not just important, it is critical. A well-trained force, Patrick, is a better force overall. And this isn't just about field training. It's also about classroom training to help these folks understand what an insurgency is and why you can't fight it the way you've been trained to fight normal enemies in all your syndicated sessions, right? Training, I think, is really, really important. The third plank, I would say, is intelligence sharing. Being able to share intelligence between units laterally, but also between organizations, the police, the DSS, I think this is, but also across the nations as well, which is why the multinational joint task forcing can actually be used as a hub, right, to kind of aggregate information from these different countries. I think intelligence sharing is really, really important. It could be the difference between launching an airstrike that kills innocent people or launching a strike that actually damages the enemy irreparably, right? And the final plank that I would say is that our organizations need to be leaner overall. I think that as with much of governance and bureaucracy, governance in Nigeria, there's a lot of bureaucracy that's unnecessary, right? And part of that comes from the fact that these organizations are bloated, unnecessarily so, right? You have, people who are occupying positions that overlap with several other people, right? And the opposite of that is that you also have units that are understaffed, right? So get rid of the the things that are causing the bloat, but also make sure that these units are well equipped.
And how do we inject like performance improvement, performance management within the force? Because one might even argue, there's the argument that we don't have enough people in the force, but one might argue that you may want to drop some people who are either untrainable, because ab initio they were untrainable, and then have a process of bringing in fresh blood. What are your thoughts on it? Especially because we've got this army of educated people, young educated people who are unemployed, but we have a force made up of, some of the people who may not ab initio have been the right people to join the force. Do you have any thoughts on this and what the pushbacks would be from the people you've engaged in the various interviews you've had?
I think training would be able to kind of address that issue you mentioned. Like from a well-designed training regimen would be able to identify those that are really at the top and those that maybe require more work and those that you can use. It's interesting we were kind of having this conversation because Heraclitus, the ancient Greek historian, says that out of 100 men in battle, 10 have no business being there.
Yeah.
Right. 80 are targets and they probably want to make it home. Right. 9 are the real warriors and we should be grateful to have them. But there's one person, the leader, the person who basically is unique on that battlefield. And if you equip and support that person adequately, he could potentially bring everyone home. Right. Now, this is important because the notion that in a battalion of, say, 800 troops, that everyone is the same is simply not true. You have people who are so far ahead of their peers in that battalion, they shouldn't even be in the same unit, right? But if you don't have the right training to identify these people to say, okay, this guy clearly doesn't belong here, he should be somewhere else, right? And these guys, well, this is what they need to improve, and on and on. If we don't have these kinds of structures, then we just keep kind of putting in people, square pegs in round holes, Patrick. That is the story of Nigeria, isn't it? You have the right people with the right ideas who never get to implement them. And you have people who have no business being where they are, and they end up being there for decades. Imagine the damage they do in those situations. So exactly. I think, coming back to performance management, I think that, first of all, you need to have a motivated force. And if we can kind of look at these 4 pillars that I mentioned, I believe that we can have a more motivated force, and then you can start measuring performance beyond to see how you can further improve.
I think we're approaching the end of this, and just any final thoughts from you, maybe something we didn't cover?
I just want to say, well, first of all, to thank you again for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say that, look, I have a lot of faith in Nigeria. I really, really do. It's not a coincidence that I'm constantly engaged and, trying to really understand how to redress the security challenges. And I believe that, things are going to get better. And it's conversations like this that are so critical in kind of, germinating the ideas that lead to activities that hopefully improve things that have troubled us for so long. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Ameni, for joining me on this conversation. And, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. We have a big discourse that's coming up at the same time tomorrow with Dr. Samuel Mayambo. He's the Vice President at the World Bank, but more interestingly, a leading candidate for the presidency of the Africa Development Bank. I hope you find time to join us. We're going to share the link to that. But this is Development Discourse, big ideas, hard questions, real conversations. Until next time, it's Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you, everyone.
I lost my father when I was 8.
A few years later, another tragedy struck.
And my younger brother was shot. He passed.
And in a few years after, another tragedy struck.
My older brother, a car hit him and he died instantly.
It made her give up on her faith.
And I just gave my life to Christ.
Right. Started her career in finance when she was called to turn around the fortunes of a failing radio station called Signaturetv in Lagos.
The statement was, we know you don't know anything about radio, but you know how to run a business and you know how to make money.
Within 4 years, she was being hailed as a whiz kid.
More like I took it from scratch.
Because almost 10 years after that miracle, her colleagues had conspired to get her kicked out. They accused her of misgovernance and misappropriation.
I was at home for 7 months. No one knew.
For the first time ever, Adedira Allen is honest, candid, and vulnerable with Today.
Come for me.
So your dad passed at 8, so your mother raised you as a single mother then?
Yes, she did.
Were you the only child?
No.
Right.
Okay, that's another part of my life that I talked about when I was 50. I just turned 50 in July.
Yes, I want to talk about
So my mom had 3 of us, myself in the middle and 2 boys, first and the last.
Right.
So when I lost my dad, I was 8, and we had to move out of the family house to go. My mom had to just, fend for herself. And
Why did she have to move out of the family house?
Polygamy. Polygamy. Right. Okay, now we have to rent the house out. We have to pay bills. Your dad left mortgages, and all of that. So my mom just,
so she left by herself.
So she left by herself. Let me leave so that we can, rent the house and then start making money to pay the bills that your father left. Okay, right. And so we moved to our own accommodation where my mom rented, or which my mom rented. And so in the course of it, we had an armed robbers attack, and my younger brother was shot. This was when he was maybe 18. This is a part of my life that I've never spoken about in the course of many years. And so he was shot by armed robbers, and he survived actually. And it wasn't a big gun; it was all those pellets. So he was shot in the eye, and the pellet traveled to his brain. He had a neurosurgeon come to do surgery. And he survived, but somehow 6 months or 8 months down the line, he passed.
Oh.
So that was my younger brother.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And so, okay, my mom carried on with the 2 of us, and along the years again, my older brother somehow was coming back home. Okay, he got married. And so both of us, I got married, he got married, and so he had a kid. And on his way back to the house, when he was coming from the island, he had an accident on Ikorodu Road. He left his lane and went to the other lane, and a car hit him, and he died instantly. And that's what has made it become only myself today for my mother. I spoke about it briefly when I turned 50 in July. But I didn't go into this detail. So you're the first person I'm ever going to go into this detail with.
Oh, thank you for sharing this with me. But that is a lot.
It's a lot. So you can imagine what my growing up was like. I guess it formed part of my strength. Excuse me. So people will look at me and say, excuse me, I'm very strong. I'm a strong woman. I mean, you've been through quite a lot.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do just to get strength?
Yeah.
And then that was what drew me to. Actually, because of all this, if I use the word calamities, I found myself run to Jesus and say, it seems like I need solace. I need something strong that would hold me, away from all these calamities that is happening around, around my family.
Yeah. Then you said there was a big incident where people tried to...
Oh, that happened recently, actually.
Oh, recently?
So, my leadership style or my management style is I'm not a dictator. I try not to be a dictator. I try to make it one of inclusion where everyone has an opinion. So we have management meetings, and before I take a decision, I would say, what do you think? Teamwork, work together. Not necessarily MD said or MD has given the authority bars and that's it. No. And so I have a management consisting of, you know, marketing manager, human resources, accountant, engineer, head of engineering, head of IT, news, you know, like 8 or so of them.
Right.
And we have management meetings and we would talk about everything. And I would just give them the free hand. Sometimes I would simply say, okay, if I'm not available, you guys can go ahead and do the management meeting. It's fine. Someone can chair it. I'm okay. Just go ahead and give me minutes.
Right.
Let me know what I need, what you guys have talked about. And so a particular year, I just noticed that I was abroad. I was going on holiday back in 2022, actually, quite recent. And by the time I got to Dubai, I was in Dubai. I was Dubai and going to the UK. By the time I was in Dubai, I just got a mail that there were some accusations or allegations about me doing certain things, practices in the organization by, you know, some of my board members. And so I was like, okay, no, let me go back. I was billed to travel, okay?
Right.
And just the week that I was billed to travel, my board decided to pay a visit, which is normal, okay? How do you run things? How, you know, what are your, how do you mitigate that, you know, we don't have losses or, you know, there are no leakages? And so I explained all of that to them and I thought that was it. And so a couple of other questions I answered and I moved on and I traveled. So while I was there, I got a mail telling me that, again, I've not shared this, so I'm sharing quite a number of things with you, Chidi. I don't know why.
Thank you.
So then I got a mail that, okay, I've been accused of some misappropriation.
Right. Wow.
Misappropriation of funds, corporate governance.
Right.
You know, I didn't follow corporate governance. Some I didn't do some of my due diligence as a CEO.
Right.
Okay. So they picked 1, 2, 3, 4 things. And I looked at those and I'm like, okay, these are, I have explanations as to why this happened. So initially I thought, you know, in the boardroom, you have 1, 2 people that just don't like you and they want you out. So I thought it was one or two of those people that were behind the, you know, allegations.
Right.
And so I started to face them and I said, okay, this and this and this and this. And before I knew Jack Robinson, they convened a board meeting, an emergency board meeting. And at the board meeting, they said, oh, these are the allegations against Mrs. Allen. We now have to go ahead and investigate these allegations. I couldn't say anything. There was no explanation. No, did you do this? Did you do this? Answer.
Right.
I still thought it was one of those two of those board members. So,
Right.
and then I went. So one of my directors then said, okay, Ms. Allen has to step aside. Either she goes on suspension or she goes on some compulsory leave. Everything happened.
It's like a movie.
So I just kept quiet. And we ended that board meeting, and that's how I moved to the side. So when I left, then I'd actually gone to see my son in the UK, so I was kind of distracted, you know, with his academics and all that. So then I said to myself, okay, I don't like the taste of this. You know what, Doja? Just resign. So I then sent him my resignation letter to the particular director that I'm going to resign as CEO of City FM. I don't like all of this. And so I resigned.
Wow.
Then I called my spiritual mentor. I said, this and this and this happened. I've resigned. She said, no way. You don't do that. You will never resign. No one is being accused. She first said, are you sure your hands are clean? I said, yes. You didn't do anything? I said, yes. You didn't manipulate? I said, yes. She said, okay, you can't resign. You will face it. Yeah. She said, you must clear your name. If you resign like that, you're going to regret it. and you will never get over it.
Wow.
So I heard those voices, her words. So I said, okay, but I've already resigned. She said, don't worry, something will happen. So I stayed back. And then started to unfold that my management team were the ones behind it. They instigated all forms of accusations and went behind to start to talk to my, those my directors, and whisper to them, she did this, she went here, she didn't do this. Sometimes we don't even see her in the office, all those. Yeah. I know you have one or two board of directors that like gossip. They like, they will listen to anything. And that's where the whole picture it became very clear to me that, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a team who feel that, maybe one of them wants to become the MD, or they feel that, whatever.
Right.
So it became clearer, and I knew the battle I was fighting.
Right.
And so it gave me more energy to fight the battle.
Right.
So fortunately for me, I then started to speak to my other directors, and then someone who knows one of my directors came into the picture and then asked me the question. So I told him everything that happened. And he was like, okay, this doesn't mean that they should, ask you to step aside or then you have to resign. So I said, well, I've already resigned. He was like, you shouldn't have resigned as well. So he then went and sort of intervened and spoke to the majority shareholder and then another person who then said, okay, you know what? Doja should withdraw her resignation letter.
Right.
And just be on the compulsory leave while we investigate all these allegations against her. So I did it. Withdrew my resignation because I needed to clear my name. And an investigation panel was constituted and looked into all the allegations, every single allegation against me. So I faced the panel, answered all the questions, and of course, there and then, even the panel could see that, okay, madam, these are some corporate governance issues that you are the CEO, you should have, did all that. And I explained, I said, yes, I agree that, I missed, I dropped the ball in one or two places and all that. But there and then I knew that it was my management team that were behind that. These were people that I trusted.
Yeah.
Now, so Chude, let me come to your side. Remember when you said to me that people would say Christians? Yeah. They were Christians, Chude. Tongue blasting.
Yeah.
You can imagine my level of disappointment.
Yeah.
Christians. Yeah. That sometimes will hold hands and be
kabashing
in the office. Shakaka.
Yes, yes.
And so I went through it all. I waited it out, and I was glad for that counsel.
Right.
Where my spiritual mentor then said, don't.
Yeah, yeah.
So I waited. I was at home for 7 months. No one knew. No one knew.
What year was this?
2022.
Wow.
No one knew. Again, you're the first person. When this goes up, 7 months.
Wow.
I was out of CTFM for 7 months. When I was filling your form and, I was asked, question of what the things that shaped me. These are the things that made me quite strong and determined never to fail, never to fail.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it would encourage one or two people out there by the time you bring this out.
Yeah, of course.
So I weathered it. Even the staff of CTFM never thought I was going to come back.
Right.
But I knew I was going to come back. Because by the time the investigation report came out, it was clear that my hands were clean.
Right.
Whatever the report said, picked this, picked that, picked these little things. What it pointed out was the board's failure of the oversight function of the managing director. Right. Even if she did this and this, you as a board, how have you, and then, we had quite a lot of loopholes that, we hadn't done. We didn't have board committee. Our board committees, they were it was weak, and that's the truth.
Right.
And so we needed to tighten all that.
Right.
So I waited at home, 7 months, of course, 7 months of praying, kabashing on my own and my team, that I must go back. Even if at that point, in fact, 2-3 people around me were like, Doja, even if it means you're going to go back and just clear your name.
And then leave.
And then leave.
Right.
You could, anything that happens in future, you went back. They will never bring back a thief or someone that doesn't know what they're doing. So you must clear your name and go back. True to the council. Everything came out fine. Nothing against me. Nothing traced to my bank account. Nothing whatsoever. So out of the blues, 7 months after a new board was constituted, the former board was then dissolved. And then the new board was constituted, and I reached out to them and said, oh, I needed to make a case from what happened with the last board. So I wrote a letter, put everything on the letter, explained myself, and asked to see the new board and bring up all evidences and what I'd done in the organization and that. Put out the investigation report. Just to discuss with them, because again, the former board were my accusers and they cannot be the juries, and how they say it in the court of law. So somebody else has to look into it, with fresh eyes, and see the points. And so that's what I did. So I went after that again by counsel, write to your new board and let them know what's going on. And so wrote to them. Meanwhile, the management then were thinking, oh, they're the ones in charge now. Ms. Allen is no more out of the picture. They used to refer to me as the former MD of CTFM, former MD. No problem. I knew what I was up against or up for. So I did that. And then the new board called me in and spoke to me and asked me to make all the explanations. I did all that. And before I knew it, I got a letter to say, you know what, you're being reinstated. So I came back. I was so excited. I knew some people were going to be in trouble.
Sacha was back in the building.
Happily back. So by the time it was announced that Doja is coming back on Monday, of course, they took off.
They resigned.
I'm like, why? Why? Why do you have to resign? And then, they resigned and the rest is history. And so, I mean, the plan was initially, well, the advice, not the plan, because I didn't think I was going to do that. But the advice was like, just take a couple of months and go. But CTFM is my baby, is my organization. I mean, I am synonymous to City. In as much as I don't own the station, but I'm like the owner, because I run it like the owner of the station.
It's an amazing
and
story.
So and that's where I am. 2022 to 2023, and now we're in 2025, and we're still standing strong. I'm better than I was many years ago.
A number of achievements in CTFM over the years, even in content, having Dr. Abati, be one of the hosts, a string of viral interviews over the past few years, the Okoyes, all of that. But two of the things that are my favorites are one, the annual Christmas concert, which I never miss. I'm always at the back.
No,
I was there last year.
Don't believe
I was there last year. I was there last year. the security men will recognize me because they're my people. Yes, I always come, but because I come because it's open air. There's something about it that's beautiful.
Excellent.
So I'm not coming to the front. People say come to the front. I'm like, no, I'm in the back. It's really beautiful. I've been there once in the front many years ago, but after that I thought, no, the real experience is to be in the crowd. So, and over the past few years, a number of the Christmas fiestas by radio stations have stopped, been suspended, died out of lack of sponsorship. CTFMs has continued. So that's a remarkable achievement. So I want to ask you, so I'll talk about, the other thing is the CTFM Media Academy, but what do you think has kept that beautiful Christmas product shining, even when others seem to have struggled with that?
I told you at the outset of our conversation that my strength is in the Lord, when I said it. And I really attribute every single thing that I am, that I have been, honestly, to God. So we started, the vision of Praise in the City is me staying back and, thinking to myself and saying, Doja, you need to be grateful to God. God has been so good and kind to City FM. So organize a praise concert. Late Dan was, used to work.
Foster,
used to work for me.
Yes, at City FM.
And so we rubbed minds together, and Dan then would say, "Oh, Inspiration would charge, or other stations would charge." But I then said, I don't want to charge. I think that we should use it as giving back to the society, and of course, above all, to say thank you to God for keeping the station in spite of it all. And so that's the start of it. Now, what has kept us, again, of course, the God factor is a company called ITEO. People call them maybe ITEO.
Right, ITEO, right.
They have been the sponsors all these years, and that they are quite. So ITEO,
the founder of ITEO is a strong Christian.
Exactly.
I've worked with him.
Yes, Benedict and his siblings. Yes. So they have been the one. They swear by CTF, by praise in the city. They are just there. They will come even during the program and make, thank God we'll do it together. We'll start it together. And so God has used them to keep that going. To keep it going.
The academy is, it feels like your newest and your favorite baby now.
Yes. So again, the academy is my vision as well. Yeah. Whilst the station was still, trying to find our feet, I decided to set it up as a secondary revenue generation for City FM. That's the first. And then the second thing is to, again, raise upcoming media professionals, OAPs in radio and in TV.
Yeah.
I would say to them when I'm giving my speech, I would say, we only know about the veterans. You hear about the big names in radio and TV. Let's start to breed
a new generation.
Some of you, and then groom some new generation media professionals or media on their personalities, and that's how the academy started.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting because I just came back to City FM this year because of We Truly Live. But I've been on City FM. I've been on the station about a few years ago, maybe about 7-8 years ago. And one of the things I used to be interested in, which is I saw when you were explaining the academy, was when you come, you see interns, young people. And so when I was reading the history of the academy, that was what inspired you to say, these young people always want to come and work in City FM. How do we not deliberately build them?
Yes.
And I remember just thinking, I've had interns anytime I go there. It's always a key part of the culture at City FM.
A lot.
This year you turned 50. I want to end with that. First of all, I didn't, because we had already fixed this interview a few months ago. So I didn't know that you turned 50 this year. But then, I think I saw it on Tara Drotoye's page or something.
Okay.
And so when you were coming today, and I said, no, I think when I saw your picture, I said, okay, she can't be 50 now. So I went back to the post, I went to Google and said, no, actually, it wasn't, I didn't imagine it.
She is 50.
I mean, 50 looked good on you first and
foremost.
Thank you. What is the thing you're proudest of and you're most grateful for as you turn 50 this year?
Grateful to God. I'm so grateful to God. And a lot of my achievements in my career and business at 50 makes me very happy and proud that, 50 met me this way. Do you see what I mean? I can record quite a lot of successes at 50. So I'm grateful. Many 50-year-olds might not be able to say the same. So I think for me, it's the story. I like the story. I'm not where I want to be. And, I'm not counting my billions yet. So when I get to that, then I would.
Then you have more to be grateful for.
Yes.
That will now be praised in the globe. But thank you so much for joining me today. And congratulations on the achievements at City FM.
Thank you for having me.
Building and rebuilding a beautiful brand that continues to be relevant, and for being one of the very few women. It's always strange to me. I think we can count on the fingers on one finger the number of female CEOs we have in radio and television in Nigeria. And you've been a trailblazer and you're still one.
A consistent one.
A consistent trailblazer. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you today. Right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you today.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello there and welcome to your show. It is the O&M Sunday Show. I am Obiora Ilo. Mamode is not around today, but doing a lot of things that will help make sure we have a better program next week. Well, there's so much happening around the world, around the country, developments everywhere. But today we are going to be a little selfish because we are going to turn a blind eye to most of these developments and focus on someone who has been described as a cultural icon. She's a singer, an actress. But before all that, she was a journalist and broadcaster. At a point, she became a politician and at other times, administrator. She was a former chairman of the Imo State Arts and Culture Council. Yes, that was it. And very recently, she was the CEO of the Women Development Center. I didn't get that quite right, but we'll get to know all about her in a moment. I'm talking about the one that has been called the Elegant Stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. I'm sure our cameras, she's already here in the studio, so our cameras will have her. And in a moment, she'll be joining me to talk about some of her travails in her most recent job. And when we do that, we'll move from this serious corner and go to the sofa, where we'll talk about that beautiful side of her that a lot of us will remember, her career in music, and what the future holds for this great, multi-talented Nigerian. So don't go away. Today we are talking about Onyeka Onwenu, and when we return, Onyeka will be joining me here in the studio. Don't go away.
Jesus Mwandem, Mayo, Mama, Mayo, Madiniru, Mayo, Mama, Mayo, Madinazu, Mayo, yo, yo, Mayo, yo, yo, Mayo, Mayo, yo, Mayo, Mama, Mayo. He is awesome, the God of perfection, and He's holy, but oh, how He loves me. This my God, I wanna praise His name. He is wonderful, yes. He is beautiful, yes. He's so lovely, He loves me so tenderly. This my God, forever the same. Onye bu nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Onye bu nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Jesus bu nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Madiniru, mayo mama, mayo. Madinasu, mayo yo yo, mayo yo yo, mayo mayo yo, mayo mama, mayo. When the enemy comes in like a flood, hey, my God, He raises a banner over me, and it's love. His love, His love, His love. He protects me, and He guides me. He covers me, and He hides me under the shadow of His wings.
What she knows best how to do. And she's joining me right away, Onyeka Onwenu. It's our pleasure to have her in our studio.
How are you?
You're welcome.
Thank you. Where should I sit?
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And still looking radiant, still looking, oh my God. You know, the first time I ever saw you was in the early 80s. You just joined the Anambra State Broadcasting Service.
Yes,
You were one of the
ATV.
newscasters
Yes,
then.
yes.
So a pretty long time. And
Very long time.
You changed, but not quite. So what's the secret?
God. Just God and His grace.
Okay, so when you, I mean, I'm sure when you go out, when you're driving, when you go to the airport, everybody's like, Onyeka, how do you feel? Of course, I know you're used to it now. After
I am, but I don't take it for granted. I'm honored, and I thank God for it. Sometimes it does get in the way, but you grin and bear it, because to be so honored, it's a marvelous thing, and you should be grateful for it.
Okay, you know, we'll start our conversation here, and then we'll move over to where we call the sofa, because we're going to, you know, you've become someone with so many departments. You know. So, but, you know, in the last couple of days, you've been in the news. Some say for the right reasons, some say for the wrong reasons. Of course, like the rest of Nigerians, we woke up, we heard the federal government had asked chief executives of
26
parastatals to leave.
Yes.
And that in your own establishment, which is the National Center for Women Development, what we heard was that you resisted going like the others. Some went to the ridiculous extent of saying you had said you sued Mr. President. And, you know, back and forth, and then you had your you had your own rebuttal and all that. But here you are.
Yes.
Would you kindly tell us what exactly happened?
All right. We all got the news, and to be honest, I was relieved. It's been two and a half years almost of hard work in the midst of great challenges. No money to work with, and you still have to achieve. But we thank God for all that we were able to achieve. I received the news with gratitude to God. I briefed the management. I was even the one that was consoling people and saying, oh, look, it's not the end of life, and life continues, and I will always, if you ever need me for anything, you know, that kind of thing. And we started preparing the handover notes. And then a lot of noise started filtering through to the office. And we found out that some people had gathered outside, and they had
Was it on the day you got information, or the
No,
next
no,
day?
the day I was handing over,
Okay.
the next day, they had seized my car keys, the key to my official car, which was to take me home. And we asked why. They said, some people said the union. I said, but what's the problem? I never even got a petition written, not one written against me. So what's going on? Maybe I can address the issue. The people started now saying, you need to call the police. And it was a gentleman who is a member of the House from Katsina who actually got so concerned that he called the police. And what was it? That some people had vowed they were going to disgrace me. It originated from the person that became, who was the acting DG when I took over. And we had a lot of issues with him. He works there, his wife works there, his brother-in-law works there. A lot of things were going wrong. We moved him from the estate department because overnight, 3 of our generators were cannibalized. Oh, this kind of sabotage was going on. In any case, he vowed to disgrace me out of office. I was going to walk away peacefully and go home. We managed the situation. Ultimately, about 10 policemen, armed policemen, had to come. And some of the management staff now saw me down to the car, and they were booing, they were calling me names. The
management staff?
They saw me to the car. And the people that had gathered outside, and even along the corridor, we could see some people who were waiting along the corridor for me. For what purpose? I don't know. Some of them were disengaged staff, because some agencies normally send us staff, and then they go. Some of them were outsiders. I couldn't recognize who they were. In any case, we were managing this situation, and I got into the car, and I was going to go home quietly and thank God that, look, this is over. Except that journalists kept calling me and said, oh, we hear you're going to sue Mr. President. We hear you refuse to hand over. Why would I refuse to hand over? There are 26 of us who were disengaged. I mean, I've been there for 2 years and 5 months. I've done my best, and everybody could acknowledge that what we did within that period of time was so much. I mean, how did we do it? We don't know. So why would I want to sue Mr. President? He has the authority to hire and to fire. So what is it? Now I had to now put out my own story, because the names that were being called, Ndi Igbo, were being insulted. I was being insulted as an Igbo woman who had come to a place that didn't belong to me. All kinds of things were being thrown at me, and spitting and banging on the car that they are going to do me in. I would have still left it, but then I had to answer these press statements. And by the way, members of the press had been invited, not by me, but by the people who organized this fiasco. The reason that it is good to speak out is, it's not the first thing this sort of thing has happened at the center. But people keep quiet. And because we all keep quiet, it keeps happening. And I said, I am proud to be an Igbo woman, as you or anyone else should be proud to be where God put them. I respect everybody and love everybody, but I don't need to be abused because I'm an Igbo woman. That's all. And some people are taking that to mean that I don't like people from different parts of... No, that's not my life. It never has been. I am a proud Igbo woman and a proud Nigerian, and I have served this country. I love this country. Come to think of it, I'm not married to an Igbo man. I married a Yoruba Muslim. My children bear Muslim names. How can I hate Yorubas or hate Muslims or hate Ndi Hausa or Ndi Fulani or whoever. I love everybody. This country should be for all of us. When you see something wrong, please say so. Don't try to cover it, because it's Onyeko Nwenu today, tomorrow it will be somebody else.
Okay, before that Tuesday and before the disengagement, were you having issues with members of your staff?
There is nowhere.
Or like this particular man that you have talked about. Was there any
if you know what the center looked like before I went in there, you would understand that you would have issues. The place was a mess. It was rotten. The guest house had water seeping into the walls. Fire had got at the place. They hadn't renovated it. In fact, you would not put your house help in there. The same with the hostel, the same with the auditorium, the same with the training arts and craft building. A lot of things had got, nobody remembered the National Center for Women Development anymore. Nigerian women were not getting their money's worth, because these were the women that donated money to have this place built. I mean, the center was down. And within 6 months, when I got there, less than 6 months, things began to turn around. So obviously, there are people who want to maintain the status quo, and you've come. First of all, you, this musician, was the first thing I got. And you, this Igbo woman, you know. And me, I'm a hard worker. If you give me a job to do, I am going to do it well. If I'm unable to, I will give you back your job and go home. And I thought that the issues were so important. I mean, it's about Nigerian women. It's about their development. It's about carrying them along. It's about them having a better life. And I was going to give it my best, and I did. Obviously, there are some people who would not like it, but then there'll be many people who liked it.
Okay, because while all this happened, you know, we are talking to a couple of people, and some of the people on the other side, they have accused you of high-handedness in running the affairs of the National Center for Women Development. They said you didn't carry them along. I don't know how true that was.
That could be if you are insisting that people come to work on time. That could make you high-handed. That could be if you frown at people taking 6 months and staying at home and getting their salary. That could be if people leave for work, come in, go out, if people don't do their work. How do you run a place when people don't show up for work? That's not high-handedness. That is trying to give the Nigerian people their worth. And that's what I tried to do. Not carry them along. I probably had more management meetings than anybody else. And people on the management staff would tell you, I never took one decision by myself. I was able to carry them all along, and also the general staff. Imagine that for every DG there would be petitions this high. But for Onyeko Nwenu, not one single petition was written. And the staff loved the changes I was bringing there, because their welfare was number one. But you will always have trouble.
Are you paying salaries?
Mbano, I don't pay salaries. The government pays them directly. But the people that we pay are the people, the cleaners. And I used to, at a time when we couldn't pay them, I would pay them with my own salary. My own salary comes and I distribute it amongst the cleaners. Because we were owing them for 3 months, no money, 4 months, no money. How can we do that? Go and ask. I used to distribute my own salary for the cleaners. That's how passionate I was about the center.
Okay, when this happened, of course, your, in quotes, opponents said that you exaggerated this name calling, the Igbo woman and all that you were just looking for a way to play the ethnic card. Did you ever have issues like that before this disengagement? I
don't have to exaggerate, because they brought in the press. And there's a Guardian reporter that Miriam Nembe is her name. And I wish that she would stand up wherever she is if she's hearing this and acknowledge. There were other, I believe I heard they brought channels and they refused to show the footage. Whoever was there, please speak up, because it was bad. It was very bad. And yes, we've had things like this happen. At a point, I had to call a town meeting because we got word that there was a fatwa, that they said I was moving away all northerners. And I called a town meeting and said, how could anyone say that? I'm not allowed to hire, haven't hired anyone. Moving away, doing what with them? I don't care if you're my mother, if I'm having to work with you and you're not performing, in order to get things done, I will move you to another department and bring somebody who can perform. I mean, it was within my authority to do that. And I did that for good reasons on the occasions that I had to do that. If I didn't apply myself to the job, the achievements which Nigerians can attest to that took place in the National Center for Women Development, please go there now and check. Those achievements would not have happened. I apply myself to whatever job you give me. I take it seriously. I don't play favorites. I don't have time for that. In fact, I'm harder on you if you are close to me. I am harder on you because you should know better not to disgrace me. So anyone that didn't perform, whether you're Igbo, whether you're whatever, Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Efik, whatever, I just took the decisions that I had to take. But I found it really sad, and this cuts across the board, not just at the National Center for Women Development. Nigerians in the civil service, there's a lot of slack. People don't come to work. People don't come to work on time. People don't want to do anything. They just go around. You see them standing in groups. I stopped all that. It doesn't matter whether you're Igbo. It doesn't matter whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Ibiram. Anywhere you are a Nigerian. If you've been hired to do a job, you're being paid for it, please do that job.
Do you think that being a woman contributed to the challenges you had?
But of course. Because many of them, you would ask them to do something, they look you up and down. Like, who is this woman telling me to do something? They had that attitude. And you forget that you're working at the National Center for Women Development. It's not for men's development. Go build your own and go work there. And I am the DG. I happen to be a woman. I'm sitting on this seat. I am going to do my job.
But now that we're talking about it, when you are CEO and you don't pay salaries of your workers.
No, the government pays directly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Does it not affect your control?
No, it doesn't. Why should it? You get paid by government. You are working for government.
So whether they do the job or not, who determines whether the job was well done?
Well, I'm overseeing the job. So I will, together with management staff, I will determine whether the job is done or not. And I never fired anybody. It wasn't, I mean, I don't have the right to fire anybody. I didn't have the right to hire anybody.
But you could discipline.
Yes, well, how do you discipline? You write a query and say, please explain why you have been away from work for 3 months, or why you consistently come to work at 11 o'clock and leave by 3 o'clock. How does the government get its money's worth if this is what workers are doing? Please tell me.
Okay, well, before we talk about, I mean, because for a lot of Nigerians, there's some distraction when you're talking about Onyeka Onwenu. You know, there's so much other things to talk
Absolutely.
about. So we're going to take a break in a while,
yes,
and then move over to the soft side and talk about your music, your career, and all that. But I have just one more question to ask.
Yes.
If you're asked to do another government job, with all that has happened, would you accept it?
I was raised to be a person of integrity and hard work. It was all the example I saw before me. My father died by the time I was 4.5. My mother was 36. I'm the last. The least anyone has in my family is a master's degree. This woman raised us to be hardworking. My father died 2 weeks before he was to be made the Minister for Education for Nigeria. He was the first R&D man in the Federal House. That's my background. The Principal Secretary of Igbo State Union, working with ZCOB, that's my father. So I know nothing else but to apply myself. So anywhere God sends me is where I go. I did not lobby for this job. I couldn't even remember the National Center for Women Development, what it looked like. And I went and studied it. I said, oh, okay, God. And I prayed. And everything I had been doing before then actually prepared me for this job. And I thank God for his grace. I'm happy leaving. What we achieved there is monumental. And nobody can take that away from Nigerian women. It is theirs. So if he provides another opportunity without fear, I will go and I will do what God has called me to do. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
My life rests with him.
Okay, we'll take a break. And when we return in the sofa, we'll get to know more about Onyeka. Don't go away.
This thing they call love, na serious affair. Make you think well before you agree. I beg, if you love life, you go plan am well. Oh yes, man. If you love me, you go wait for me. My dear friend, life be there for your front. Take your time, oh, make you no spoil 'em. If you make children, are you ready to care? If you love life, you go plan on well. You dey hear me, so if you love me, you go wait for me. Having babies, no be joke. You go feed them, you go give them clothes, give them love too. If you never ready to carry the load, why put down for another person head? Then take children, they say, insurance for old age. Papa said make we marry, Mama said make we born. Then take children there, but no food to eat, my friend. This kind of life, not so wahala. If you love me, you go wait for me. Happy parents, make happy children. Happy family, that my happy country. Make you plan well, enjoy your life. Oh, if you love me, you go plan with me. If you love me, you go wait for me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. To let me grow. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me.
Everybody will actually forget this song because I remember the build up to that song. I think it was a PR gimmick. There were stories about, oh, Onyeka is dating Sonny. Onyeka is dating Sonny. Sonny is dating. Oh,
We even have a daughter.
you know, there was, but we didn't know they were planting all those stories at that time.
No, we did not.
You did it. So, but it was a song that made quite an impact. Yes. You know, it was the era of Planned Parenthood,
Yes.
Planned Families, and
Yes.
all that.
Yes.
And you've done a lot of collabos. You know,
Yes. I started collabo with King Sunny Ade. The first one was Mada Alone in the 90s. That was the first time two Nigerian artists had come together, and that was on my album. And then he called me and said, look, there are these songs that we need to write about family planning. And then we did two more. So altogether we did 3 before anybody else started doing all that.
Okay, Onyeka, let's go back. You know, I said I met you, I think you just came back from the United States. About that time, and then you were a newscaster and all that. Did you always prepare yourself for journalism, for music, for acting, you know?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communications and International Relations from Wellesley College, and did my master's in media studies. So I wanted to be a journalist, but I also knew that I would go into singing. In fact, my mother, who was a renowned songwriter, she wrote Ochiedike, and an actress too. She was just incredible. She kept saying to me, don't forget your music. But in my family, you have to get your education first before, if you want to be a street sweeper, after that, help yourself. So after my education, I knew that I wasn't just going to be a journalist, that I was going to do anything else that I wanted. And of course, starting with music, I released my first album, and the rest, as they say, is history.
It's history.
Then came acting as well. Then came politics, which I never thought I was going to go into. But even though my father was a politician, I never thought. I just decided, after people kept coming to me and I was putting many people through school, helping many families, I realized as an individual, I couldn't do more, and I wanted to do more. And I thought, let me vie for local government chairmanship. If I can help my people at that level, I'll be very satisfied. But of course, the proverbial level playing ground was never provided. In fact, there were no elections actually held. It was, you know, appointment this and that and that. And I didn't get in. And I had gone back to Lagos and was facing my music before the call to come and serve at the national level came. And through this service, I've been working as I do my shows. I've been doing my shows. It's very difficult to leave. And I've been doing songs. I'm sure AIT has been showing Not Alone, which is the song I wrote for advocacy for the IDPs. It's something that is very close to my heart. In fact, at the National Center for Women Development in December, we trained 50 IDP women. We took on 22 of their children, kept them for 2 weeks, dealt with their medical issues, gave them, working with UNHCR, gave them money, gave them equipment. Many of them, my brother, have set up businesses in Borno. We have a woman who's running a restaurant there and employing other people. They are hairdressers, they are sewing clothes. I mean, to just see how lives can be changed, that's what gives me pleasure. That's what gives me fulfillment. And you can use music as a great tool for advocacy. And it's a joy to be part of it.
You know, a lot of young people, you know, when they see Onyeka Onwenu distinguished, fulfilled, you know, known everywhere.
I want to tell people that I'm sweating because the studio is hot. So I'm not going to hide AIT anymore.
Well, a little hiccup.
Okay.
But we apologize.
All right. I'm okay. For that. Just so they know.
You promised me you were not going to do that.
I didn't promise.
Okay, so, you know, they see you and they're in a hurry.
Yeah.
You know, they want to get to where Onyeka is today without working for it. And here you are telling us you lost your father at the age of 4.5.
Yeah.
How was it? What sustained you and your family? And what sustained you as a little girl who was fatherless at that early age, and the father who played a prominent role, provided almost everything, and suddenly he was no more?
My father was my soulmate. I was his favorite, and he never apologized for that. I mean, I was treated, I think he spoiled me, to be honest. But then my mother, and I thank God, she's late now, she died at 93. Ochiedike, they don't make them that way anymore. Ochiedike was a marvelous human being, strong woman, who took her children and her family, because she kept the extended family. After my father died, she didn't send her, my father took on nieces and nephews, anyone, or My mother did not send any one of them away. And she raised all of us. And she took us and put us inside Christ. That's the strength that I have. I don't think that you come to this world just for nothing. I think each and every single one of us, we have our sphere of influence. You have yours, you're doing it right now. I have mine. And it's to look at that, the gift that you have been given, and say, how do I use this to make my environment a better place. And that's what my mother taught me. As a little girl, 3 years old, she would take me to sing for motherless babies' homes. And I remember that they would put me on the table and she would stand beside me and she would have taught me my own part in the song. We used to do these wonderful duets. And that was how I grew up.
You mean you started singing at 3?
Oh, yes, I did.
Did your father hear you sing?
I don't recall. He was a very busy man, but as soon as he got home, it was games. We had games that we played and that nobody else knew. And today, people who know us will call me the names that he used to call me. And I used to get a shilling a day. This was 1956. A shilling was a lot of money. But that was my allowance.
Every day?
Every day.
But mom did not allow you to spend it. Of course.
Never mind mom. All the neighborhood children, my own siblings, everybody would surround and we will all spend the money. Yes.
And you managed, that was a lot of money, right?
That was a lot of money.
So you started singing at 3?
Yes.
And how did you keep it? How did you checkmate yourself that you waited for so many years before you exploded? I mean, if you love singing from 3, how could anyone have told you, oh, look, Onyeka, you can't sing until you come home with a degree?
No, I kept singing. In school, every school I attended, I was singing, but I wasn't doing it professionally. In my family, education was so important. You couldn't be the daughter or son of D.K. Onwenu and not go to school. I mean, it's just unheard of. My father was an educationist. He was the principal of Enitonia High School. Before then, Baptist High School in Port Harcourt. And he went to Furabe when it was very difficult to get into a university. And then Durham University, and then coming back to serve his people. So how could the daughter of D.K. Onwenu not go to school? It would be a shame and it would be a dishonor to my father's name. So that was important. And I loved going to school. I loved acquiring knowledge. I haven't stopped. I keep acquiring knowledge every day. The day you stop, you're finished and it's time to pack it up. But you should keep learning, even from younger people, even from people who are not in your so-called class, have a lot to teach you. There is something called the University of Life. And I love old people. I like to sit with them. Some of my best friends are older women, much older than I am. And they are very good friends. And we will sit and we will gist and we will compare notes and I will learn so much. I also have the younger people and I'm learning so much from them. I have 2 guys in the house they teach me about being young because I had to learn how to operate the computer because they made so much fun of me that I said, look, I'm not having these jokes anymore. So I had to do the right thing. So life is a continuous process of learning, of giving and taking. And no matter what situation you have gone through, count it all good because all things work together for good. Even this last one, I've learned something from it. I've impacted also many people who were close to me and worked with me, have learned a lot from me and I from them. It's all good.
Okay, we'll take a break and
for the sweat.
When we return, Onyeka talked about the guys at home. We need to get to know more about them. Don't go away.
Kama enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai mboko no mi enyene dem kama abasiyo kama kansiyo mboko no mi enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai
I'm sometimes I am grateful. Oh, yeah, Papa, I think I'm grateful. Oh, no, mommy, I think I'm grateful. Oh, just so grateful. Oh, just so Maki Fanny in a melon. I think I'm grateful. Oh, I told you, Magalumuna, my day goes by sometimes. I think I'm grateful. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, Papa, I think I'm grateful. Mo dúpẹ́ o, mo wá ṣọpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ o, fóore tí bàbá ṣe. Ó fún mi láyọ̀, ó tún ṣẹ́gun fún mi. Òṣùbà rere o, bàbá mo wá dúpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ bàbá, ẹ ṣé bàbá, alágbàwí ẹ̀dá. Arúgbó ọjọ́ o, ó fún mi láyọ̀, ẹlẹ́rù ni, ẹ ṣé o, ọba ńlá.
Nagode, Yesu, nagode. Abunda kayemeni, nagode. Kaya fetu nubina anya, ubengiji. Nagode. Nagode, Yesu, nagode. Abunda kayemeni, nagode. Kaya fetu nubina anya, ubengiji. Almasihu. Nagode. Sabonga Jesu, sabonga Jesu. Siagodomisa, siagodomisa. Unomusa, sabonga Jesu. Akekofanana, we. Sabonga Jesu, sabonga Jesu. Siagodomisa, siagodomisa. Unomusa, sabonga Jesu.
In any language, in any way you want to, just say thank you to this great God of ours, merciful and kind and sweet and loving to his children. The Yorubas would say, Eshe Jesu, Edo Osanobwa, Obilu. Ndị Igbo daalụ Chineke imela, Hausa na-agọte Yesu. Urobo ogene wakobio, Abasi sesongo, that's Efe. And Zulu would say Siabonga. Even the French would say merci.
I think that this song, Praise, was also in your collaboration tradition because, we kept seeing a lot of people.
You brought a lot of young people
Yes.
in to teach them about the art of using your talent for other people, for God, for the community, for
I
society.
remember the 100-year song that you did.
The
You led that
centenary song.
Yeah, the centenary song.
That's an incredible.
Yes, I
it's an
like
incredible
the
song.
classical
Just an incredible
background.
song. Just an incredible song.
Who wrote the song?
I did.
Including the instrumentation, the arrangement?
No. It's the producer that does the
Oh, that was-
arrangement for
that
the-
was great.
Beautiful. Wale
That
Oni
was-
is just an incredible
that was great.
producer. But then when I say I wrote it, I really am claiming something that God did because I write in a peculiar way. I pray and I download from God. I know people will find it hard to believe until they actually see me in action. That's how I write songs. The songs come. And I quickly have to record it as it comes because if I don't, I will forget it. The same thing with Not Alone. The producer has to say, no, bring a mic, or, please just record whatever she's singing. And after that, I have to go back and listen to it and now fill it up and learn the song myself. That's just how it happened.
Okay, just before we took the break, I went to an area you'd like to protest. You protested.
Yes, I did.
And a lot of Nigerians, a lot of them love you though. But some criticize you because they say you've built this giant wall around you and your family.
I'm just a private person.
They hardly know anything about your
I'm
family.
a private person.
They know
Something's bad.
They know you have kids, but they're never going to talk about it.
No, my kids are very independent. First of all, we don't answer the same name. They answer their father's name. Me, I answer my father's name. But they even don't like you to know because they want you to recognize them for what they bring to the table. Then after that, you can know that Onyekun, they don't like to use the name to get things. No, they want to work for it. And I don't know how they got this marvelous idea, but I'm loving it because they are going out and striving and making efforts on their own and not saying, oh, I'm Onyekun son, do this for me, do that for me. I absolutely agree with them and I love them.
But why don't you like talking about their father?
When you meet me after this program, I will talk to you. Meet me one-on-one, and I will tell you all about it. But, you know, I don't want to be assessed, or rather, I want my work to speak for me. I don't want to be categorized because of who I'm married to or not married to, or whether I'm married or not married. No, no, no. I am Onyeka.
Some people think it has
Adamazi. Adamazi.
Some people think it has to do with women liberation.
No, 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 no. It's just, call it women's lib. I don't like to deny or confirm. Call it anything you want. But please, I want to be judged for what I do as a person, not whether I am married or who I'm married to. And, you know, everybody likes their privacy. So I just don't want, is she married or is she not? I am just me doing my work, number one.
But again, no matter how much we complain about it, you've turned out to be one of the few Nigerian superstars who got married, kept their marriage, kept their family.
I'm not even going to go there.
How did it work?
So change
how
the
did
subject.
How did it work?
You are cornering it from another way. Who said I'm married? Who said I'm not married? He's trying to corner it another way.
Okay, well, I won't push it. I won't push it. But have you found love? Did you find love?
Obviously, for me to have these two boys, I would have had.
Okay, so you have played a lot of, you know, you've made a lot of effort mentoring younger musicians, both men and women. What informed, you know, this determination that you must work with the young ones?
Why not? To encourage them, to lend a helping hand. There's no musician who has called on me who is serious that I haven't equally reached out to, shared my own experiences, given advice and given a little bit of a helping hand. That's something I do passionately because the young shall grow, and it's what God enables you to do, to deposit something in someone else and not just hold the knowledge to yourself. How do you help society that way? There was a question you asked me earlier about young people thinking that you just jump in, and what I didn't share with you and I share with those that I mentor is the fact that my father having died, my mother was 36 when she lost her husband. I was 4.5, and my mother struggled and did everything that she could. When I got to the US to go to school, sometimes I had 3 jobs doing it in order to help looking after myself. And I worked as a dishwasher in an old people's home, in hospitals, in restaurants. You work as a babysitter, you work as a sales girl while going to school. I had a scholarship from Wellesley College for my BA, but I bought my own clothes, looked after myself during the summer, bought my own books. For my master's, I didn't have a scholarship. I paid my way. I was working then at the United Nations and going to the New School for Social Research in New York in the evenings. And I had other jobs at the side to help myself. I didn't find it demeaning that I was washing dishes. Don't look at Onyekun and think she suddenly arrived. I didn't think, oh, my father was such and such, my mother, and here I am. No, I just stayed focused, and that's one thing God has given me the grace to be able to do. You can be doing anything around me. That's where I want to go. That's what I want to achieve. That's precisely what I'm going to do. So that helped me.
You keep your eye on the ball.
On the ball.
All the time.
All the time. And that helped me growing up. So you now see me and you think, oh, she's made it, she's this and that and that.
And it was such a smooth road.
No, it was not.
There was so many narrow paths.
Oh my goodness. But I thank God for loving me and protecting me, because there are so many other ways you could have gone, but he kept me really, really focused. So I'd like to share this with young people and say, don't look at today and what you're going through. That's not your life. Learn whatever lessons you need to learn, and that would help you to grow into whom God has made you to be. Just remain focused.
Okay, I would apologize, but I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say you are a snob, you are arrogant, and is that true? Or are there things you do that will make people, have that kind of impression?
I'm actually a very shy person and really quite boring. I'm the sort of person, I go to work, I go home. That's how I know to keep myself out of trouble. I don't party, I don't hang around and say, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's not my life. I wasn't raised like that. So, and I was raised to have confidence in myself and in the God who made me, to respect myself and respect other people, love myself and love other people. Really, if you don't love yourself, you wouldn't know how to love somebody else. Mm-hmm. So I carry myself with a bit of dignity and integrity. So people may see that as being a snob, but you should see me in the village, breaking kernel. I'm like my father. My father will sit with the old women and cut oranges and treat everybody's wound and that sort of thing. That's me. I work in the garden. I'm boring at home. In fact, when you're talking about Onyeko, my children look at me. That's our mom. Is this one that we see all the time? I said, Mom, why are people always raving about you? I said, no, you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't understand.
Just leave it. No, I'm not a snob, and I'm not. Far from it. Just self-respecting, that's all.
Okay, you worked out how you will survive in this very unfamiliar world, and people may assume it's the other way. I think it happens. Yeah. Looking forward, if anybody's talking about music today in Nigeria, they will talk about you.
Hey, that's good.
What do we have to take out? I mean, some people have said we have to take out the erotic scenes we see today in videos, the nakedness,
it's too much.
The nudity.
And it's always the women doing the nakedness, and I wish the men could do the nakedness and the nudity. So let us all see them too.
It will be balanced.
But it's the women.
So what should we add? What should we do, to move? I mean, it's become a big industry. Showbiz in Nigeria.
It's become pornographic at this point. It is becoming pornographic. And I think organizations like DSTV, Mnet should really watch it. It's become pornographic. How do you put on the TV just innocently in your house with children around? I used to say to my brother, close your eyes, close it. They make a joke of it. Close your eyes, because I couldn't run fast enough to go and turn that thing off. And I'm thinking that, hey, we're having a nice program. And I like to watch TV. I like to watch what they're watching. And suddenly you see all this. I go, close your eyes, close your eyes. I say, Mom is coming, close your eyes, close your eyes. I shouldn't have to do that. That is very bad. And I think that we have to look into it as a society, because the impression, the image, what it's creating in the minds of young people is that everything is all about sex, nudity, sell your body. And we're seeing the results: trafficking, prostitution, drugs, all that. It's all tied in together. It's tied to pornography that you're seeing on TV.
So we should take it out.
We should take it out. Or lessen it a little bit.
Are you going full blast now, back to entertainment? You were there while you were doing what you were doing.
I never left it. Hello.
247.
No. I really would like to do more. My last effort in movies was Half of a Yellow Sun.
Yes.
That was a meaty role. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Beautiful film.
I'd like to have more roles like that, but they don't come around every day. But there are many things.
Is it because of the pay? The pay is not good enough?
The pay wasn't even that good. I did it from the passion of my heart. The story was just wonderful. It's time for Nigeria. Let's try doing things about our history. Let's teach our history to younger people. Let's not put things away. Don't deal with it until it springs up and bites you in the face. Let's talk. Let's open up. This happened, that happened. Let's teach the children. Because having witnessed the Civil War, I don't think I want to go through that again. I don't think I even wish it
on anyone,
to go through that again. People that are agitating now, let's listen to them. There's a reason they're agitating. I don't really believe that they want to go to war. But let's listen to them. If someone has a grievance, allow them to air those grievances. Let's treat each other with respect and honor. Let's accept ourselves for who we are. We are equal partners in this country. If we begin to deal with each other in that way, there will not be another war. Nigeria would be a better place. This is a wonderful country that God has blessed us with.
Well, we'll take it home. Let's listen to those that are shouting. They want to be heard. And that way we can avoid another war. Thank you, Onyeka, for coming on our show. I don't know how to thank you with all the inconvenience and all that. But I have this little gift, something you can put on your table.
I love coffee in the morning.
Yes, and use it for coffee from time to time.
And I'll be thinking of your show. Thank you.
Yes.
And the sweating that I was
It will happen again. I'm sure you'll be back. When you have a new
broadcast, these
new
things
song,
happen.
It happens once in a while. And that's our show for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Of course, I enjoyed spending this 1 hour with the elegant stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria. Let's do it again Tuesday night. Thanks for watching.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every. Just finished the thing. Where the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to Global News on Signaturetv. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, court fixes January 26 to hear Wike's suit against striking FCTA workers. Serap drags Power Minister, Nigerian bulk electricity trading to court over missing 128 billion naira. Cold and malnutrition claim more victims in Gaza amid winter rains. And Trump praises UK troops in Afghanistan as greatest of warriors. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The National Industrial Court of Nigeria is set to rule on the legal challenge by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, against striking workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, on January 26. Justice Imalo Danjuma Sublimi has fixed the hearing for a suit filed by Wike questioning the legality of the ongoing strike coordinated by the Joint Union Action Committee, JUAC. The court has served notice on both the union leaders and Wike's legal team. Wike claims that most of the workers' demands have already been met, describing the strike as unnecessary and illegal. The suit names Wike and the FCTA as plaintiffs, while JUAC President Rifkatu Lokta and Secretary General Abdullahi Saleh are defendants. The strike, which began last Monday after a 7-day ultimatum expired, saw workers shut down operations at the FCTA Secretariat, prompting the minister to seek court intervention. During last week's proceedings, Wike's legal team appeared in court, while the workers' lawyers had not yet been served. Justice Sublima subsequently ordered substituted service through newspaper publication and posting at the FCTA Secretariat to compel attendance. President JUAC Rifkatu Lokta and the Secretary General Abdullahi Saleh have confirmed receipt of the summons and are expected in court with their legal team to defend the strike. A legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, Emeka Siri, has advised political parties in Nigeria to adopt a microzoning of the office of the president across the 6 geopolitical zones to ensure fairness and inclusiveness in leadership. Emeka Siri, who was a guest on New Day on Signature TV, noted that the rotating the presidency only between the North and South allows some zones to occupy the office repeatedly, while others are perpetually denied the opportunity. He described the arrangement as unfair, arguing that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed office years after former President Olusegun Obasanjo, yet the Southeast has still not been given a chance to produce a president. The legal practitioner further stated that Nigeria would have made remarkable progress if the former Anambra State Governor, Peter Obi, had been given the opportunity to pilot the affairs of the country.
The only person that came out to say he wanted to build Nigeria was Peter Obi, but they don't want him. The whole world knows that. You know that. All Nigerians know that. He is so clean that they cannot even find anything against him. But they don't want him. And they're all coming out to scramble. They don't want him. Nigerians don't want the best. They don't want the best. They want scramblers. Peter Obi is not a scrambler. You know, he made that statement that he's not desperate to be president. You know, he made that statement. He's not desperate to be president. He's on a mission. He's on a mission to remedy Nigeria, to bring a new Nigeria. That's what he said, and he maintains it. And all the youths are out with him. We are called obedience. Wherever he goes, we'll go. In fact, they said he has gone to ADC. Good. We are following him to ADC. If they deny him ticket of ADC and he pulls out, we pull out with him. Anywhere he goes, we go. But we have seen that this is the only person that wants to remedy Nigeria. If Nigeria is possible, it is possible. He said that new Nigeria is possible. But I have looked at the whole thing and I can say new Nigeria is not possible if the OB is not accepted.
On the issue of insecurity, the analyst said the challenge has gone beyond the capacity of the Nigerian government alone to handle, welcoming the involvement of the United States government in tackling the menace. He accused Nigerian authorities of hypocrisy in their approach to addressing insecurity across the country.
Insecurity and banditry and all the atrocities that are being committed in Nigeria, they are now beyond the power of Nigeria to quench. And that's why we cried out. We cried out, and President Trump of America heard our cry and said he will step in. He came in and started. He struck Sokoto and got those terrorists. He said he will continue. Well, when he said he wants to help us, and we cried out and he heard our cry. He's allowed. Before he struck, people were arguing that Nigeria is a sovereign nation. Nobody can come in. I laughed at them because they're not lawyers. You know, in law, we say danger invites rescue. It's law. When people are in danger, calling for help, any person that can help can come in and help. That is the law. You can't say because we are a sovereign nation, you kill us here. No, if we cry out and any person that is able to rescue us will come. The law says danger invites rescue. So we cried and he heard us and he came in to rescue us. That is the law, international law. I did my PhD in international law anyway. So he came in. And what has happened? Has Nigeria gone to fight against America? Well, let them go and fight America then. If they say he has breached our international sovereignty, what? Go and fight America, let's see. People are dying. We are crying, and you don't want to help us. Somebody heard our cry and came to help us. I say you are talking nonsense. Anyway, if you want to go to law, let's go to court. Anyway, so he has come to try to stop the banditry and the terrorism and so on and so forth. Nigeria can go on from there now and quench it, and there will be peace. If Nigeria does that now, so okay, an external power has come to help us. We appreciate. Now we continue from where he stopped. And then they now stop this. They know these bandits, they know the terrorists, they know them. But they don't want to do something against them. It is when they see little boys shouting, we want Biafra, with the flag, they will now shoot them and kill them. But they will not kill the real terrorists. So let us call a spade a spade.
Also warned political leaders against the abuse of incumbency during the elections, cautioning that subverting the will of the electorate could provoke public revolts. Former federal lawmakers under the National Forum of Former Legislators, NFFL, have endorsed President Bola Tinubu as their sole candidate for the 2027 general election and called for constitutional entrenchment of rotational presidency to ensure national unity beyond 2031. The resolution were announced in a communique issued at the end of the NFFL 2026 National Summit in Abuja. According to the forum, the endorsement of Tinubu and the call for rotation are aimed at promoting cohesion, fairness, and inclusiveness across Nigeria's diverse ethnic communities. The forum reaffirmed that political and social issues should be resolved through dialogue, consultation, and constitutional means, and urged the presidency to return to the North in 2031 in line with principles of equity and national balance. They also expressed support for Tinubu completing a full 8-year term to consolidate reforms and strengthen governance. Speaking at the summit, Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, described national unity as a strategic necessity for Nigerian survival and relevance in a rapidly changing global order. He stressed that the experience and institutional memory of former lawmakers are a national asset that must guide policy and nation-building efforts. Gbajabiamila also warned against allowing personal ambition or identity-based politics to undermine national balance, emphasizing that rotational presidency between the North and South remains a stabilizing mechanism. The NFFL National Coordinator, Raphael Igbokwe, said the forum's position followed extensive consultations across the country, highlighting that the South should complete its 8-year term to maintain peace, unity, and progress. The deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Philip Agbase, says the interim report by the Minority Caucus Ad Hoc Committee on alleged alterations in the Tax Reform Acts has been overtaken by events following the release of the certified true copies of the laws. Agbese explained that the leadership of the National Assembly under Speaker Abbas Tajuddin and Senate President Godswill Akpabio has released the authentic versions of the full Tax Reform Acts as passed by the legislature and assented by the President. The release of the certified true copies resolved concerns over discrepancies and restores public confidence in the legislative process. He said an internal verification process has also been directed to ensure only the official versions are in circulation, underscoring the House's commitment to transparency, due process, and the protection of democratic institutions. Agbes emphasized that the leadership's swift and proactive actions demonstrate the unity of both chambers in safeguarding the National Assembly's constitutional powers and preventing further controversy. The deputy spokesperson assured Nigerians that the House will continue to collaborate with the Senate and other institutions to strengthen legislative process and prevent similar issues in the future. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, and the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, NBET, over the alleged missing or diverted 128 billion naira in public funds. Deputy Director of SERAP, Kolawale Oluwadare, said the suit filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja seeks a court order compelling the Ministry of Power and NBET to fully account for the funds. The action also demands disclosure of the names, positions, and offices of all officials involved in authorizing or approving the alleged diversion. Oluwadare stressed that widespread corruption in the power sector is a major factor behind frequent grid collapses, including last week's first nationwide blackout of 2026. The allegations are documented in the latest report from the Auditor General, which highlights systemic lapses in the management of public funds. SERAP says Nigerians continue to bear the cost of these mismanagement issues and called for urgent accountability measures, insisting that addressing corruption in the sector is critical for ensuring stable electricity supply and restoring public trust. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has seized over 30 kilograms of heroin at Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, arresting a 30-year-old Brazilian woman, Ingrid Benavides. The drugs concealed in the factory-sealed coffee packs are valued at more than 3 billion naira. Benavides, a private security officer, was arrested on January 2023 following intelligence-led surveillance. She claimed the heroin hidden in 21 coffee packs was brought into Nigeria under the guise of a holiday visit. NDLEA describes it as the largest heroin seizure at airport Abuja. In related operations, 2 passengers, Adediran Adedeyon and Afatakba Ochuko, were intercepted at Lagos Murtala Mohammed International Airport with 225 mg of tramadol and 3,990 pills of topentadol, 250 mg hidden in food items. Meanwhile, the agency's Marine Command seized 1,848 kilograms of cannabis from a wooden boat at Jakonde Beach, Lagos, and 2 suspects were arrested in Kaduna with explosives in transit to Kano and Kaduna. Across Nigeria, NDLEA says intelligence-led operations have also led to arrests and seizures of various illicit drugs, including skunk, codeine syrup, pentaxazine injections, and cannabis seeds in states like Borno, Niger, Ekiti, Edo, Kano, Oyo, Benue, Lagos, Delta, and Ondo. Troops of Operation Hadinkai have arrested a 65-year-old woman, Hawa Abdulaziz, over alleged involvement in supplying drugs to Boko Haram in Borno State. The Joint Task Force Media Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, said the suspect was apprehended in Askira Uba local government area on January 23, 2026. She is accused of supplying cannabis to Boko Haram fighters across multiple communities, including Romigo, Gwahi, Wamida, Uvo, and Gaya. Investigators revealed that the drugs were sourced from Taraba State and transported through established supply routes. During the operation, troops recovered 14 compressed blocks of cannabis, weighing around 30 kilograms. The suspect is in custody as preliminary investigations continue, while follow-up operations aimed to dismantle the wider trafficking network. The Army emphasized that disrupting these illicit supply chains is key to improving security, reducing criminal influence, and restoring law and order in the Northeast. Lieutenant Colonel Uba assured that troops will continue intelligence-driven operations to deny criminal networks the resource needed to operate, reinforce the commitment to lasting peace and stability in the region. Troops of the 8th Division Garrison Strike Force under Operation Fasal Yama have killed 6 terrorists and rescued a kidnapped underage girl during coordinated raids in Zamfara State. In a statement on Sunday, the operation spokesperson David Adewuse said the offensive targeted terrorist camps in the Sobodo Forest area of Maradun local government. Troops first raided Idolumo village, killing 2 terrorists and recovered an AK-47 rifle before moving to Rudunu village, where 4 more were neutralized. Security forces also recovered another rifle ammunition, and destroyed motorcycles used by the criminals. The troops later rescued a kidnapped underage girl identified as Haliri Ibrahim, as several terrorist camps and support structures were destroyed across the forest. The military says the operation is part of ongoing efforts to dismantle terrorist networks and restore peace to affected communities in Zamfara and the wider northwest. Operatives of the Department of State Services have arrested 2 suspected sea pirates in ENUGU, the Bayelsa state capital. The suspects were picked up on Saturday at a hotel in the Edepe area of the city, following intelligence that they were planning to hijack a crude oil-laden vessel in the Gulf of Guinea. Security sources say preliminary intelligence and confessional statements revealed that suspects were part of a wider piracy syndicate plotting to seize a vessel, abduct its crew, and steal its cargo. The suspects reportedly admitted belonging to a criminal network operating across the south-south and southeast with a focus on sea piracy and kidnapping. The DSS says it is working closely with the Nigerian Navy and other agencies to strengthen maritime security, noting recent successes, including the interception of pirates' speedboats and the rescue of kidnapped crew members off the coast of Bayelsa and Delta states. The arrests add ongoing security operations targeting criminal networks across the country. Up ahead, Tinubu administration denies demanding student loan repayments. IPOB tells Oludu Monday sit-at-home is a peaceful civil protest, not a crime. Details of this and more after the break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
A legal practitioner, Asim Adams, says Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara would have been successfully impeached by the State House of Assembly if he had not obtained a court injunction restraining the lawmakers. Adams, who was a guest on Signature TV's morning show, New Day, noted that the 8 allegations leveled against the governor amounted to gross misconduct and were sufficient grounds for impeachment. He argued that Governor Fubara had no justification for failing to present the state appropriation bill to the Assembly, insisting that no governor has the right to expend state funds without legislative approval.
Let me tell you, the chances of Sim Fubara being impeached was very high. High in the sense that if you look at what has happened, the 8, allegations that were leveled against him, the case may be, they were serious misconduct, very serious misconduct, in my own opinion. And that if we had allowed that to go through, they were of impeachable, substance. If you look at the 8 of them, they were of impeachable, grounds. Mind you, Section 188, Sub 10 of the 1999 Constitution even expand the latitude for which the House of Assembly can determine or, propose, what gross misconduct means. It can even go to the extent that it is their nuances, that can determine what gross misconduct is. So in the 8, listed allegations, they are very severe ones. The ones bordering on presentation of budget. He has been doing the job of an artful dodger. The Supreme Court made a decision, February 18 or thereabout, and asked this young man to present this budget before the House. But he has been evading presentation of this budget to the House, giving flimsy excuses, which in law we call technicalities, that he is implementing the budget of IBAS that left. The question we have asked is that, does that mean that IBAS that was to spend 6 months now did a
The legal luminary described the ongoing crisis in Rivers State as dirty politics characterized by survival of the fittest and a winner-takes-all approach. He, however, commended the Chief Judge of Rivers State for what he described as a professional and lawful handling of the impeachment petition forwarded by the legislature. Adams maintained that the crisis is driven purely by personal interests, a situation he said has left the state and its citizens worse off.
So, we had about 1 or 2 of his seniors who were there, and he was taken above them. That is the situation. So, you see, if you look at it now, you'll find out that it's all politics. It's all politics, and his reactions, he's a human being. He might not come out to begin to support one of the parties, but he's a human being. He has, his emotions, that are embedded inside of him. So, a person of that, character and, status, may not openly come out to support one of the candidates, but certainly he has done very well. Let me use the word. He has done very well so far, so good. I think he has not been partial in the discharge of his duties as recommended by his office. If you look at what's happened, he has not dabbled into the politics of the House of Assembly members and that of the executive governor. He has not done that as the siege of the state. He has maintained that decorum with equanimity, and also has not been seen to have influenced any of the judges under his command to do his bidding. He's been very straight, and I think we have to give him kudos for that. He did very well, commendably well, by saying that particular order that he will not act until it is vacated, and that is a normal thing that should happen.
The Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has announced it will use statutory powers to recover unpaid taxes from defaulting taxpayers through third parties, including banks, employers, tenants, and business partners. The notice signed by LIRS Executive Chairman Ayodele Sobar cites Section 60 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025, which allows the agency to direct anyone holding money on behalf of a taxpayer to remit funds to settle outstanding tax liabilities. The power applies to unpaid personal income tax, capital gains tax, stamp duties and withholding tax, banks, employers, tenants, debtors, and business partners may be instructed to pay amount owed directly to LIRS once a substitution notice is issued. Recipients must remit the specified sums and confirmed compliance through the LIRS e-task platform. Non-compliance may attract penalties, interest, enforcement actions, and possible prosecution. LIRS stressed that taxpayers remain responsible for any balance not recovered and urged prompt settlement of outstanding liabilities to avoid additional sanctions. The Tinubu administration has dismissed plans. The Tinubu administration has dismissed claims that Nigerian students being asked to start repaying loans from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund. Presidential media aide Olusegun Dada urged Nigerians to disregard the reports, clarifying that repayment of student loans will only begin after a 2-year moratorium following NYC completion. He noted that the scheme will reach its 2-year mark in March 2026, and no applicants have yet reached the repayment stage. NELFund Acting Managing Director Akintunde Sawyer said the agency has disbursed 174 billion naira to over 800,000 students across 263 tertiary institutions, emphasizing the continued support for Nigerian students under the loan scheme. The Anambra State government says it will begin pro rata salary payments for civil servants to encourage workers to resume on Mondays and help end the ongoing sit-at-home directive. According to the state's Commissioner for Information, Law MEFO, the policy will take effect from February 2026. Salaries will now be calculated based on attendance, with monthly pay divided across the 24 official working days. MEFO said the decision was made during the end of tenure retreat of the State Executive Council, which also reviewed the outgoing administration's performance and prepared plans for the new term starting in March. The Commissioner explained that many civil servants have consistently stayed away from work on Mondays, despite improved security and transport, contributing to significant economic losses and slowing the operations of key state departments. Under the new system, employees who miss Mondays will receive a reduced salary for that day, with attendance monitored through a clock-in and clock-out system. MEFO stated the measure is intended to restore productivity, ensure fair compensation, and encourage markets and businesses to reopen on Mondays, supported by increased security to assure traders and residents. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, says the Monday sit-at-home in the southeast remains a lawful and peaceful civil protest, insisting it is not a criminal act. In a statement on Sunday, IPOB spokesperson Ima Powerful reacted to the Anambra State government's plan to sanction workers who fail to report for duty on Mondays and to reduce pro rata salary payments from February 26. The group described the policy as an attempt to punish citizens for exercising their rights to peaceful protest, stressing that the sit-at-home is a voluntary act of solidarity with its detained leader Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB argued that no government has the authority to compel citizens to open businesses or move about against their will, adding that turning civil disobedience into misconduct undermines dignity and fundamental freedoms. The group warned against the use of enforcement teams or intimidation to force compliance, insisting that residents who stay indoors on Mondays do so by personal choice and conscience. IPOB maintained that the continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu remains the root cause of the protests and urged the Anambra State government to pursue justice and dialogue rather than punitive measures. Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organizations, Ohanaeze Ndị Igbo, has called on more than 250 prominent Igbo leaders living abroad to consider returning home in 2026. In a statement on Sunday by its factional deputy president, General Mazi Ezekuzoro, the national spokesperson, Chinyere Ohia Ohanaeze, said the prolonged absence of key Igbo figures has contributed to declining cultural values, insecurity, and reduced investment in the southeast. The group said the return of these leaders will strengthen efforts to rebuild the Igbo nation, restore membership, and promote succession planning for younger generations. Ohanaeze cited past Igbo icons such as Nnamdi Azikiwe, Odomegwu Ojukwu, and Michael Okpara, noting that they lived and served their people until the end, unlike many present-day leaders who remain in exile. The organization also pointed to leaders from other regions, including former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, who it said continue to contribute actively to their communities. Ohanaeze warned that the absence of Igbo leaders has fueled youth restiveness and weakened initiatives like the Akuro Olo campaign aimed at attracting investment back to the southeast. The group appealed to elder statesmen such as Emeka Anyako, Vice Ebitu Okiwe, Alison Maduke, and Ike Nwachukwu, urging them and others in the diaspora to return and help reposition the southeast as a major economic hub. Ohanaeze said the call was not a condemnation, but a reminder that their experience and presence are urgently needed for regional renewal. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has warned social media influencers and political commentators to stop making insulting or inflammatory remarks against Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, the national leader of the Kwankwaso movement. The governor issued the warning on Saturday at the Government House in Kano during a motorcycle distribution event for social media influencers. He described Kwankwaso as a respected leader whose contributions to Kano's political economic development have been significant, saying he deserves respect and recognition. Governor Yusuf emphasized that freedom of expression must be exercised responsibly and that political discussions should focus on issues and meaningful dialogue rather than personal attacks or spreading false information. He cautioned that the misuse of social media to spread insults, lies, or hateful comments could undermine peace and harmony in the state. The governor urged influencers to use their platforms positively, encouraging unity, peaceful coexistence, and constructive engagement among citizens in Kano State. Supporters of the 2023 presidential candidates of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, on Sunday stormed his residence in Kano in a show of solidarity. Kwankwaso, in a statement posted on his official Facebook page, said the supporters came from Nasarawa local government area of the state. The visit comes amid political tension following the defection of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf and the NNPP to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. The former Kano governor thanked the supporters for standing by him during what he described as a difficult period, praising their loyalty to the Kwankwaso movement and commitment to collective progress. Kwankwaso has openly expressed disappointment over Governor Yusuf's defection, describing the day as a world betrayal day. U.S. Congressman Riley Moore has pledged that United States will work to ensure all Nigerians can live and practice their faith without fear of persecution or violence. Moore made the remarks on verified X account, responding to ongoing security collaborations between the U.S. and Nigeria. He highlighted the establishment of the U.S.-Nigerian Working Group as a key step to improve coordination and jointly address security challenges, including violent terrorism in northern and central Nigeria and persecution of Christians. The lawmaker said the partnership reflects Nigeria's commitment to tackling insecurity and provides an opportunity to strengthen bilateral ties, enhance regional stability, and uphold shared values such as religious freedom. Moore expressed optimism over progress made so far and commended the Nigerian government for engaging in the cooperative efforts with the United States. Still to come, Iraq announces full withdrawal of U.S. forces from its federal territory. Trump threatens Canada with 100% tariffs if it makes deal with China. More details on our foreign news. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is foreign news. Winter cold, heavy rain, and malnutrition are continuing to claim lives in Gaza, even as the ceasefire enters its fourth month. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 10 children have died from hypothermia this winter, including a 3-month-old baby who died in the past 24 hours. Doctors warn children, especially newborns and premature babies, are most vulnerable due to poor shelter, hunger, and illness. The United Nations says hundreds of thousands of displaced people remain exposed to harsh winter conditions, with strong winds and rain damaging tents across Gaza. UN officials say the humanitarian crisis remains severe, with most homes damaged or destroyed and many families living in unsafe structures. Health officials also report deaths from collapsing homes during recent storms, as well as rising disease outbreaks linked to hunger, lack of medicine, and contaminated water. Malnutrition among pregnant women is leading to low birth weight babies, doctors say. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks are continuing on the next phase of the ceasefire, as the Israeli military reports ongoing operations against suspected militants inside Gaza. US President Donald Trump has praised British troops who fought in Afghanistan following backlash over remarks that appear to downplay the role of NATO allies in the war. Earlier this week, Trump drew criticism after suggesting NATO forces stayed away from frontline fighting in Afghanistan, comments described by UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer as insulting and appalling. Veterans, families of fallen soldiers, and politicians across several countries called for an apology. After a phone call with Keir Starmer on Saturday, Trump posted on social media praising UK soldiers as among the greatest of all warriors, highlighting the 457 British troops who died in the conflict. While he stopped short of a direct apology, Downing Street said both leaders reflected on the sacrifices of British and American forces who served side by side. Prince Harry also weighed in, stressing that NATO's collective defense clause was invoked by the 9/11 attacks and that Allied sacrifices must be respected. The UK suffered the highest number of military deaths after the US during the nearly 20-year war. Trump's initial comment also drew criticism from other NATO countries, including Canada and Italy, whose leaders said their troops fought and died alongside US forces. Iraq says US forces have completed a full withdrawal from military facilities under federal government control, marking a major shift in the US military presence in the country. The Iraqi Defense Ministry says the final group of US advisors has left Assad Air Base in Anbar province, a site that hosted American troops for more than 2 decades. The base has now been fully handed to Iraqi security forces following a gradual drawdown requested by Baghdad in 2023. US troops will remain in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdistan region, where American forces are still stationed at Harir Air Base near Erbil. Since 2021, the US military presence in Iraq has been limited to training and advisory roles after the end of combat operations against ISIS. The withdrawal comes against a backdrop of regional tension and repeated attacks on US troops by Iranian-backed militias. Iraqi officials say the country's armed forces are now capable of securing national territory, with future cooperation with Washington focused on training, equipment, and joint exercises. US President Donald Trump has threatened to impose a 100% tariff on Canadian goods if Canada strikes a trade deal with China. In a post on his Truth Social platform, Trump warned that any agreement with Beijing would trigger immediate tariffs on all Canadian exports to the United States, accusing Ottawa of trying to act as a transit point for Chinese goods. While Trump did not specify the deal in question, the warning comes days after Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney announced a new strategic partnership with China that included reductions in some tariffs. Trump initially welcomed that move, but relations have since cooled after Carney criticized the US-led global order and urged other middle powers to resist economic cohesion. Trump responded by saying Canada depends on the United States and later withdrew an invitation for the country to join his proposed Board of Peace. Canada's trade minister has denied pursuing a free trade deal with China, saying discussions only resolve specific tariff disputes. Ottawa says it is working to diversify its trade relationships amid ongoing uncertainty over U.S. trade policy. A U.S.-Mexican social media influencer who went missing in Mexico's northwestern state of Sinaloa has been found alive and in good health, authorities confirmed. The Sinaloa Attorney General's office said Nicolette Pardo was located safely after days of public concern, thanking citizens for their assistance. Her disappearance followed the circulation of a viral video that appeared to show her being abducted at gunpoint in broad daylight in the Isla Musala area of Culiacan. Officials say the case was immediately reported to federal authorities, with vehicles linked to the incident tracked by security agencies. The U.S. State Department said it was aware of the situation and closely monitoring developments, stressing that the safety of U.S. citizens abroad remains a top priority. Pardo is a 20-year-old dual national with a large following across Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Her disappearance came and heightened concern over violence against women in Sinaloa, where authorities report a rise in femicides and cases of missing persons. The U.S. city of Minneapolis is reeling once again from a deadly shooting involving federal immigration officers. Alex Prati, 37, was killed during a confrontation in the street on Saturday morning, less than 3 weeks after the death of Renee Good, also 37, in her car. Federal and state authorities offered conflicting accounts of what happened. The Department of Homeland Security said agents had fired in self-defense after Prati, who they said had a handgun, resisted their attempts to disarm him. Eyewitnesses, local officials, and the victim's family challenged that account, pointing out he had the phone in his hand, not a weapon, and calls mounted once again for the Trump administration to end its local immigration enforcement operations. And that's the foreign news.
And coming up next is sports news.
Echo Adams broke new ground in Nigerian football history on Saturday night as his penalty helped Sevilla to a 2-1 comeback win over Atlantic Club and secure the club's first La Liga victory of 2026. The Super Eagles striker struck in the second half at the Roman Sanchez Berrojan to take its personal tally in Spain's top flight to 6 goals, a figure that now places him 11th on the list of Nigeria's all-time La Liga scorers. It was Adams' third goal in 2 matches since returning from Africa Cup of Nations, where he helped Nigeria claim the bronze medal, and another reminder of his growing importance to Matias Almeida's side. More significantly, the goal carried historical weight. With 6 La Liga strikes, Adams has now moved ahead of legendary Super Eagles forward Rashidi Yekini, who scored 3 times in the competition and has also overtaken the marks set by Bartholomew Ogbeche 3 and Christantus Oche 5. While Adams still has a long way to go to threaten the towering figures of Christopher Ohehen, 48 goals, Finidi George 43 goals, and Ikechukwu Uche 43 goals. His steady progress is a pointer to how quickly he is carving out his own place in Nigerian football's European story. Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko will begin an official visit to Morocco on Monday after fans from his country were detained in incidents there at the Africa Cup of Nations football final, officials said. 18 Senegalese supporters remain in pre-trial detention in Morocco, where they face charges of hooliganism at the match won 1-0 by Senegal against Morocco after time on January 18. Their trial opened Thursday at Rabat Court and has been postponed to 29th of January. The two countries have cooperative relations in sectors including tourism, energy, infrastructure and transport, and share strong religious ties. Arsenal have reportedly registered concrete interest in Karl Etayong, the highly rated Cameroon forward whose rapid rise over the last 18 months has placed him firmly on Europe's elite radar. The 21-year-old has progressed steadily, becoming a full Cameroon international, earning his senior debut in September 2025 and retaining a spot in the indomitable Lions at the AFCON. Barcelona have tracked him since he broke through at Villarreal. That interest has continued into his season as he continues to show his quality at Levante. He's also been watched by other La Liga clubs like Atletico Madrid, Villarreal and Real Sociedad, all of whom have made formal scouting inquiries. With Eta Young's current contract running until June 2028 and his valuation now climbing beyond 35 to 40 million pounds, and his valuation now climbing beyond 35 to 40 million euros, competition is expected to intensify in the summer as he is reasonably priced in an inflated market. Noah Lyles raised his concerns concerning the upcoming maiden World Athletics Ultimate Championships, which are from the same reasons he chose not to compete at Michael Johnson's controversial Grand Slam track. For Noah Lyles to compete at the inaugural World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest this September, the American sprint star has made some demands which are far more than just the financial incentive. As the reigning Olympic 100-meter and World 200-meter champion, Lyles has already qualified in both events, but he has yet to decide whether he will race in the Hungarian capital. This skepticism comes from the same reason he chose not to compete at Michael Johnson's controversial Grand Slam track last year. Despite the lucrative prize money, Lyles remains non-committal, citing a need not just for monetary reasons. According to him, if they want it to be successful, they would have to get the highest caliber athletes. In tennis, record-shattering Novak Djokovic said he was hanging in there after becoming the first player to win 400 Grand Slam matches Saturday on his way into the first 16 at the Australian Open. The 38-year-old Serbian great swept past Dutchman Baltic van der 6-3, 6-4, 7-6, 7/4 in front of a boisterous crowd on center court to extend his own all-time record of match wins at the majors. Djokovic's reward is a fourth-round clash with 8th Czech rising star Jakub Mansek, or American tournament debutant Ethan Quinn, whose match was delayed due to extreme heat. The 24-time slam winner is in good form so far as he bids to shatter the recent dominance of Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lee.
That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and